Chapter 3 of Lisbeth Longskirt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longskirt by Hans Arndt. Translated by Laura E. Poulsen. Chapter 3 Leaving Peerout Castle. The next time Lisbeth Longfrock came to Hurl Farm, she did not come alone, and she came to stay. All that had happened between that first visit and her second coming had been far, far different from anything Lisbeth had ever imagined. It seemed as if there had been no time for her to think about the strange events while they were taking place. She did not realize what their result would be until after she had lived through them and gone out of the gate of Peerout Castle when everything was over. So much had been going on in those last sad, solemn days, so much that was new to see and to hear, that although she had felt a lump in her throat the whole time, she had not had a real cry until at the very end. But when she had passed through the gate that last day, and had stopped and looked back, the picture that she then saw had brought the whole clearly before her, with all its sorrow. Something was gone that would never come again. She would never again go to Peerout Castle except as a stranger. She had no home anywhere. And at that she had begun to weep so bitterly that those who had been thinking how wisely and quietly she was taking her trouble could but stand and look at her in wonder. The last 2 months of the winter had passed so quickly up at Peerout Castle that Lisbeth really could not tell what had become of them. And this was owing not a little to the fact that, beside all her other work, she had so much to do in the cow house. Crookhorn had become, as it were, Lisbeth's cow, and consequently had to be taken care of by her. Bliros showed very plainly that she would not like at all to have Randy's attentions bestowed upon a rascally goat. That would make it seem as if the goat were fully as important a person in the cow house as Bliros herself, whereas the whole cow house in reality belonged to her, and that other creature was only allowed there as a favor. So Lisbeth took care of Crookhorn exactly as she saw her mother take care of Bliros. In fact, before long she had more to do in the cow house than her mother had, for she soon learned to milk Crookhorn, while Bliros, her mother's cow, could not then be milked. And Crookhorn gave so much milk. 3 times a day Lisbeth had to milk her. There was no longer any scarcity of cream for coffee or milk for porridge. Indeed, there was even cream enough to make waffles with now and then. Springtime came. It always came early up at Peerout Castle. The slopes of heather, directly facing the sun, were the first in the whole valley to peep out of the snow. As soon as the heathery spots began to show themselves, Lisbeth was out on them, stepping here and there with a cautious foot. It seemed so wonderful to step on bare earth again instead of snow. Day by day she kept track of the different green patches, watching them grow larger and larger, and seeing how the snow glided slowly farther and farther downward, exactly as her own frock did when she loosened the band and let it slip down and lie in a ring about her feet. When the snow had slipped as far down as the big stone where she and Jacob used to have their cow house, using pine cones for cows and sheep, the outermost buds on the tree would swell and be ready to burst. She knew that from the year before, and when the buds had really opened she kept watch of them every day now. Then would come the great day when Crookhorn could be let out. Lisbeth's mother had said so. That great day was what she was waiting for, not only because it would be so pleasant for Crookhorn to be out, but because no food was equal to the first buds of spring for making goats yield rich milk. Lisbeth's mother had been far from well ever since the day that Lisbeth went over to Hurl Farm for the first time. But Lisbeth thought that as soon as Crookhorn had fresh buds to eat and gave richer milk, her mother would of course get entirely well. It is very possible that a little streak of snow was still lying by the upper side of the big stone, in spite of Lisbeth's having scattered sand there to make the snow melt faster, on the bright spring morning when Lisbeth went into the cow house, unfastened Crookhorn, and led her out of the stall. As for Crookhorn, she followed her little mistress very sedately until they reached the cow house door. There she stopped short, looking around and blinking at the sun. Lisbeth pulled at the rope, trying to drag her over to the part of the ridge where the birch tree with the fullest leaf buds stood. But Crookhorn would not budge. She merely stood stock still, as if nothing were being done to her, for she was so strong that however hard Lisbeth pulled, it did not even make her stretch her neck. Lisbeth then went nearer, thinking that she could pull better without such a length of rope between her and the goat. But at that, quick as a wink, Crookhorn lowered her head and butted Lisbeth, causing the little girl to fall backward against the hillside with a whack, upon which Crookhorn stalked in an indifferent manner across the road. Lisbeth picked herself up and started to go after her charge, but if you please, as soon as she came near enough and tried to seize Crookhorn, away would that naughty goat dart, not galloping as a goat usually does, but trotting like a cow or an elk. She trotted by the house and turned off on the road leading to Svehaugen Farm. Lisbeth pursued swiftly, but run as she might, she could not gain upon Crookhorn. At last, stumbling over a stone, the little girl fell at full length, having barely time, while falling, to look up and catch a glimpse of Crookhorn's back as the goat, trotting swiftly, disappeared over the brow of a hill. There was no other way out of it. Lisbeth would have to run home and get her mother to help her. This she did, and they both set out in full chase. It was a long run, for they did not overtake Crookhorn till they had reached the Svehaugen gate. There stood the goat, gazing unconcernedly through the palings. She evidently felt herself superior to jumping over fences, she who imagined herself to be a cow. Randy had become much overheated from running, and at night, when she went to bed, she said she felt cold and shivery. That seemed very strange indeed to Lisbeth, for when she laid her face against her mother's neck it was as hot as a burning coal. In the morning Lisbeth's mother woke her and told her to get up and go over to Kari Svehaugen's and ask Kari to come to Peer Out Castle. Randy felt so poorly that there was no use in her even trying to get up. She was not able. Not able to get up? That also seemed very strange to Lisbeth, for never before had she seen her mother with cheeks so red and eyes so shining. The child did not say anything, however, but got up, dressed herself quickly and quietly, and ran off to Svehaugen. After that came several wonderful days at Peerout Castle. When Lisbeth Longfrock thought about them afterward, they seemed like a single long day in which a great many things had happened that she could not separate from one another and set in order. In her remembrance it was as if shadows had glided to and fro in an ugly yellow light, while the sound of a heavy, painful breathing was constantly heard, penetrating all other sounds. She seemed dimly to see Kari Svehaugen gliding about and taking care of things in the home and out in the cow house. She herself had climbed the birch trees several times and picked leaf buds for the animals to eat. One day Lars Svehaugen had flitted along the road in front of the house swiftly, as if he had not a moment to spare. Soon after this, someone dressed in furs and with big boots on came driving to the house, and all the neighbors flocked around him, listening to what he said. And he brought such a curious smell with him. It filled the whole house, so that even after he had gone away he seemed to be still there. She thought, too, that once she had seen Kjersti Hoel sitting on a chair, taking many good things out of a big basket, and Jacob standing by Kjersti's side with a great slice of raisin cake in his hand. And Jacob had kept chewing and chewing on his raisin cake, as if it was hard work to get it down. What she remembered chiefly, though, was Jacob's eyes. They looked so big and strange. Then one morning she had awakened in a clear gray light, and from that time she remembered everything very distinctly. She was lying in the little trundle bed that Jacob had slept in when he lived at home. She must, of course, have slept in it all these nights. And Kari Svehaugen was standing up beside it, looking down upon her. The house was oh so still. She did not hear the heavy, painful breathing any longer. The only sound was a slight crackling in the fireplace, out of which a stream of warmth issued. Kari said very quietly, "Your mother is comfortable and happy now, little Lisbeth, better off than she has ever been before, so you must not cry." And Lisbeth did not cry. She merely got up and went about the house very, very quietly all that first day. Afterwards there were so many preparations being made for some solemn festival that she did not seem to get the time to think about the great change that had taken place. Lars Svehaugen came from the storekeeper's with ever so much fine, white, shining cloth. She had never seen the like. Then a woman came to help Kari cut out and sew, and they made pillows and a fine white garment that mother was to have on when she lay upon the pillows. And Lars Svehaugen began to make a new wooden bed for mother to live in, and Bliros had her calf, and the calf was slaughtered, and Lars Svehaugen bought some small pine trees and nailed them at the gateposts and outside the house door, one at each side, and he strewed pine branches all the way from the door to the gate. And there came presents of food, oh, so many good things, from Kjersti Hoel and others. Lisbeth had never tasted such delicious food before. Then came the day when mother was to be taken to the church and buried. Many people came to the house that day, among them Jacob in a bright new suit of grey woollen homespun, and there was a feast for them all, and everything was very still and solemn. Even the schoolmaster came, and oh, how beautifully he sang when Lars Svehaugen and 3 other men carried mother out through the door and set her couch upon a sledge. Then they all went very slowly away from the house, down the hill, the sledge first and the people walking slowly behind. But down at the bottom of the hill, in the road, there stood 2 horses and wagons waiting. And just think, Lisbeth and Jacob were invited to sit up in Kjersti Hoel's broad wagon and drive with her. Then they came to the big white church, and as they carried mother in through the big gateway, the church bells up in the tower rang, oh, so beautifully. After that Lisbeth did not see things quite so clearly, but they lowered mother down into the earth in the churchyard and strewed wreaths of green heather over her, and then the schoolmaster sang again, and all the men took off their hats and held them a long time before their faces. After that the people went out of the churchyard, and Lisbeth and Jacob climbed into Kjersti Hoel's broad wagon again and drove away. Only this time they drove much faster. It looked as if the boards in the fences ran after each other in an opposite direction from the one in which she and Jacob were going. They both tried to count them, but could not. All the people came back with them to Peerout Castle. Kjersti Hoel, too. Kari Svehaugen, who had not gone to the church, had covered the table with a white tablecloth and set it with plates and good things to eat, and all the people ate and talked, but they did not talk very loudly. When the meal was over, Lisbeth got Jacob to go out into the cowhouse to look at Crookhorn. Jacob conceded that the goat was an extremely fine animal, but she was a vixen, he was sure. He could tell that by her eyelids. Then they went over the hill to look at the mill wheel that Jacob used to have there, but it had fallen into complete decay because he had been away from home so long. Such things need a boy's personal attention. After that they were called into the house again, and everybody drank coffee. When they had finished the coffee drinking, Kari began packing into baskets the food that was left, and when that was done, Kjersti Hoel said, "Well, now we have done everything that we can do here. You may bring Crookhorn with you, Lisbeth, and come to live with me. That was the last thing I promised your mother." Thus it had come about that Lisbeth Longfrock, holding Crookhorn by a rope, stood outside the gate at Peerout Castle with Kjersti Hoel and Bearhunter, and then it was that she looked behind her and began to cry. On one road she saw Kari Svehaugen with a big basket on her arm and Bliros following her, and on the other she saw the back of Jacob, with whom she had just shaken hands, saying, "May you fare well." He looked singularly small and forlorn. Last of all she saw Lars Svehaugen put a pine twig in the door latch as a sign that Peerout Castle was now closed, locked, and forsaken. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Lisbeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Unwin. Translated by Laura Paulson. Chapter 4. Spring, letting the animals out to pasture. One morning, a few weeks after the sad departure from Peerout Castle, Lisbeth Longfrock awoke early in the small sleeping room built under the great staircase at Hoel. She opened her eyes wide at the moment of waking and tried to gather her thoughts together. She was conscious of a delightful, quivering expectancy, and felt that she had awakened to something great and new, something that she had waited for and been exceedingly glad over, but she could not at once remember just what it was. The little room, whose only furniture consisted of a bed, a chair, a stove, and a small wooden shelf with a mirror over it, was filled with daylight in spite of the early hour. The sunlight fell slanting through a window set high up in the wall directly over Lisbeth's bed, and the window panes were pictured in bright yellow squares on the floor near the tiny stove. The corner of one square spread itself against the stove, and Lisbeth traced it with her eyes as she lay in bed. At the tip of the corner glimmered something light green and shiny. Was it from there that a wonderful fragrance came floating toward her? She sniffed a little. Yes, indeed, now she remembered. The fragrance came from the fresh birch twigs she had decorated the room with yesterday. Out of doors it was spring, the sprouting, bursting springtime. Today the cattle were to be let out and the calves named. Today she would begin work in earnest and be a responsible individual. In short, she would be the herd girl at Hoel Farm. It was now a month since Lisbeth had come to Hoel Farm, but up to this time she had been treated merely as company. She had walked about the place, sauntered after Kjersti here and there in the house, ground the coffee, and brought out from a bowl in the pantry the small cakes that they ate with their coffee every afternoon. Frequently, too, she had had pleasant talks with Kjersti. As for helping with the animals, the sheep and the goats had been let out, to be sure, but nevertheless they did not need her care because they were allowed, so early in the season, to run about everywhere except in the garden, and that Bearhunter stood guard over. In the cow-house there was nothing for her to do, for a milkmaid and an under-milkmaid did the work there. Of course, the girl who tended the flocks ought really to have been able to help in milking the cows, but it was thought that Lisbeth had better wait a year before she tried to do that, her hands being rather too small as yet. Lisbeth had kept measuring her hands every now and then and pulling her fingers to make them grow, and after a while she had asked the milkmaid if she did not think they had grown large enough. But the milkmaid did not see that they were any larger. She could not have had very good eyes. Lisbeth had, of course, expected to take care of Crookhorn. Kjersti and she had both thought that she ought to do that, but it had proved to be impossible. Crookhorn had become so freakish that sometimes they almost thought her out of her wits.
In the building shared by the sheep and goats she ranged back and forth from wall to wall, knocking against the sheep and the other goats so hard as she went that their ribs rattled. At last she had to be tied to one of the walls, and with the shortest rope possible at that. Nor would she allow herself to be milked peaceably in that building. The first time Lisbeth tried it, Crookhorn, with a toss of the head, gave a kick that set Lisbeth and the pail rolling off in different directions. Afterward the milkmaid herself took Crookhorn in hand at milking time, but even for her it was always a feat of strength, and she had to have someone to help her by holding the goats' horns. When Crookhorn was let out with the other goats, would she ramble with them over the fields and meadows seeking food? No, indeed. She would station herself poutingly by the cow-house door, and stand there the livelong day, bellowing like a cow, the farm boy said. And then in the evening, when the other goats came home plump and well fed, there Crookhorn would stand as thin and hungry as a wolf. Lisbeth thought that Crookhorn, if provided with a stall in the cow-house, would act like a reasonable creature again, but neither Kjersti or the milkmaid would consent to the removal. They thought a goat ought not to be humoured in such unreasonable fantasies. Thus it was that Lisbeth had not much to do during her first month at Hoel Farm. The only thing that Kjersti had required of her was to keep her own little room under the hall staircase in nice order, and that she had done. Every day she had made the bed herself, and every Saturday she had washed the floor and the shelf and spread juniper twigs about. Last Saturday Kjersti had come out to take a look at it, and had said to her that she kept her room in better order than the grown-up girls in the south chamber kept theirs. And Lisbeth knew that this was true, for she had noticed it herself. But now everything was going to be different. Kjersti Hoel had come to Lisbeth's room the night before and said that the cows were to be let out early in the morning, and that Lisbeth, like all the rest of the Hoel Farm people, must be up early to help. Later in the day the calves that had been born in the cowhouse during the winter were to be let out for the first time, and Lisbeth would have to look after them for that afternoon at any rate. Kjersti had said also that Lisbeth was to be allowed to give the calves their names, names that they would keep all their lives, even after they had grown to be full-sized cows. The next day, after the letting out of the animals, Lisbeth was to take a lunch bag and begin her spring work of going into the forest all day to watch the sheep and goats. It would not do to have them running about the fields at home any longer, Kjersti said. Suddenly Lisbeth recollected what it was that she had pondered over so long as she lay awake the evening before. It was the name of the calves. In spite of all her pondering, she had got no further than to wonder whether the cow with the red sides and white head and a gentle but bright-looking face should not be called Bliros. That idea, however, she had given up. It seemed to her that only one cow in the world could be called Bliros. Then she had determined to think no longer about Bliros or the names of the calves, and so had fallen asleep. What if she had overslept herself now? She hoped not, with all her heart, for she had heard Kjersti Hoel say that she did not like girls to lie abed late and dally in the morning. How mortifying it would be for her not to be on the spot as early as the others to-day, her very first working day. Wide awake now, Lisbeth hopped quickly out of bed and popped into her long frock. Then, having made her bed with all haste, she opened the door, went out through the hallway, and stood on the outside steps. The sun had just risen above the highest spruce tops over the edge of the eastern hills, and the light was flooding the sides of the valley like a waterfall. In the meadows and on the sloping fields the sunbeams quivered in the dew. They sifted in gold, they glittered in green, they silvered the clear brooks that babbled down the hills. From every bush came a twittering and chirping and clapping of wings. From everything, everywhere, came a message of joy and activity and sprouting life. Mingled in one great morning effervescence, single sights and sounds were lost. Only the call of the cuckoo, far up on the birch-clad slope, was heard above the other sounds, and from every shining window glanced a big, serene eye of reflected sun rays. And just as there were thousands of different sounds, so there were also thousands of different odours. From the steaming earth, from the growing grass, from buds and blossoms, and above them all, like the cuckoo's call that was heard above the thousands of blended sounds, rose the fine, penetrating fragrance of newly sprouted birch trees. Lisbeth stood a while, drawing deep breaths and letting the sweet air and the effervescence of spring stream in upon her. Then she looked around at the different farm buildings. Quiet brooded within them, and every door was shut. Of all the living creatures belonging to the farm, not one was to be seen except Bearhunter, who got up slowly from the flat stone where he had been lying comfortably sunning himself, and came over to her, looking up into her face and wagging his tail. Truly, she believed, she was the first one up on the whole farm to-day. Well, of course, she would have to wait, so she sat herself down on the steps. Oh, no, it was just as she might have known it would be. Kjersti Hoel was up. Lisbeth heard her come out of her own room into the kitchen, take a big stick, and knock 3 times on the ceiling to waken the girls in the south chamber. In a moment Lisbeth heard a thump-thump as the girls hopped out of bed, and then a clattering noise as they put on their shoes. Soon Kjersti came out of the house. She was going over to the building where the men slept to waken them. Catching sight of Lisbeth, she exclaimed, "No, this cannot be Lisbeth already up. What a wide-awake little girl! I think I shall have to make you head milkmaid." At this Lisbeth became so shy that she could not raise her eyes to look at Kjersti. But it must be acknowledged that when the head milkmaid and the other girls came downstairs, a certain small nose was tilted a little higher than usual. Soon there was life and motion over the whole farm. The activity was very different from that of ordinary days, for everything was done with extra haste, and all that was done seemed to have some connection with the cow house. The doors at both ends of this building stood wide open, and every one seemed to have an errand which obliged him to pass through. The spring air streaming in made the cows turn round in their stalls, stretch their nostrils, and look out. When Kjersti herself appeared on the scene, after the girls had begun milking, and talked to the cows and patted the neck of the bell cow, the creatures at once realized what day it was. The bell cow threw up her head and bellowed till the cow house echoed. That was the signal for all the other cows. They pulled at their chains, swung their tails, and one after another, along the whole row, joined in a manifold bellow of joyful expectancy that shook the entire cow house, and seemed as if it would never end. Above the many-voiced chorus could be heard the bellowing of the big bull, deep and even and good-natured, as if he did not need to exert himself in the least in order to be heard. Although everything went so much more speedily to-day than usual, the time seemed long to Lisbeth Longfrock. When the farm people went into the house to eat their early breakfast, she could not understand how they could sit at the table so long. She finished her meal very quickly and asked if she might not go and let out the smaller animals, the sheep and the goats, so that would be done. Yes, Kjersti said she might. In a trice, therefore, she had them all out, and as usual they scattered in every direction, leaping and capering, all except Crookhorn, who seized her chance to slink into the cow house through the open door. But Lisbeth was so busy that she did not notice this. All at once there came an instant stillness, as if everything listened. Then from the farmhouse the tuneful clanging of a deep-toned bell was heard, and in a moment this was answered by such a joyful lowing and bellowing, such a sniffling and rattling of chains, that it seemed as if a thunderstorm were passing over the farm. For when the animals recognized the sound of that deep-toned bell, which they had not heard since they were shut up in the cow-house the autumn before, they knew that the time for being let out into the open air was close at hand. A formal procession now issued from the farmhouse. Kjersti marched at the front, carrying the big iron-bound cow collar to which the deep-toned bell was fastened. Next came the head milkmaid, followed by the under milkmaid, then the girls who worked in the farmhouse, and then the two farmhands with thick sticks, which they afterwards dealt out to the company, giving one to Lisbeth as well as to the rest. Last of all came Bearhunter, who also wanted to have a part in what was going on. When the procession reached the cow-house there was again a sudden silence. The cows, one and all, turned their heads toward the people as they came in, and looked at them with large expectant eyes. The procession then divided into groups, and definite work was assigned to each person. The head milkmaid was to unfasten the cows. Lisbeth and the under milkmaid and the housemaids, each with a stout stick, was to steer the cows out through the door. The farmhands were to stand in the cow lane to meet the creatures and guide them into the right road. They were to be pastured up in the north meadow, and to separate those who fought with each other. And Kjersti and Bearhunter were to watch everything from the gateway. All was ready. The moment for the start had come. Kjersti went into the stall of the cow who was to wear the bell. The cow straightened herself up, lifted her head as high as she could, and then stood stock still. She knew very well that she was the principal cow of the herd, and that the first place when they went out and in through the cow-house door belonged to her. But she knew also that even she had to be on her best behavior when Kjersti, the mistress of the whole farm, did her the honor of clasping round her neck the cow collar with its bell, emblem of dignity and power, and of unfastening the chain that held her in the stall. Kjersti clasped on the bell and unloosed the chain, which fell rattling to the floor, and then the bell cow swung slowly and deliberately out of the stall, like a big, heavy ship out of its dock, and wended her way with solemn dignity toward the door. She carried her head so high and so stiffly that you could not see the least swaying of her horns, and her bell gave only a single decided stroke at each step. The next to be let out was the big bull. The head milkmaid unloosed him, and he sailed out just as stiffly and heavily as the bell cow had done, with horns so high that they nearly touched the cow-house roof, and so wide apart that they seemed to stretch across the whole passageway. Lisbeth had never realized before how large the bull was. And then, one by one, in regular turn, the rest of the cows marched out. They were Brindle, Morlick, which means like its mother, Goldie, Speckle, Blackie, Pusher, Summerleaf, Darky, Wee Bonny, Trotabout, Wreathie, and Molly. Wreathie was so named because the white marks on her hide looked something like a wreath. Beyond the cow stalls, now empty, were the stalls of the heifers, whose names no one quite remembered as yet, and of the half-grown bulls, who did not have any name at all. When it came to the unloosening of the heifers and young bulls, the scene grew livelier and livelier. They stretched their necks and rubbed against their chains. They fell on their knees as soon as the unlooped chains slipped from their neck, and as they sprang up again you could hear their legs creak, so stiff were they from standing in the stall all winter. They ran plump against the side wall or up into the wrong passageway. They dashed noisily against the door, two reaching it at the same time and trying to rush through together, but getting wedged by their fat sides, while those who had been set free after them came close on their heels, pushing, clashing their horns, bellowing and butting, till suddenly, the blockade being broken, out rushed the whole throng. Directly in the wake of the heifers and young bulls, to Lisbeth's extreme surprise, followed Crookhorn, who, kicking up her heels, made a swift dash out through the doorway. Outside the cow house, too, all was life and stir. As the animals came into the lane, they lifted their heads, sniffed the air from the mountainside, and became eager and excited. Stiff-legged old cows, as well as young calves, kicked up their hind legs and made frolicsome leaps this way and that. They rushed playfully or angrily at each other, clashing their horns and giving a short bellow if worsted in a tussle. Then they dashed off to assail other members of the crowd. Everything combined to form a hubbub of lowing and bellowing, horn clashing and fence creaking, whacking of sticks and shouting of people, while back and forth through all the confusion, with his horns high above all the other horns, went the big bull, like a great heavy snow-plough, clearing the way. Of the whole herd, only one cow stood undisturbed amid the wild uproar, calmly waiting and looking around. That was the bell cow, whom, of course, none of the other cows dared to disturb. At last the head milkmaid came to the front and gave a call. The bell cow threw up her head and, with a loud, echoing bellow, started to follow her. Next came Brindle, still sniffing with anger after her many encounters. She had got the best of all who were worth getting the best of, and if she could not be the bell cow, she would at least stand next to her. Directly after Brindle came Crookhorn, with a self-important air and making herself as tall as possible. But Brindle was in no mood for seeing the funny side of things today, so she lunged out with one of her long hind legs and gave Crookhorn a blow on the head that made the prideful goat see stars. But Crookhorn merely tossed her head and went on as if nothing had happened. Such actions, she thought, were probably customary among cows. The head milkmaid kept on calling, and the cows, one after another, hearing her voice, started toward her. Soon the whole noisy herd, led by the deep-toned bell and urged by shouts and flourishing of sticks, was going in full swing toward the north meadow. Up in the meadow, which they reached after a while, the ground was level and there was plenty of room, so that the danger of collisions and other accidents was lessened. The young creatures danced around in wild play, and those of the cows who had not settled the question of mastery fought now a battle that was to be decisive for the whole summer. Soon, however, everything became quiet again, and in a couple of hours all of the animals, even the worst combatants, were grazing placidly side by side. After this the farm people began to go home, all except the head maid and Lisbeth, who were to remain a little while longer, so as to be on hand in case anything happened. And something did happen. Brindle, whose quiet behaviour had been only temporary, soon began to rove uneasily back and forth, sniffing hard. She was really the one who ought to be wearing the bell, she sniffed to herself. And then suddenly, with a violent rush, she hurled herself at the bell cow. Such a fight as they had then! The turf flew in all directions. Soon a sharp crack was heard, and a short, wild bellow, and one of Brindle's horns lay dangling. Brindle shook her head till the blood splashed, then, giving another bellow, she turned and ran the shortest way home as fast as her legs could carry her, never stopping until she had reached the cow-house door. There she gave vent to a terrible bellowing, as if she wanted to bring down all the farm buildings over the people's ears. After dinner the calves were let out. Lisbeth had finally named the 3 cow calves, Yellow Speckle, Red Size, and Young Moolley, but as yet she had found no name to suit her for the bull calf. Lisbeth saw plainly that Kjersti wondered why she had not called any of the calves after Bliros, Gentle Cow, but she gave no sign of having noticed Kjersti's thought. This is the way the calves were induced to leave their pen and to cross the cowhouse floor. To begin with, a good-sized pail with a little milk in it was held out to each calf. In their eagerness to get the milk, the calves thrust their head clear into the pails, and when the person holding these began to run, the calves ran too with the pails over their heads like hats. Outside the cowhouse door the pails were snatched off, and there stood the calves, who had never before been beyond their pen, in the very midst of the great, wonderful new world. The startled creatures gave an amazed look, and then began to back, just as if they felt themselves suddenly standing at the head of a steep stairway. But soon they ventured to put one foot carefully forward, then another and another. It was slow work, one step at a time, but at length they found there was firm ground in this new region. They concluded that the world was only a larger calf pen after all, but it was a wonderfully light calf pen, and its walls were certainly a long way off. Swish! Up went their tails into the air, and away they scampered like the wildest of forest animals. Then began a great race in the big field, from fence to fence, this way and that, crosswise and round and round. Every time the calves jumped over a hillock, Kjersti and Lisbeth saw their tails stand straight up against the skylight tillers. Lisbeth thought she had never seen anything so funny. But they could not keep together long. They soon ran off in various directions, and in the evening Lisbeth had to go to the farthest corners of the field with a pail and coax them home one by one, for of course they did not have sense enough to know when to go home, they who were out in the world for the first time. Lisbeth was lying again in her little room. It was the evening of her first working day. She had said her simple evening prayer as usual, and then stretched herself out on the bed, feeling how good it was to rest, for her body was tired through and through. What a day it had been! A long day, too, she knew; nevertheless, she could not imagine where it had gone. She felt that she must think over all that had happened. But drowsiness came stealing upon her, and threw the scenes of the day into confusion. She saw a pair of big horns that ploughed like a snowplough through a swarming crowd, and then she saw Brindle standing in her stall with her head on one side and a big bandage over one of her horns, looking exactly like an old peasant woman with a kerchief tied around her head for a headache. And then she thought she saw, written in the air, a couplet that she had once heard. Rearing its tail against the sky, danced the calf on the hilltop high. And then Lisbeth Longfrock fell asleep. The next day, with the lunch bag upon her back, Lisbeth Longfrock set off for a forest that lay not far off, taking the sheep and goats with her. She had not succeeded in getting Crookhorn to go along, however. The self-willed goat had taken the shortest cut up to the north meadow, where the cows were again pastured. Lisbeth's second working day, like her first, seemed a very long one, for the forest was wonderfully lonesome and still. The little girl had time to think of many, many things, of her mother and Jacob and Peerout Castle, and it must be acknowledged that she cried a wee bit too. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Lisbeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Unwin. Translated by Laura E. Poulsen. Chapter 5. Summer. Taking the animals up to the sæter. Upward over the open slope across the valley from Hoel Farm a lengthy procession was taking its way. Kjersti Hoel stood at the window of her room,
following the procession with her eyes as long as she could, for soon it would vanish from the open slope into the wooded part of the mountain. The herds belonging to Hoel Farm were that day being taken up to the sæter to spend the summer grazing on the rich grass which grows in sunny places here and there on the mountain heights. At the head of the procession rode the milkmaid on the military horse, which for this occasion had a woman's saddle upon its back. The saddle had a high frame, so that it looked almost like an easy chair, and the milkmaid sitting aloft on it, dressed in her best, and with a white linen kerchief on her head, was rosy, plump, and also somewhat self-conscious, for was she not the most important person in the company, the one who was to give all the commands? After her came two farm hands, each leading a horse whose back fairly curved in under its heavy load. Then followed the herds in order of rank. First came the bell cow, then Brindle with her wounded horn that had grown on awry, then Crookhorn, then Darkey, and behind Darkey the whole long train of cows, all except two, Old Molly and the pet, Wee Bonny, who were to stay at home to furnish milk for the people there and to teach the new calves to follow. After the cows stalked the big bull, as if acting as rearguard for his herd. Next came the goats, hurrying along and trying to get ahead, then the sheep in a tight clump, and behind these four great pigs and a few calves, while at the very end of the train came the under milkmaid and Lisbeth Longfrock with her lunch bag on her back. In the beginning all had gone as gaily as a dance, for almost every one had pleasant memories of the summer before, and it seemed impossible to reach the mountain top quickly enough. But as they mounted, the way became steeper and steeper, and the sun rose higher and higher, burning their backs. The pigs began to lag behind, trying to branch off at every side path so as to get a little nap in the shade or cool off in a mud hole. The sheep and goats, feeling the need of something in their stomachs, slipped aside whenever they spied a young birch tree whose leaves they could nibble, or a fence to peep through, or a plot of green grass. The last year's calves, who had not been to the sæter before, saw no reason at all for hurrying, and made no attempt at it except when the stick was used upon them. So Lisbeth Longfrock had to keep rushing off the roads into side paths, behind bushes, into forest thickets and boggy marshes, to drag the various creatures back into line, and scarcely did she get them safely on to the road from one side before they slipped out again on the other. She had to take off one of her long knitted garters and tie it round her waist so that she could tuck her long frock up out of the way, for she was constantly on the run, coaxing, shouting, and circumventing. It was a hard struggle. Her light hair became dripping wet, and her face was as red as a half-ripe mountain cranberry, but Lisbeth did not notice her discomfort, so absorbed was she in what she had to do. The under milkmaid would return to the farm with the men when the sæter was reached. It was Lisbeth who was to have the responsibility for the smaller animals during the whole summer, and who was to bring them home in the autumn fat and glossy. She and the head milkmaid had their special responsibilities, each at her own end of the line, as it were, and even if Lisbeth's was only the tail end, she did not wish to have the disgrace of being unable to keep it in order. The procession continued mounting higher and higher, and soon the whole valley lay below, deep and wide and delicately green. The fir trees became smaller and more scattered, the slender birches grew closer together. Before long the first specimens of black crowberries and old woman switches (dwarf birch trees) were seen, and with that the procession was up over the crest of the mountain side. Then, all at once, it seemed as if a heavy weight slipped off, as if all the weariness was smoothed away from man and beast. The whole mountain sent its freshness and peace streaming over them. They were in a new world. Before them, with its boundless surface broken into level spaces and undulating slopes, lay the mountain top, stretching itself far, far away until lost in the deepening blue of a snow-streaked summit. If they looked back, the valley seemed to have sunk out of sight, but on the mountain top across the valley they could see wide expanses of open land dotted with shining water and grassy sæter districts. Drawing a long breath, all gazed silently around. What a tranquillity lay over everything! Of their own accord, the animals fell into order along the stony road curving endlessly beyond them. They made no more attempts to branch off into side paths, but walked slowly along at an even pace. That gave Lisbeth a little time to view her surroundings. She had never seen a place so broad and open, and up here she was to spend the whole bright summer. All at once, in the midst of all this vastness and space, Lisbeth felt herself so wonderfully little. But she was not at all terrified. She only felt very solemn and peaceful. She began to think of the future, of the rest of the day, the coming of summer, and the many summers that would follow. Sometime she herself would be big and grown up, like the head milkmaid, whom she could now see sitting on the high saddle far ahead. Sometimes she herself would sit up there, perhaps, and ride at the front. The pack horses refused to go slowly now, even under their heavy loads. They forged ahead, past the mounted milkmaid, and soon disappeared over a distant ridge. The procession followed slowly. Hour after hour it wound its curving way over ridges and brooks, past sæters and shining mountain lakes. Lisbeth had the honour of sitting up in the saddle and riding a while, the milkmaid feeling she would gladly walk a little. Evening began to draw nigh. They took their way high up through a gap in the mountain which they had seen in the distance early in the morning. After that the road began to descend. They met with birch trees again, and one single warped fir tree, and from below they heard the rushing sound of a large river. They reached at last the edge of the sæter valley to which they were bound, and stood still to look down. Below them lay a comparatively level space, peaceful and green, with its 3 sæter huts belonging to Hoegseth, Lunde, and Hurl farms. From the chimneys of 2 of the huts smoke was ascending in the still afternoon air. The gazers were filled with delight. This, then, was the spot where they were to spend the summer. The cows began to bellow. The smaller animals, one and all, started on a run past the cows and down the hill. Early next morning Lisbeth was on her way across the mountain pasture with the small animals in her charge. She did not have the lunch bag on her back now, for while she was up at the sæter she was to take dinner at the hut every noon. The sunshine was brilliant. The cows had been turned loose and were walking away on the nearest cow path, going in single file as if strung on a line. The leader's bell rang deeply and regularly, its tone mingling with others quite as deep from the neighbouring sæters, and in upon this solemn ringing broke the delicate brisk dingle-dangle of the smaller creatures' bells. The time had come now when Lisbeth Longfrock was to make her first entrance into the vast unknown. The milkmaid had told her that while tending her animals this first day she should not wander too far, lest she might not be able to find her way back. She was to listen to the other herders and keep near them. The milkmaid did not know whether the other herders were boys or girls this year. Lisbeth kept looking back every now and then to keep track of the way she had come, and was apparently loath to lose sight of the hut. But the animals drifted rapidly off in the distance, and she had to follow so as not to lose sight of them altogether, and after a while, when she looked back, the hut could not be seen. Around her were only the unending wastes of hill and marsh, and the far-away mountain peaks. How spacious and silent it was! Not a sound was to be heard except that of the bells. Not even the river's rushing harmonies reached up to where she stood. She suddenly felt herself so utterly alone and remote, and had such a longing to caress some living creature, that she went among the flock and petted now this one and now that. The bell goat became so envious that it butted the others out of the way and stood rubbing itself against her. All at once there came a call, "Ho, hi, ho! Ho, hi, ho!" so loud and clear that the mountains echoed with it. The goats pricked up their ears, and Lisbeth, too, listened breathlessly. The call was so unexpected that she had not distinguished from what quarter it came. It sounded near, and yet, because of all the echoes, from all directions. Ho, hi, ho! Ho, hi, ho! This time the call was still louder. Presently she heard bells, several bells, and then she saw a large flock of sheep and goats come straggling over the crest of a hill. Very likely it was the other herders who were calling. Lisbeth saw two straw hats rise above the hill, and by degrees two tall boys seemed to grow out of the hilltop, boys about as big as Jacob. At the sight of them Lisbeth felt so shy she knelt down and hid herself behind a bushy mound. The boys shaded their eyes with their hands and looked down from the hilltop. "Ho, ho!" they called, and then listened. "Ho, ho!" No answer. All was still. Then one of the boys cried out, "Oh, ho, you boy from Hoel, don't you hear? If you have pluck, we call you to appear." They stood a while watching. Then they darted forward, turned 2 or 3 somersaults, and ran down the hill toward her, repeating their call and shouting. Again they stopped and listened, as if uncertain. "Ho, ho! If you lie hid beside some bush or stone, come out and show there's marrow in your bone." Then the two boys came to the bottom of the hill where Lisbeth's flock was, and looked around. No, they did not see any one. The new herder from Hoel, who dared to lose track of his flock the first day, must be a reckless young scamp, a fellow it might be fun to get acquainted with. Very likely he had heard of their bathing place in the sloping marsh. Probably that was where he had gone now. Well, they would take his animals with them and go there themselves. But first they would give another call. Perhaps he was not so far away that he might hear if they gave a good, loud one. "Ho, ho!" From far away, Echo repeated the sounds in dwarf language, as the Norwegian boys call it. "Ho, ho!" When it was still again, there sounded close at hand, and thin as clear as the peep of a bird, "Ho, hi, ho!" That was from Lisbeth, who, when she heard that they were going to take her flock away, felt that she ought to call out, though it was extremely embarrassing. The boys stopped short, greatly astonished. From behind the bushy little mound there rose something small, just like a tiny hill woman, in a plaid neckerchief and a long frock, who stood stock still and looked at them with large, shy eyes. At the sight of her the boys were somewhat abashed. It was a little embarrassing for them to find that their boastful, taunting rhymes had been directed against a poor, timorous young one, and a girl at that. But it was exasperating, too, for they had expected to see a comrade of their own size. Humph! Any one could see that Hoel Farm had womenfolk at the head of it. The mistress was not willing that even the herder should be a boy. If the young one had only been bigger than themselves, they could have shown their contempt for her and chased her. But that little midget, no, indeed, grown-up fellows like them did not waste either words or blows on such small fry. It would be a good plan, however, to talk with her a bit and see whether another herder was not coming to take her place. After that they would have nothing more to do with her. They could get along by themselves for one summer. All that was necessary was to frighten her a little, so she would keep out of their way. They came over to Lisbeth and stood before her, big boy-like, with their hands in their pockets. Then one of them said, "Are you going to be the Hoel herder this summer?" "Yes," answered Lisbeth. Then, as if to excuse herself, she added, "Kjersti wanted me to." "What is your name?" "Lisbeth, and Jacob calls me Longfrock." "Where are you from?" from Peerout. Are you Jacob Peerout's sister? We went to school with him last winter. Yes, I am. What a nuisance that Jacob himself did not come. We haven't any use at all for young ones like you up here. The speaker, who was the larger of the two boys, stood a while waiting for a reply, but Lisbeth did not know what answer to make to his remark, and therefore said nothing. So he continued, "Well, we only wanted to say to you, I'm Ole Hoegseth, and that fellow over there is Peter Lunde, that you must keep out of our way. You must not dare to come a step beyond the line running from Pancake Stone down around the sloping marsh to the pointing stump near the Hoegseth cow park. If you let your animals graze beyond that line, your brother Jacob next winter shall get all the thrashings you ought to have had this summer." Lisbeth was dreadfully frightened, and her mouth began to tremble. Then the second boy said to the larger one, "Yes, but Jacob is so strong he will get the best of you." "Not when I have brought myself into good training. Hoi!" And he turned a handspring. "Now you know what Jacob may expect, so take care what you do. We boys are going up to the sloping marsh to bathe. Ho i ho!" With a shout and call they took their way up over the hill again. At the top they looked back and then glanced a little dubiously at each other. Lisbeth Longfrock was still standing where they had left her, and she was crying. Lisbeth felt very small and forlorn as she stood there. She certainly did not want to do anything that Jacob would get a thrashing for. If only she knew where it was that she was not allowed to go! But she had not the least idea where either the pointing stump or the sloping marsh lay. All that she could do would be to keep with her animals and find out about these places later. Some time afterwards, when Lisbeth had mounted a small round hill, she heard the bells of the boys' flocks again. That gave her a fright, and she began to chase her animals off in another direction. But as she turned round to do so, she saw, far, far down the marsh, two white figures running, jumping, and playing leap-frog in the sunshine beside a gleaming pond. The boys had let their flocks stray away from them. Lisbeth dreaded incurring more displeasure, but surely something ought to be done. There was no help for it. She would really have to take care of the stray animals for a while. The boys could not be angry at that, she knew, because the greatest disgrace that can befall a herder is the losing of his flock, and for boys so big as these to go back to the sæter without any animals would be especially humiliating. So Lisbeth went to work gathering the flocks together, jumping up on a mound every now and then to see if the boys were not ready to come, but they appeared to have forgotten everything except their play. At length she saw that the boys suddenly stood still and listened, peering about in all directions. Then they started into activity again, snatched up their clothes, put them on in great haste, and started off on a run toward the opposite end of the marsh. Every little while they would stop and listen, and then run on again. They were so far off that there was no use in Lisbeth shouting to them, or trying to give the call, "Ho hi ho!" When the boys reached the round hill that lay on the other side of the marsh, they ran to the top and again peered in all directions for a long time. Then, fast as their legs could carry them, they made their way back across the marsh straight toward the small round hill where Lisbeth was. As they neared it, Lisbeth thought that now was the time to give the herder's call, for the flocks were on the other side of the hill and their bells could not be heard by the boys. Her first call was too weak. She gave another somewhat stronger. The boys stopped and answered. The girl called again, "Ho hi ho!" and then the boys came up the hill. They found it a little difficult to break the silence. It was rather annoying to be obliged to question that young one about their flocks, but there was no other way. "Have you seen our animals?" Lisbeth looked at them pleadingly. "They are here at the foot of the hill. I have been taking care of them, but you must not thrash Jacob for it." The boys looked, as they felt, rather crestfallen, but they had to say something, so Ole remarked, as they turned and left her, Oh, well, we'll let him off for this one time. When Lisbeth went to fasten the gate of the fold that evening, Peter Lunde came bobbing along outside the fence. "You haven't seen a strange sheep here, have you?" "No, I have counted mine." "Well, perhaps I counted mine wrong. Very likely they are all there." The two stood looking at each other for a while. They both grew shy and had to turn their eyes away. At last Peter said, "Lisbeth, if you want to, you may tend your flock wherever we tend ours, and you may come to our pond. I understood Ole to say that he is willing too, but if he makes any fuss about it, why, I can thrash him if I really want to." "Yes, I will gladly come, you may be sure." "Well, then, I will come after you to morrow morning, back at the hill here." Lisbeth did not get a chance to say anything more, for Peter was off like a flash round the corner. He had seen Ole coming. Ole came lounging along in his usual fashion, with his hands in his pockets. "You haven't seen a strange sheep, have you?" "No." "Humph! Is one of yours missing?" "I don't know exactly." "Humph! I thought I would tell you that you need not bother yourself about what I said to day. I did not mean anything by it. It was Peter that made me say it, and if you want me to, I can thrash him for it to morrow." Chapter 6 of Lisbeth Longfrock. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Arndt. Translated by Laura E. Polson. Chapter 6 The Taming of Crookhorn. It was early morning in the latter part of summer, and the sun was shining brightly over Hoel Sæter. Lisbeth was alone inside the fold, milking goats. All was quiet and peaceful. Not a bell was heard. The only sounds were the gentle rush of the river far below and an occasional soft thud from the cow house when a cow bumped her horns against the wall in getting up. The milkmaid was inside the cow house, milking the cows. Lisbeth's hands were still too small for that work, so it had been arranged that she should have entire charge of the goats instead of helping with the larger animals. Suddenly, from the hill above the sæter rose ho ho ho, and in a few minutes the call was answered a little farther off with a touch of irritation in the tone ho 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 ho. Lisbeth looked up and listened. Then, with a smile of happy satisfaction, she went over to the fence and called ho ho ho. Now she could send out the tones with vigor, so that they rang back from all the hills round. Her voice no longer trembled when she answered the big boy's call. Today she knew that they were calling especially to summon her, and that they dared to come close to the sæter with their animals because they had an errand, something they had planned with the milkmaid and Lisbeth. By the sound of the bells she could tell that the boys were driving the animals as fast as they could. The boy that was behind, Peter, of course, was provoked at not being first. But if you please, they would have to wait till she had finished her work. They were out extremely early today. However strange it may seem, Lisbeth Longfrock, soon after her arrival at Hoel Sæter, had become a prime favourite with the other herders. The day after her first painful experience, the boys, as proposed, had met her beside the hill. Peter first, and then Ole. No reference was made to the previous day. It was merely taken for granted that in future she would be with them. Ole said that she could look after their animals together with her own while they went off to bathe. Peter thought she could too, so she agreed with the arrangement. But the boys did not play very long on the bank of the pond that day when they had finished bathing. It was not much fun, after all, to be down there by themselves. So it had come to pass that Lisbeth and her animals never came strolling over the hill in the morning without meeting the boys. They generally came at nearly the same time, each from the direction of his own sæter, apparently trying to see who could be the first to give the call. But when they met, each did his best to make out to the other that he had come there by the merest chance, both sheepishly realizing that the very evening before they had put on big boy airs about that young one whom they could never get rid of, and had said they would go off in an entirely different direction the next day to avoid her if possible. Often the boys would have athletic contests, turning handsprings and wrestling from one meal time to another, because neither boy was willing to give up beaten. More than once in a single morning or afternoon would Lisbeth have to remind them to look after their animals, because, completely forgotten by the boys, the flocks had strayed nearly out of sight. Occasionally it happened that one boy would reach Hurlsetter 10 or 15 minutes before the other, and would find Lisbeth ready to set out. In that case, the first comer would insist that he and Lisbeth should start out by themselves, urging that the other boy had probably gone somewhere else that day. Such times were almost the pleasantest, Lisbeth thought, for then the one boy had always so much to show her that the other boy did not know about. A marshy ledge, white as snow with cloudberry blossoms, where there would be many, many berries in the autumn. That ledge they could keep for themselves. It was not worth while to let the other boy know about everything they found. Or a ptarmigan nest with 13 big eggs in it. Or a ridge where scouring rushes grew unusually long and thick. Each boy talked more with her, too, when by himself, and was less boastful and rough. And the one boy would climb trees and get spruce gum for her, while she would seek scouring rush for him. Scouring rush is something that requires a special knack in the one who has discovered it, and the boys had never seen Lisbeth's equal in spying it out. Peter said that if there was a single spear going anywhere you might be sure that she would find it, in which Ole responded that for his part he believed he could find one even when there wasn't any. And how many, many things both boys thought of that they could make! One day when it rained, Ole made Lisbeth a hat out of birch bark, and the next day Peter came with a pair of birch bark shoes for her. The milkmaid must have laughed when she saw Lisbeth coming home that second day, wearing the birch bark hat and shoes, and carrying her ordinary shoes in her hand. Another day Ole gave her a pocket knife. She ought to have something to whittle with, he thought, and he did not need that knife because he had one with a sheath that he always wore in his belt. The next day Peter bought her a musical horn that he had made in the evening from a goat's horn. It had an unusually fine tone. You could manage to play that funny tune, Old Woman with a Stick, on it after a fashion. Ole speculated a while as to what he could do to beat that, and then he hit upon an idea. He would tame Crookhorn. They had often seen Crookhorn going with the cows as if she were one of them, and they knew that though she was Lisbeth's own goat, there was no use in trying to make her go with the other goats. The little girl had told them how impossible it had been to manage the creature at the farm, and that Kjersti said that the men would have to make an end of her when winter came. So Ole offered to tame Crookhorn. He was sure he could teach her to go with the others. There had never been a goat yet that had not been forced to yield when he attempted to master it. Yes, indeed, Lisbeth was more than willing for him to try. If he succeeded, she would gladly give him all she owned. No, Ole did not want any payment for doing it, but if she insisted on giving him something, he would like the goat's horn after the goat was slaughtered, as it would have to be some day. They would make matchless horns to blow upon. But Peter, too, wanted to have a share in the undertaking. If the goat proved to be very cross and obstinate, 2 persons would surely be needed to tame her. Then they could have 1 horn apiece. Ole did not know whether he would agree to that or not, for it was he who had thought of the plan. Yes, but how could he carry it out? Peter did not believe that Crookhorn could be made to go with the other goats unless there was a stronger goat for her to be fastened to. Ole did not have one. It was Peter who had the big billy goat, the only one strong enough for the task. Yes, that was true. So Peter might help in taming Crookhorn if he would lend his billy goat. Lisbeth, for her part, thought that they ought all to help. That was the only proper way. And her suggestion was finally followed. Ole's taming of Crookhorn was the errand that brought the boys to Hoel Sæter on the morning that Lisbeth and the milkmaid were doing their milking so early. The two flocks came pushing and crowding over the hill, but as soon as the animals realized they were to be allowed to go close to the sæter, they began to run at full speed. It was always such fun to go to a strange place. They would be sure to find something new to see and to stick their noses into. Perhaps a little milk stirabout in the pig trough, a little salt on the salting stone, or a hole in the fence where one could get a chance to squeeze through without being seen. The bells clanged, the boys ran about shouting and hallooing and giving their musical calls, trying to keep the worst goats in order, but perhaps making a little more noise than was necessary. Where all had been so still before, there was now the liveliest commotion. The milkmaid could not resist going to the cow-house door to look out, and Lisbeth would surely have forgotten to milk the last of her goats if it had not come over to her of its own accord and stood directly in her way as she was going out of the fold. When Ole saw the milkmaid at the cow-house door, he called out, "Shall you not let out your cattle soon?" "Yes, I am ready to," answered the milkmaid. "Are you ready, Lisbeth?" "I am milking my last goat." Soon everything was done, and the animals stood waiting to be let out. Ole had with him a strong band woven of willow withes, with an ingeniously fastened loop at each end. One loop was for Peter's billy goat, the other for Crookhorn. Ole thought it was a very fine apparatus indeed. "Where is Crookhorn?" "In the cow house." "Then I had better go in and get her myself. Bring your goat, Peter, and hold him ready." Peter called his big billy goat. It knew its name and came at once. "Let me see how strong you are," said Peter. He took hold of its horns, held its head down, and pushed against it. The billy goat bunted, took a fresh dart, bunted again they often played in this way and sent Peter against the fence. "There!" exclaimed Peter, picking himself up. "I rather think that billy goat is strong enough to drag any goat along, no matter how big a one." Peter fairly glowed with pride. Ole, too, wanted to try the strength of the goat. Yes, it was an amazingly strong goat. Then Ole went to the cow house and in a few moments came back leading Crookhorn by the band of willow withes. The next step was to fasten the other loop around the billy goat's neck, and behold, there stood the two goats harnessed together. But neither of them seemed to notice that anything had been done. Lisbeth and the milkmaid and the boys waited for a while expectantly, but the billy goat rather enjoyed being looked at and would not budge so long as they and the flocks were near by. He merely stood still and wanted to be petted. So Ole said, "Let your animals out, Lisbeth, and start ours on the path, Peter. Then we shall see a double-team grazing contest." Lisbeth opened the gate and her animals crowded out, taking their customary way up over the hill. Peter drove his own flock and Ole's after them. Seeing this, the billy goat thought it was high time for him to be jogging along, so he took a step forward, but something was the matter. He looked back. Who was playing tricks and hindering him? He saw Crookhorn with all four legs planted fast on the ground and her neck stretched out. "Pooh! Nothing but that," thought the billy goat, taking a couple of steps forward. Crookhorn found herself obliged to follow, but she laid her head back and struggled. Then the billy goat gathered all his force, set his horns high in the air, and tugged at the band. He would show her that he was not to be kept back by any such foolery. Crookhorn again found herself obliged to follow, but she resisted and resisted with all her might. At length her forelegs doubled up under her, and she sank upon her knees; but the billy goat went on as if nothing had happened, and Crookhorn had to follow on her knees across the whole flat part of the sæter field. Lisbeth and the boys shrieked with laughter, and even the milkmaid found it impossible not to join in. When Crookhorn reached the beginning of the hill, where the ground was more uneven, she thought it wiser to get up and trot along on her 4 feet. But though she yielded thus far for the sake of her own comfort, she still continued to struggle against being forced to go at all. The animals took the customary path leading farther over the mountain. Little by little, Crookhorn seemed to conclude that she must submit to the inevitable. During the first part of the morning she was sullen and contrary, merely allowing herself to be dragged along. But as the day wore on and her stomach felt empty and slack, she grew more subdued and began to walk quietly forward, eating as she went like any other goat, only looking up once in a while when she heard the heavy cowbell in the distance. The fun was gone when Crookhorn took to behaving well, so the boys began as usual to wrestle and turn somersaults, and this they kept up until it was nearly time to go home for their nooning. Then Ole said, "Let us slip her loose on trial. I think she must be cured by this time." Yes, the others agreed to that. So they called to the billy goat coaxingly. He came jogging along, with his big horns straight up, and Crookhorn trailing after him. Ole first set the billy goat free, and then, kneeling down before Crookhorn, he took hold of her beard. Crookhorn pawed with her feet as goats do when they want to get rid of this hold. But Ole would not let her go. He wished to give her a few admonitions first. Now that she had found her master, he told her, she need no longer imagine she was a cow. Hereafter she was to behave like other goats, or she would have him to deal with, and at this he gave her beard a wag, as if to add force to his words. That hurt Crookhorn, and she made a bound straight at him and sent him rolling backward. Then, passing directly over him, with the willow band trailing behind her, she set out at a trot across the marsh in the direction from which the sound of the cowbell had come. Ole struggled up again, stamped the ground with rage, and started after her. Lisbeth and Peter were already on the way. They shouted and screamed as they ran, and threatened Crookhorn with all sorts of punishments if she did not stop. But Crookhorn acted as if she did not understand. She ran, and they ran after her. The boys became more and more angry. It had never happened before that they had been unable to capture a goat, and besides, each boy was eager to get ahead of the other. So they ran faster and faster. Although Lisbeth Longfrock was light-footed, especially with her birch-bark shoes on, she lagged behind. It was like wading in deep water to try and run in that long frock of hers, which, in the hasty start of the morning, she had forgotten to tuck up in her belt as usual. Soon she caught a last glimpse of the boys as they disappeared over a hill on the other side of the marsh. Peter was ahead. She believed he really was the faster runner of the two. But she herself was only in the middle of the marsh. So she stopped. Certainly the best thing that she could do was to go back and get the animals together, otherwise all 3 flocks were likely to stray away. She turned back, recrossed the marsh, and had climbed the hill a little way when she heard a rumbling and thudding noise, which grew constantly louder and louder, while the ground seemed to roll in waves under her feet. What could it be? Around the foot of the hill came a big herd of horses. Oh, what a big herd! There were horses old and young, and foals running beside their mothers, horses brown, dun-coloured, black, and white, and all of them were so bright and shiny and fat and skittish. They trotted and ran with heads tossing, those ahead being passed by others, then those behind getting ahead again, making a noise almost like the booming of thunder. Lisbeth stood still and watched them, half afraid. She had never seen so big a herd before. They noticed her too, but they did not run at her at all. Only two or three stopped, pricked up their ears, and gazed at her, trying to make out what kind of little creature she could be. Then they ran on again, and in an instant the whole herd had gone past. Lisbeth could only hear the thunder of their hoofs as they galloped into the path leading to the sæter. But her animals and the boys' flocks! Naturally, the horses had frightened them. Lisbeth could see no trace of them anywhere. She ran from hill to hill, stopping to listen and then running again. It was all of no use. She could not find them. The only wise course for her was to go back to the sæter. This was the first and only time that Lisbeth Longfrock went home without taking her animals with her. But when she reached the sæter, there lay the whole flock peacefully within the fold, chewing the cud. They had gone home of their own accord. The horses that had given Lisbeth such a fright were there also, walking about and licking up the salt which the milkmaid had strewn for them. In the afternoon the milkmaids from the other sæters came to inquire after the boys, for their goats had also come home of themselves long before the usual time. It was not until much later that Ole and Peter arrived, dragging Crookhorn between them. When the milkmaids laughed at them, the boys could not help feeling a little chagrined. That they had let their flock stray away could not be denied, but no one could say that they had come home without any animal at all, though two big boys did seem rather a liberal number to be in charge of a single goat, however large that goat might be. Things had gone wrong for that day, Ole noticed, but Crookhorn was not to think she had seen the end of the struggle. They would take her with them again the next day. She should get her deserts. But it turned out otherwise. Crookhorn knew better than to let such a thing happen. When they took off the willow band, she stood still a while with her neck stretched up, looking at the horses which were at that moment going out of the enclosure. Suddenly she kicked up her hind legs in real horse fashion, and then away she went after the herd as fast as she could go. The milkmaids, as well as the boys, could do nothing but stand and gape when they saw her join the horses. Probably she imagines now that she is a horse, thought they. For a while they stood in silence, watching the receding herd. Then Ole said in his dry fashion, "If there had been any elephants here, it would have been just like Crookhorn to imagine herself an elephant." Chapter 7 of Lisbeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Arnwood. Translated by Laura E. Paulson. Chapter 7. Home from the Sæter. Summer, with its light nights and brilliant days, comes rapidly to full power on the mountains in Norway. The season is brief but intense. It begins with a creeping of green light over the gentle slopes and unending marshes, and a trickling of light green down around each tew or little mound of earth covered with moss and tiny berry plants. Ptarmigans roam about in solitary pairs, murmuring when any one comes too near to their nests. Gnats and horseflies buzz through the air, and cows, with tails set straight up, scamper friskily about, trying to escape the irritating stings. Over everything lies a thick, warm, dark blue haze, hindering a free outlook. But soon come the blueberries, the marsh wool or cotton grass, and later the cloudberries, and on some fine day, when the mother ptarmigans go out to walk, peeping sounds are heard around them, here, there, and everywhere. The mother birds scold more than ever now that their young ones are whirling like so many feathery balls a yard or more upward, and 2 or 3 yards forward, and then tumbling down into the heather again, head foremost. By this time the cows roam about quietly and meditatively over the mountain, seeking the juiciest, best flavoured herbage to nibble. The warm haze melts away, and the air becomes so sparklingly clear that the mountain peaks miles distant are as delicately and sharply outlined as the nearest little mound. Then the cloudberry blossoms fall, and soon the marshes go yellow and red, the tiny blossoms of the heather colour all the knolls and rocky places, the greenness vanishes, and over the patches of white reindeer moss, which shine out like snow here and there on the mountain, comes a blush of red and a tinge of brown. Autumn is now drawing near. Much of the time the sun shines brightly, and when it does, how glorious to be the herder of a flock! But there come days also when the fog spreads itself like a close grey blanket, under which the ground, with its mounds and bushes and heather, creeps steadily, disappearing a few yards away. And out of the fog comes a fine, mist-like rain, which deposits itself in tiny grey beads on every blade and every pine needle, so that wherever any one goes there is a little sprinkling of water. In such weather it is far from pleasant to be in charge of a flock. If the animals move forward quietly, the herder must seek shelter under every bush, with a piece of sacking over his shoulders to shield him from the wet. But it is far more likely that he will be obliged to run about, with the water squeezing in and out of his shoes, trying to keep track of his animals, for in weather like this the mushrooms spring up plentifully, and the animals scatter eagerly in all directions to find them, scorning other food when these may be obtained. Sometimes, when the herder is speeding along the edge of a marsh, a pair of large, powerful cranes, who are on their journey south, will loom suddenly before him out of the fog. This startles him greatly, for the cranes seem to the herder much larger than they really are. They look like a couple of great sheep with wings on. Later in the season comes a morning when all is glistening white. A little snow has fallen during the night, not enough to last, however; it melts away as the day goes on. But after this the animals no longer like to go up on the higher parts of the mountain. The cows stand lowing at the gate of the sæter enclosure. They know that sooner or later they will be allowed to slip in there to enjoy the last of the mountain's good grazing. The goats look inquiringly backward as they are let out of the fold. Summer is over. Everyone longs to go down again to the home farm. At last the day comes when the gate is opened and the cows rush into the sæter enclosure. They know now that they will not have to go up on the bare mountain again this year. Then the farm hands come up with pack horses, and other horses that have been running wild on the mountain all summer are found and taken home. The packs are tied up. There is a great washing, a clearing away of rubbish and putting things in order for next summer, and at last Bufar Day, the long-expected day of returning to the home farm, arrives. On Bufar Day, Lisbeth Longfox stood up on the ridge of the turf-covered cowhouse roof, taking a final look at the surrounding scene. She was all ready for the journey. Her lunch bag was on her back, her birch bark hat on her head, and the goat horn which Peter had given her hung on a string around her neck. In her hand she carried a stout stick. Within the sæter enclosure the cows and smaller animals were roving back and forth from fence to fence impatiently. They knew that Bufar Day had come, for along the wall of the sæter hut, in a row, stood the horses' packs, filled with butter tubs, and cheese boxes, and tied to the fence were the horses themselves. All of these had pack saddles on, except the military horse, which stood foremost among them, bearing a woman's saddle. The farm hands stood outside too, smoking their pipes. They were all ready, and were only waiting for the milkmaid, who was inside the hut, making the last batch of cheese from the morning's milk, which she could not allow to be wasted. While Lisbeth was standing on the ridge of the cowhouse, Ole and Peter came bobbing along past the fence of the fold. They were not so boisterous as usual today, and stopped at the gate, looking at Lisbeth without saying a word at first. Then Peter asked, "Are you going back to the farm today, Lisbeth?" "Yes, I am ready." With one impulse Lisbeth and the boys gazed over the mountain's familiar expanse. "The mountain begins to look barren now," said Peter, "but I shall be here a week longer." "So long as that?" said Lisbeth. "And you, Ole?" "I am going the day after tomorrow." All three were silent again for a while. Then Lisbeth said, "I suppose I must go with the others now. They must surely be ready." She descended from the roof and went over to where the boys were. The conversation came to a standstill again. They could not think of anything to say. Finally Peter spoke. "Are you coming again next summer, Lisbeth?" "Yes, if Kjersti Hoel is pleased with me, but that can hardly be expected, since I am going home without Crookhorn." "It would take a horse trainer to look after her," said Ole. Again there was silence. Then Ole said, "We did not go up to Glory Peak this summer to see the spot the king once visited." "No, we didn't. We two boys are coming here again next summer, both of us. Perhaps we can go to Glory Peak after all, then, even if it is so far away." "Yes, we can," said Ole, "and I can tell you a good deal about the king's visit, for my father went with him and drove." "Drove the king's carriage?" "No, not the king's, the county magistrate's." "My father went with him too," said Peter, "and drove, so I can tell you about it as well as you." "Yes, but whose carriage did he drive? A homely old woman's." "But that homely old woman was next in rank to the queen. She was the one who went off to walk with the queen at the foot of Glory Peak." Just then a call came for Lisbeth. She hesitated a moment, then stretched out her little hand and said, "Good bye. May you both fare well. Thanks for the summer." "Thanks to you for the same," said Ole. "We are to meet again, then, next summer?" "Yes. May you fare well," said Peter. He stood holding her hand a while, then, thinking he ought to say something more, he said, "I will greet Jacob from you, Lisbeth." After that the boys vanished along the fence as noiselessly as they had come. Inside the sæter enclosure the farm hands were putting the packs on the horses, and the military horse had been led to the gate. Lisbeth ran into the enclosure, drove her animals together, and counted them, certainly for the 10th time that day. Soon everything stood ready for the homeward march. The milkmaid appeared in the doorway, clad in her Sunday best, as on the day she came. She closed the sæter door with a bang, turned the large key solemnly in the lock, took it out, and put it in her pocket. That key she would not entrust to any one else. She wanted to deliver it to Kjersti Hoel with her own hand. After trying the door vigorously to be sure that it was securely locked, she went to the window and looked in to assure herself that everything was in order and the fire entirely out. Then, going over to the military horse, she climbed into the saddle. One of the farm hands opened the gate for her as if she had been a queen, and out she rode. After her followed the pack horses, one by one, and the cows in the same order as when they came up, the bell cow Brindle and the whole long line. Behind the cows came the smaller animals, and last of all Lisbeth Longfrock with a stick in her hand, her birch bark hat on her head, and her lunch bag on her back. Lisbeth turned and looked at the scene she was leaving. There lay the sæter, desolate now. The mountain, too, appeared lonely and forsaken. Of course, she, like all the others, had longed for home during these last days, but it was strange, after all, for her to be going away from everything up here. A little of the same feeling she had had when leaving Peerout Castle crept over her. How singular that she should happen to recall that sad time just at this moment. She had not thought of it at all since coming up on the mountain, not once during the whole long summer. Nor would she think of it now. There were other and happier things to remember. God be praised, all had gone well at the sæter, and the whole procession was on its way home. She was taking her animals safely back, all except Crookhorn. Of her she had seen nothing since the day when the boys had tried to tame her, but she had heard that far off on the mountain a big goat went about with a herd of horses. All day long the great procession went on its way, over the mountain in steady, plodding fashion. The animals were fatter and heavier than in the spring. They trod the hills with a brisker and firmer step, and none showed any signs of being tired or lagging behind. The milkmaid was rosy-cheeked and plump. Butterpack she was always called in the autumn. As she and Lisbeth looked at the procession, one from the front and the other from the rear, they agreed in thinking that the animals, as well as the butter and cheese, were such as they need not be ashamed to take home to Kjersti Hoel. Evening was drawing near when suddenly the road pitched down over the edge of the mountain, the valley began to open before them, and they could even catch a glimpse of the slope on the other side. Everyone looked over there, but all that could be seen as yet was a strip along the uppermost edge. The only one to distinguish a house upon the strip was Lisbeth Longfrock. Away up and over to one side she saw the setting sun glittering on a little pane of glass in a low-grade hut. That hut was Peerout Castle. Then all at once they came out upon the open mountain-side, and the whole valley lay before them, broad and peaceful, with its yellow fields and stacks of grain, its green spaces and its slope of birch trees flaming in yellow, with here and there a red mountain ash among them. And over across they spied Hoel, large, substantial, and well cared for, with its broad shining windows and its general air of comfort. Smoke was issuing from its chimney, such an inviting, coffee-suggesting, welcoming smoke. Kjersti had probably hung the coffee kettle over the fire already, so as to receive them in a suitable manner. The whole procession now began to show more life. Every member of it knew that Kjersti Hoel stood over there in the window watching the long line as it curved down the open slope. All moved forward more quickly. The horses hurried ahead, the cows began to trot, the bell cow sending out an eager moo across the valley. The bells jingled merrily, and Lisbeth Longfrock trilled a vigorous call through her little goat horn. They wanted everyone to hear that the great company of animals belonging to Hoel Farm was now coming back again. Thus they hastened down to the bottom of the valley and then up the opposite side. It was not long before they were actually at home. Kjersti Hoel herself stood at the cow-house door and opened it for them. The cows recognized her, and each one of them, as they went by her in turn, received a word or a pat on the head, after which, proud and satisfied, they went to their separate stalls, not a single cow making a mistake. They went swiftly, too, for they knew that there was something good in the mangers to welcome them, and they needed something surely, for there had not been time to eat anything along the road that day. When the milkmaid had dismounted from her horse, Kjersti took her hand and said, "Welcome home." Then Kjersti went over to the door of the sheep barn, opened that also, and counted the goats and sheep as they went in. And when Lisbeth Longfrock came following in their wake, Kjersti took her hand also and said, "Welcome home." "But," faltered Lisbeth, "I have not brought Crookhorn back with me." "No, I see that you have not, and it is a good thing. Now we shall be rid of her capers for a while. You have been a faithful and capable little worker, there is no doubt of that. And how you have grown! Why, your long frock is far above your toes now." Then the milkmaid and Lisbeth fastened the cows in their stalls, while Kjersti went to watch the unloading of the packs and to look at the tubs and boxes containing the butter and cheese that had been made at the sæter. After that Kjersti came to them again and asked them to please walk in, exactly as if they were grand strangers. And when they had gone into the house, they were invited into Kjersti's own sitting room, both Lisbeth and the milkmaid. Here the table was set with a welcoming meal, and oh, how delicious the food smelled! There were large hot pancakes as thin as paper, and piece bread, and hot new potatoes, the finest feast you can give to people just home from a sæter. And Kjersti herself poured coffee for them, and begged them to help themselves. Then they had to give an account of everything that had happened on the mountain, to tell about the cows, which of them had given the most milk and which of them had stopped giving, about the sheep, goats, and pigs, and about the butter and cheese that had been made. And then Kjersti praised her two servants for their faithfulness and industry, and the trio rejoiced together over the success of the summer. That evening, when Lisbeth Longfrock again lay stretched out on her little bed in her room under the hall stairs and thought back over the summer and about the mountain, it seemed to her that she had had a glorious time, as delightful as could be thought of; but all the same it was pleasant to come home again, especially when one was welcomed by such an unusually fine woman as Kjersti Hoel. Autumn was passing away. The leaves had fallen, and the trees spread out naked branches into the cold air. In the fields where grain had grown stood only the poles, now bare and slanting, on which the crops had been stacked. The verdure of the meadows was changed to yellowish brown. There was no more food for the animals out of doors, so slaughtering day had come. That is the end of the season for the young herder, for on that day he gives up his responsibility. Thenceforward he is no longer a person with a special duty. He must be at every one's beck and call. And when winter comes with its long evenings, when the wood fire gleams out over the huge kitchen from the great open fireplace, while wool is being carded and the spinning wheel whirs, and the farm hands make brooms out of twigs and whittle thole pins and axe handles, then must the herder sit by the pile of twigs and logs at the side of the fireplace and feed the fire, so that the rest can see to work while he studies his lessons. By the pile of wood in Kjersti Hoel's big kitchen, Lisbeth Longfrock had her place on the long winter evenings. She studied and listened and heard so many curious things talked about that it seemed as if the evenings were too short and the days too few, in spite of the long, dark Norwegian winter. Before she knew it, spring had come again, and when she looked down at her long frock she found that the hem reached no further than the top of her ankles. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Lisbeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Arnrud. Translated by Laura E. Paulson. Chapter 8 On Glory Peak. It was again high summer, and the sun shone bright on all the mountain tops when, one morning, an ear-splitting call played on 3 goat horns rang suddenly out from the enclosure belonging to Hoel Sæter. One call was thin and fine, the other 2 were heavier. The triple signal meant forward march. Lisbeth Longfrock, Ole, and Peter were going to take their trip to Glory Peak to see the spot that had been visited by the king. The boys now owned goat horns to blow on, and they were good ones too, for Lisbeth Longfrock had kept her word about Crookhorn's horns and had given one to each boy. After Crookhorn's running off with the herd of horses, things had not gone any better with that proud-minded goat. When she finally came home, late in the autumn, with the last of the horses, she was so conceited that there was no getting her to live in the barn with the other goats. They had to put her in the cow-house, but not even the cow-house was good enough for her after her summer experiences. Every time she got an opportunity, out she bounded, trotting over to the door of the stable, as if she belonged in there. The stable boy insisted that he had even heard her neigh. One day, when the men were feeding the horses, they saw her dash in, and with her usual self-important air, attempt to squeeze her way into the stall of the military horse. But that she should not have done. It was dark, and the military horse failed to see that it was only Crookhorn at his heels, so up went his hind legs, and out went a kick that landed plump on Crookhorn's cranium and sent her flying against the stable wall. That was the last of Crookhorn. It cannot be said that anyone, except perhaps Lisbeth Longfrog, sorrowed particularly over her, but Lisbeth could not help remembering that Crookhorn had given them milk for their coffee that winter up at Peerout Castle. At any rate, if not much sorrowed for, the queer, ambitious creature was held in honourable esteem after her death. Such horns as hers Ole had never seen. Not only were they extremely large, but they gave out a peculiarly fine sound. Anyone would know at once that they were not the horns of an ordinary goat. There had always been something about Crookhorn that no one understood, Ole said. Yes, Peter had noticed that too. Afterward, when he had thought a little more on the subject, he said he believed that horses' horns would have exactly the same sound as those of this remarkable goat if there were any horses with horns. On the day of the visit to Glory Peak the goat horns, as musical instruments, were brand new, being used that day for the first time. In fact, the trip had been put off until they were ready. But new goat horns were not the only things the travellers were provided with. All three wore their best clothes, and each carried a lunch bag full of food on his back and a stout stick in his hand. The trip was so long that it would take a whole day. Once more they blew their horns, all three together. The animals looked up in surprise at the unusual volume of sound, and the milkmaid came to the cow house door with a smiling face. Then off the party started. The flocks were mingled together today and driven straight ahead. No time for them to graze by the wayside with Glory Peak lying so far away, blue against the sky. This excursion was a much longer one than Lisbeth had ever before taken, and even Ole and Peter had been to Glory Peak but once. It was drawing on toward dinner time when they came to the last gentle ascent leading to the top of Glory Peak. There the juniper bushes and old women's switches, dwarf birch, grew so high that the animals were quite lost to sight amongst them. Lisbeth and the boys could only see the course of their charges by a wave-like movement that passed over the tops of the bushes and by the sticking up of a pair of horns here and there. Ole thought that this was a good place to leave the flocks for a time, while they themselves went on ahead. The animals were so tired and hungry that they would stay there quietly for an hour or so. Then, when rested, they would be sure to follow up to the peak, for a goat was never satisfied until it had mounted to the highest possible point, where it could look about in all directions. Ole's plan was assented to, and it proved to be a good one. Ole led Lisbeth and Peter round a curve toward the north. He wanted to show them exactly where the King and Queen came up on the day of their visit. To be sure, they were not really King and Queen that day, but they were on the very point of being. They were Crown Prince and Crown Princess. They had left their horses down on the mountain side where the road grew too steep for driving, and had walked the rest of the way. Oh, what a large company they had with them! The county magistrate, the district judge, and officers, so richly dressed that they could scarcely move. 7 or 8 of the principal farmers of the district were also in the company, and first among them was Nordrum, Jacob's master and the master of Hoel Farm, who was then living. These two wore queer old-fashioned swallow-tailed coats. All around, over the whole mountain top, were crowds of other people gazing at the lively scene. "The king looked wonderfully fine, didn't he?" asked Lisbeth. No, the county magistrate looked much finer, and so did the officers, and even the people who waited upon them. But it could easily be said that he was the king, for he was a head taller than any of the others. "The king must be tremendously strong," said Peter. "Strong, of course he is, and he must have use for every bit of his strength too, for he has to govern all others." "Was the queen also very large?" asked Lisbeth. No, she was not much larger than an ordinary woman. She was unusually earnest and modest-looking, father said. There was not so much fuss and feathers with her as with the other women folk. "No," said Peter, "that old frump that my father drove laughed even at the magistrate, and found fault because his hands were too big. Humph, said Ole, that was a joke. As if a grown-up fellow should not have big fists. Anyhow, I don't see how she could have seen them, for the magistrate wore his white gloves, although it was high summer. Ole resumed the part of showman. Next they came up over this way, the whole company, close by that very stone there, and then the king ran on ahead of them. He wanted to be the first to reach the top, as one might know. And now I will show you exactly what he did. Follow me. I will be the king, and you, Lisbeth, may be the queen. Come along. Ole walked hastily over the last spur of ground, the others following. Then, running the last few steps, they found themselves suddenly on the very top of the mountain. Ole threw out his hand and stood a long time in silence. The others stood still also, involuntarily, impressed by the wonderful sight. Here and there, over the endless expanse of mountain, shone glistening lakes and mountain pools, and away off in the distance rose snow-clad peaks. On every open slope lay green sæters, and towards the south, as far as the eye could reach, were beautiful farming districts and dark green, forest-clad ridges. Ole, in his character of king, threw out his arms again. "This is the most beautiful spot I have ever seen," he cried. Then, after a short pause, "Come, Sophy, and see." Ole took Lisbeth's hand and drew her forward. "Yes," assented Peter, "that is exactly the way the king did. I have heard about it too." "Of course it was," said Ole. "Don't you think I know?" "What else did he do?" asked Lisbeth. The king and queen then went round and spoke to all the other people, who began to take out long spy glasses and gaze in all directions and ask the name of everything. The county magistrate, as the highest of the local officials, stood near the king and queen and pointed things out to them. "See that group of distant white peaks," said the magistrate, "and there to the north is Snow Cap, although I'm not sure that you can distinguish it. And that little black thing furthest away," Ole pointed as the magistrate had done, "is the highest peak in Norway." After a while the company turned round, facing the south. When they saw the view in that direction, with the great shining lake lying so far away down there, and the forests stretching farther and farther in the distance, even the king himself was astonished. He thought that the forests must reach almost to Sweden. He had never seen so vast an extent of forest at one view, king though he was. When they had finished looking at the surrounding landscape, Nordrum went to that patch of reindeer moss over there and gathered a whole handful of it. A good many of the people wondered, of course, what he was going to do with it. He went over to the king, showed it to him, and then said, "Should you like to see the moss that we mixed with birch bark to make bread during the war?" The king took a piece and chewed it. "Yes, there is bread lime in it," he said. No one else had moved or spoken since Nordrum picked up the moss. They were so surprised. At last father heard one of the officers say, "It is astonishing how tactless these farmers can be." "What is tactless?" asked Lisbeth. "Oh, I don't know, but no doubt it is something pleasant, for the king clapped Nordrum on the shoulder and said, 'Thanks, my good man. We can all thank God that there are happier days in Norway now.'" "That was what I was thinking of when I showed you the moss," said Nordrum. Then they took the king to the great heap of stones that was piled up as a memorial of his visit, and asked him to scratch his name upon the stone slab beside it. And so he did, O.S., which stands for Oscar and Sophia, and then the number of the year, too. See, here it is. It was all cut into the slab afterwards, exactly as the king himself had scratched it. The three looked at the letters. Yes, indeed, that was beautiful writing, almost like print. How remarkably well the king must be able to write on paper when he could write like that on stone. Just then the animals came crowding up over the edge of the mountain top. They also went to the pile of stones and the big flat stones like a table that stood beside it. They began to lie down, for now, after eating, they wanted to rest. "What else did the king and the others do?" asked Lisbeth. "There wasn't much more. Oh, yes, after the king had finished writing, he seemed to think that they needed something to eat. So he began singing to the magistrate a line from an old song that they all knew. The king had a good voice, and it rang out with a jolly zest. 'Oh, have you a drop in your bottle?' Then they laughed, and came forward with a basket, and set the table on the stone here, and they had something to drink, and some little cakes, and after that they went away again. And now," concluded Ole, "I think that we also need something to eat. Let us sit here at the king's table and have our lunch too." They took their lunch bags from their backs and sat down on the big, thick stone table, while the animals lay around them chewing the cud. When the bags were opened, many good things came out. There was butter and pork and pease bread, and in Lisbeth's cream waffles beside. In each bag there was also a bottle of milk, except in Ole's; he had forgotten his. But that did not matter, for the others had plenty. They shared their food with each other, and when Ole wanted milk he merely sang, "Oh, have you a drop in your bottle?" And he got rather more than his share after all. They did not talk much at the beginning of the meal, for it was so good to get a chance to eat. But when they had eaten quite a while, and their jaws began to work more slowly, Peter said, as if he had been pondering upon it, "I wonder what the king has to eat, for every day, I mean." "Loppered cream porridge all day long," said Ole with conviction. "Yes, but when he wants a little solid food once in a while?" asked Lisbeth. Peter had just put a very delicious piece of pork on some pease bread. He looked at it with real enjoyment before eating it. "I'm sure that he has pork and pease bread," said he. Lisbeth took the last waffle and bit a piece off. Then she said, "Yes, but the queen, she certainly does not eat anything but cream waffles." While they sat there on the stone, eating and talking, they saw a figure far off on the mountain. It was coming in the direction of Glory Peak. So unusual is it to meet another person up on the mountain that it gives one a strange feeling when it happens. Soon they could think of nothing except the stranger. "It must be a man trying to find his horses," said Ole. "Yes, it must be, surely," said Peter. "But what farmer could be sending up for his horses now?" "Let me see. It must be Nordrum. Yes, that is true. They have only old Blacken at home now, and they will have to begin their haymaking soon. Yes, but this man is going on a wild goose chase to day. The Nordrum mare is over on the other side of our sæter. I saw her a fortnight ago. If we set him right, he can find her tomorrow. Yes, easily." They sat and watched, for they knew it would be a long time before the figure could reach them. It is so strange to watch anyone coming toward you on the mountain. He walks and walks, and it can be seen from his motions that he is walking quickly, too, but he does not appear to get the least bit nearer. He continues to seem small and far away, and to increase very slowly in size, because the distances from point to point are so great. The animals had risen and had begun to descend the peak in the direction of the sæter, but they concluded to lie down again and await the stranger's approach. At last he reached them. They had guessed right. He was walking about trying to find the Nordrum horses. The boys told him what they knew, and said that although he could not get them that day, he could the next day surely. When the question of the horses was settled, the man turned to Lisbeth. "Isn't it you who are called Lisbeth Longfrock?" "Yes," answered Lisbeth, "they do call me that." "Then I bring you a greeting from Jacob, your brother. I have a letter with me from him. He wants me to bring him an answer, but there is no hurry about it till tomorrow. I shall spend the night at Hoel Sæter, whether I find the horses to day or not. But now I must look around a little before evening comes. I want to be sure that the horses are not on this side of the sæter." So off he went. Lisbeth was still sitting on the king's table. It was the first time she had ever received a letter. Indeed, even Ole and Peter had never received any. They were entirely overwhelmed with respectful surprise and took their stand at a suitable distance. On the outside of the letter stood Salve Title, to the highly respected maiden, Lisbeth Jacob's daughter Longfrock, at Hurlseta on the West Mountain. At convenience, by messenger, post free. Lisbeth broke the seal solemnly and opened the letter. Then she read half aloud. Nordrum 15th of this month. Salve Titel. To the maiden Lisbeth Longfrock. Good sister, since time and opportunity permit, I now take my pen in hand to write to you and tell you I have nothing to write about, except that it is a long time since I last saw you. But I have a spare day due to me from Hans. I took care of his animals for him when he went to his mother's burial. It was really 2 days, but I only reckoned it as one, because it was his mother. And now I will take that day from him on the next Sunday of this month. In case you have a day due to you from Peter or Ole, I write to ask if you cannot take it from them. But if you have not, you can take a day all the same, because I am stronger, but I did not mean anything by it when I gave Peter a thrashing last winter. So I wanted to write to you and ask if we could not meet at Peerout Castle, for I have not been there since. You are requested to come to the meeting in good season. Bring something to eat with you. With much regard, respectfully, Jacob's son, Nordrum, Esquire. P.S. Please answer. That evening Lisbeth Longfrock sat with her tongue thrust into one corner of her mouth and wrote her response. Hurlseta, 17th of this month. To Bachelor Jacob's son, Nordrum. Good brother, I will now write a few words to you and thank you for your welcome letter, which I have duly received. I am glad to see that you are in good health. The same can be said of me except for toothache. But I will gladly come. The milkmaid says I may be away overnight, because it is too far. And so Ole and Peter can each have a day from me, for I have not had any day from them. They wrestle almost all the time, but Peter is nearly as strong. I must now close my poor letter to you, with many greetings from them. But first and foremost are you greeted by me, your affectionate sister, Lisbeth Jacob's daughter Longfrock. P.S. Excuse the writing. Burn this letter, dear. End of section 8.
Chapter 9 of Lisbeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Arnwood. Translated by Laura E. Paulson. Chapter 9. The Visit to Peerout Castle. Late on Saturday evening, Lisbeth Longfrock went jogging slowly up over the hilly road to Hurl Farm. The milkmaid had given her leave to go to the farm and stay away till Monday evening. She had risen early that day, for she would not think of such a thing as leaving the sæter before she had done her morning chores, and milked the goats and let out the cows. And she had to do this very early, not only because she was in a hurry to get away, but also because she knew that Ole would not oversleep himself after having insisted so strongly that he should take care of her flock the first day. She had barely finished when Ole came. Peter was not with him, but she had had a talk with Peter the evening before, and he was quite as well pleased to take her flock on Sunday by himself, and then on Monday he and Ole could watch all the flocks together. Ole had been very modest and ceremonious with Lisbeth as he bade her good-bye. He had shaken her hand and asked her to greet Jacob from him, and to say that he, Ole Hoegseth, would not keep close account of these days Lisbeth was taking, since Jacob really needed to speak with his sister. He did not know, of course, that Peter had said the very same thing the evening before.
And then she had given her animals over to Ole's care and had begun her long walk down the mountain. She walked and she walked, hour after hour. She had now gone over this sæter road several times, but never before noticed that it was so long as it seemed today. She rested by a brook, took out her lunch, ate it, and drank some water with it, and then set out again. In order to forget how slowly time was passing, she began to count her steps, first by tens and then by hundreds, and each time she had finished counting she looked back to see how far she had walked, but this did not avail in the least, so she made up her mind to count to 1,000. When she had counted almost up to 1,000, she could not remember whether it was 800 or 900 she had last, so she counted 400 more in order to be altogether certain that she had counted enough. But even that did not make the time pass any more quickly, and she did not reach the point where she could look down into the valley until the sun was setting. The shadow had begun to creep up on the opposite side. Above the dark line the slope was still bathed in a rosy evening sunlight, but the shadow steadily ate its way upward. Then Lisbeth forgot to count her steps any more. What fun it would be to try to reach the sunshine again before the shadow had passed Hurl, which lay shining so brightly up there. She went down the long slope on a run, but, run fast as she might, it took time, and when she had reached the bottom of the valley and started up the hilly road on the other side, the sun had gone down. She could only catch its last gleam through the tops of the spruce trees, and a last tiny reflection as it left the windows of Peerout Castle. She stopped to get her breath after running. It was so still and warm and close down there in the valley, so different from what it had been up on the mountain. It seemed as if the earth sent out a deep breath the moment the sun went down, a strange, heavy fragrance that made her all at once feel anxious and downhearted, just as if she had done something wrong which she could not remember. Then it came into her mind that she ought to have sent word to Kjersti Hoel that she was coming. People in the valley were always afraid that something was the matter when a person came down from the sæter unexpectedly, and it would be too shameful for anyone to give Kjersti Hoel a fright. That was the reason she was now jogging so slowly up the hilly road leading to Hoel Farm. She was in hopes that someone would catch sight of her, or that at least Bearhunter would give warning of her approach, for then they would see that she was not coming in haste, and that she therefore could not be bringing any bad news. But no one caught sight of her, and no one was stirring on the farm, so she would have to go right in after all. Yes, Kjersti Hoel was really startled when she saw her. Lisbeth had no time to offer a greeting before Kjersti said, "What in the world? Is this a mountain bird that has taken flight? There is nothing the matter at the sæter, is there?" Lisbeth made haste to answer. "Oh, no, indeed. I was to greet you from the milkmaid and say that you must not be frightened at seeing me, for everything is going very well with both man and beast. I have only come down to make a visit and meet Jacob, my brother." "God be praised," said Kjersti, "and now you are heartily welcome." At these words all Lisbeth's downheartedness vanished, and she felt only how festive and cosy it was to be at home again. And Kjersti was in the best of humours. She gave Lisbeth something good to eat, and treated her with as much ceremony as if she had been the milkmaid herself. When the time came for Lisbeth to go to bed, Kjersti went with her all the way to the little sleeping room under the hall stairs, which looked just as neat and orderly as when she had left it. And Kjersti sat on the edge of the bed and asked after every single one of the animals. She remembered them all. And Lisbeth told about everything. There was only one provoking thing that she shrank from confessing. It might as well be acknowledged first as last, however, for it was sure to come out some time, and that was her mistake in naming one of the calves. She had called it young Moolley, but the name had proved not at all suitable, for the calves' horns had begun to grow, though Lisbeth had done her best to prevent it by strewing salt on them. The next day was Sunday, and Lisbeth thought it certainly began well when no less a person than Kjersti Hoel herself came out into the little hall room carrying a big tray with coffee and cakes on it, for Lisbeth to indulge in as she lay in bed. Such grandeur as that Lisbeth had never before experienced. She scarcely believed that such a thing had ever happened to the milkmaid herself. And what's more, when she hopped into her long frock, Kjersti said that she must hurry up and grow, for there would be a new dress for her as soon as this one had crept up to her knees. And although Lisbeth had not said a word about where she was going to meet Jacob, it seemed just as if Kjersti knew that too, for she made up a package with a remarkably fine lunch in it, and told Lisbeth that she must treat Jacob to some of it, because he would probably have to go back to Nordrum Theatre that evening and would not have time to come down to Hoel. But after lunch was put up, Kjersti did not seem to see any necessity for further haste. In fact, she thought it would not be possible for Jacob to get to Peerout Castle very early, because he would have to come all the way from Nordrum Sæter that morning. So finally Lisbeth had to show Kjersti her letter and point out the place where it said, "You are requested to come to the meeting in good season." Then, of course, Kjersti understood that there was no time to spare. Shortly after, Lisbeth was on her way to Peerout Castle, Bearhunter following her up the road to where the slope of birch trees began. Then he turned round and jogged home with the blandest and prettiest of Sunday curls in his tail. The valley lay before her in its quiet morning peace. No one was out on the road or in the fields. Here and there in a farmhouse across the valley could be seen a man leaning against the frame of the doorway, bareheaded and in shirt sleeves as white as the driven snow. From all the chimneys smoke was slowly arising in the still air. Lisbeth looked involuntarily up at Peerout Castle. There everything appeared grey and desolate. No smoke ascended from its chimney, and the window eye that gazed out over the valley looked as if it were blind, for the sunlight did not shine upon it now. And that brought to mind a blind person whom Lisbeth had once seen, and whose strange empty eyes made her shiver. She felt just the same now, and her pace slackened. She did not wish to get to the house before Jacob did. When she finally reached Peerout Castle, the first thing she saw was the pine branches that had been nailed to the gate posts the last time she was there. They stood in their places still, but they were dry, and the pine needles had fallen off. She glanced hastily at the door of the house. Yes, the pine tree stood there, too, just the same, but a fresher twig had been stuck in the door latch. Someone had evidently been there since that last day. The path that led from the gate to the door and from there over to the cowhouse had vanished. Grass covered it. The cowhouse door had fallen off, and around the doorposts had grown up tall stinging nettles. No trace was to be seen of the foot of man or beast. Lisbeth had rejoiced at the idea of coming back to her old home. It had never entered her mind that Peerout Castle could be anything but the pleasantest place in the whole world to come to. Now, on the contrary, she felt all at once very, very lonely, more lonely than when on the mountain or in the forest. She felt like one who, afraid of the dark, is obliged to walk in it, as if every step must be taken warily, that no creaking be heard. Without realizing it, she veered away from the castle and the cowhouse, feeling that she would rather go over to the big stone by the brook, where she and Jacob used to have their playthings. Perhaps it was not so desolate there. When she came to the heather ridge, she saw Jacob already sitting on the stone. At the sight of him, Lisbeth felt as if there were life again in all the desolation. She was so happy that she was about to run toward him. But then she remembered that such behaviour would not be suitable at the ceremonious meeting like this, and that really it was so long a time since he had seen Jacob that he was almost a stranger to her. When he saw her, he jumped down from the stone and began to brush his grey breeches with his hands and to set his cap straight. He wore a cap with a visor now, and not a straw hat like hers. Both of them were as embarrassed as if they were entire strangers to each other, and they could not look each other in the eye while shaking hands. He made a heavy bob with his head, while she curtsied so low that her long frock dropped down to the ground. After that, each dropped the other's hand, and they remained standing a long time looking around. It was not easy to find something to say, although both had fancied that they had a great deal to talk about. At last Jacob thought of something. He looked about for quite a while longer, then said, as if he had weighed the matter deliberately and thoroughly, "It is delightful weather today." "Yes, really delightful." "If it holds out a fortnight longer, it will not be bad weather for haying." "No, it will not be bad at all." "But we can scarcely expect that." "Oh, no, scarcely." Then there was silence again, for not much more could be said on that subject. Lisbeth stole a look at Jacob. She thought of saying something about his having grown so large, but then again it did not seem to her quite proper for her to speak first, he being the elder. A package of food caught her eye. She could certainly begin to speak about that. "Kjersti Hoel sent you her greetings, and bade me ask if you would not try to put up with the lunch she has sent today." "Yes, thank you, but I have some with me too." "You must be hungry after your long walk." "Yes, I can't say that I am not." "Then we will set the table here on the stone." Little by little Lisbeth set out on the stone all the good things which Kjersti had put in the package, and then she said, as she had heard was the custom when one entertained strangers, "Be so good as to draw up your chair, Jacob." And Jacob hesitated, also according to custom, and said, "Oh, thanks, but you should not put yourself to any trouble on my account." They sat down. Ceremonious manners were kept up during the first part of the meal, and Lisbeth did not forget to say please whenever it was proper. But when Jacob had eaten one of Kjersti's pancakes, a large, very thin kind, spread with fresh butter or sweetmeat, and was just beginning on the second, he forgot he was at a party, so to speak, and said quite naturally and with conviction, "That was a remarkably good pancake." "Yes, of course, it is from Hoel." At that it was as if they suddenly knew each other again, as if it had been only yesterday that they had kneeled on the bench under the window and looked over the valley and made up their minds where they would like best to live when they went out to service, as if they had never been parted from each other. And an instant after they were in an eager dispute about which was the better place to live at, Nordrum or Hoel. Agree upon that question they could not, but when Jacob's appetite had been more than satisfied, he finally admitted that they were both fine places, each in his own way, and at any rate those two were the best in the whole valley. And now there was no end to all they had to talk over together and to tell each other. Jacob told about Nordrum and the Nordrum Sæter and the goats there, and Lisbeth told about Ole and Peter and gave Jacob their greeting. She had much to tell about them both, but Jacob thought it was queer that she had more to say about Ole than about Peter, for while Ole was a straightforward fellow, it could not be denied that he was a bit of a boaster. Then they talked about their future. Jacob was going to stay at Nordrum Farm until he was grown up, and perhaps longer. Nordrum had said that when Jacob was a grown man and married, he could take Peerout Castle, with the right of buying it as soon as he was able. But Jacob thought that it was very likely Nordrum meant it only as a joke, and anyway it was a little early for him to be thinking about marriage. Nordrum was getting on in years, however. He would be sure to need a head man about the place by that time. Lisbeth said she was going to stay at Hoel. She was as well off there as she could expect to be, for Kjersti was exceedingly kind to her. Lisbeth did not say anything about her ambition to become a milkmaid. Indeed, that goal was so far off that she did not dare to set her heart upon reaching it. When they had talked thus freely for a while, they began to look around and call to mind all the plays they used to play and all the places they used to frequent. There, right by the castle itself, they had had their cow house with its pine cone animals. Why, yonder lay the big bull even now. And there, on the other side of the heather ridge, had been their sæter, where they had driven their animals many times during the summer. And there on the hill Jacob had had his sawmill that Lisbeth was never to touch, and further down she had had her dairy, where he came and bought cheese in exchange for planks made out of carrots that he had sliced in his sawmill. Not a stone or a mound could be seen the whole way up to the stony raspberry patches on Big Hammer Mountain that did not have some memory connected with it. The brother and sister now felt themselves much older than when they had lived at Peerout Castle. Lisbeth thought that Jacob had grown to be very large, and he secretly thought the same about her. It was, therefore, like holding a sort of festival for them to be visiting the scenes together and talking of their former life as of something long gone by, saying to each other now and then, "Do you remember?" What is talked of in that way assumes unwonted proportions and appears to be without flaw. Thus they went about the whole day. They had even been close up to Big Hammer itself, and it was already late in the afternoon when they again drew near Peerout Castle. They did not seem to be in any haste to reach it. They lingered by brook and stone to say, "Do you remember?" often both at once and about the same thing. They chased each other in aimless fashion. Their chief idea seemed to be to think continually of something new to do, so there should come no silent pause, and that the time of getting back to the castle should be put off as long as possible. Neither of them had yet mentioned a single memory connected with the castle itself or with the cow house. They had not visited either of these places yet, and they had avoided all mention of their mother. But now they knew that the time had come when these sad things could be avoided no longer. They dragged themselves slowly down over the last ridge, talking more rapidly and nervously, and with loud and forced laughter. Then suddenly their laughter ceased as if it had been cut straight across. They had come out on the ridge just back of the cow house. They became very, very quiet and stood a while with heads cast down. Then they turned towards each other and their eyes met. It did not seem at all as if they had just been laughing. Their eyes were so strangely big and bright. While they stood looking at each other, there came suddenly the clunk of a bell over from Svehaugen. At that Jacob shook his head as if shaking himself free from something, and said in a most indifferent manner, "Do you think that is the Svehaugen bell we hear over there?" Lisbeth answered as unconcernedly as she could, "Yes, it is. I remember it. What cow do you believe they have at Svehaugen now for their home milking? We could go over there and see whether it is Bliros." That was the first time since her mother's death that Lisbeth had spoken Bliros's name aloud, but to do it was easier than to name her mother. It was not long before Lisbeth and Jacob were on their way over to Svehaugen. They had gone round the castle and the cow house without going very near them. It was not worth while to tread down the grass, Jacob said. As they had expected, they found Bliros at Svehaugen. She was standing close by the gate, and they really thought that she knew Lisbeth again. They petted her and talked to her and gave her waffles and pancakes. It was just as if they wanted to make amends for not having had courage to stir up the memories connected with their old home itself. Jacob's heart was so touched that at last he promised to buy Bliros back and give her to Lisbeth as soon as he was grown up. At that Lisbeth could contain herself no longer. She put her arms around Bliros's neck, looked at her a long time, and said, "Do you believe, Jacob, that Bliros remembers mother?" And then she began to cry. The question came upon Jacob so unexpectedly that at first he could say nothing. After a moment's struggle he too was crying, but he managed to declare with decision, "Yes, if she remembers any one, it must certainly be mother." Chapter 10. Of Lisbeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Arnrod. Translated by Laura E. Polson. Chapter 10. Sunday at the Sæter. 5 summers had passed away since Lisbeth Longfrock first went up on the mountain, and no one who has not seen her during those years could have guessed that she had grown into the tall girl sitting by herself one Sunday on the stone which, so far back as any herder could remember, had been called the Pancake Stone, and which lay hidden away in a distant and lonely part of the mountain. She had grown so tall that the long frock, now used as a petticoat, came above her knees, and she no longer wore the birch bark hat and birch bark shoes. On this special Sunday her Sunday kerchief was on her head, and she sat with a book in her lap, for in winter she was to go to the priest to be prepared for confirmation, and in the spring she was to be confirmed. The reading did not progress very rapidly. The book had sunk down into her lap, and her calm blue eyes, now grown so womanly and earnest, were roving from one to another of the dear familiar places about her. Her flock lay quietly around the stone, chewing the cud. Indian summer was near its close. The sky was high vaulted and the air clear and cool. As far as the eye could reach all things were sketched in sharpest outline. Hills and marshes already glowed in autumnal tints, for these make their triumphal entry on the mountains earlier than below. The sun shone tranquilly, and, as it were, a little coolly also. Everything was very still. Not even the sound of a bell was heard, for the animals were taking their afternoon rest, and no movement was discernible except far, far away, where Lisbeth spied a falcon flapping out from Glory Peak. Just as it was now had Lisbeth seen the mountain at the close of each summer all these years. It had become familiar and dear to her, and she thought to herself how unchanging it was through all its variableness, while so much else altered, never to be the same again. For much had changed since she first sat on this same stone and looked out over this same landscape. Few of the animals she now took care of had belonged to her original flock. The oldest had gone out, and new ones had come in. The unlucky Morskol, mother's moolie, was now a full-grown cow, with horns of more than usual beauty. The former milkmaid was gone, and another had taken her place. Orla and Peter, with whom Lisbeth in early years had tended her flock almost daily, were her companions no longer. They had not been up at the Sæter since they were confirmed 2 years ago. Orla had even sailed to America. Lisbeth had missed the boys very much, and had many a time been lonely during the last 2 summers, for no new herders had come from the Hesketh and Lindley farms. At home, too, at the Hoel farm, there had been changes among the people, and Bearhunter had become blind. Lisbeth herself no longer occupied her old place by the heap of firewood in the great kitchen on winter evenings, but sat beside Kjersti on the wooden carving bench. That is, she sat there when she did not have to study her catechism or learn her hymns to be ready for school the next day. And now still further changes were in store for her. This was to be the last summer she would be sitting up here tending her flock. What would come next? Kjersti Hoel had not said anything to her about the future. Perhaps Kjersti would not want her any longer. But Lisbeth put these thoughts aside. She would not allow her mind to dwell on such perplexing subjects when all was so delightfully peaceful and beautiful around her. Whatever her lot might be, or wherever she might go, of one thing she was certain: she would never forget these mountain scenes, or this stone which had always been her favourite resting place, especially since she had been so much alone. And she gazed around her again. As her eyes wandered about, she caught sight of a man far off on the marsh, sauntering along in her direction, stopping once in a while and stooping down, apparently to pluck an occasional cloudberry, for they were now beginning to ripen. This sent her thoughts into another channel. Who could it be coming over the marsh? Not a man looking for horses, for no one goes out for that purpose on Sunday, nor a cloudberry picker, for the berries were not yet ripe enough to pay for the trouble of seeking. Surely it was someone who had made the ascent of the mountains for pleasure only. What if it should be Jacob? She had not seen him since the last autumn, and he had said then that he would come up to see her this summer. Nevertheless, the young man did not look like Jacob, and Jacob, not being very well acquainted on the western mountain, would not be trying to find the pancake stone. Yet this person was steering his course exactly forward where she sat, and it was plain that he knew the marsh thoroughly, where the cloudberries grew, and where it was not so wet but that you could get across. It could not possibly be. She blushed the instant she thought of the name, and at the same moment the stranger disappeared behind a hill, so that she saw no more of him for the time. Involuntarily she tied her kerchief freshly under her chin, stroked her light hair under the edge of the kerchief, and smoothed out the folds in her skirt. Then, sitting with her back half turned to the quarter where he might be expected to appear, she took up her book and bent her head over it as if reading. Shortly afterward a young man shot up over the hill behind her. He had on brand new gray woollen clothes, a bought scarf round his neck, and top boots outside his trousers. He was not tall, but his figure was well knit and manly. In his youthful face, on which the merest shadow of down could be distinguished, was set a pair of brown eyes, trusting and trustworthy. He stopped a moment and looked down at the open space where Lisbeth sat upon the stone with the flock of animals around her. It was evident that he had a memory of the scene, that he had seen that picture before. Lisbeth did not look up, but she knew he was there, felt in her back, so to speak, that he was standing there gazing at her. He smiled and then swung his course round so as to approach her from the side, and so that the animals might have time to become gently aware of his presence and not scramble up in a flurry. Silently he drew near to her, till at last his shadow fell upon her book. Then she looked up and their eyes met. At that both of them flushed a little, and he said hastily, "Good day, Lisbeth Longfrock." "Good day. Why, it is you, Peter, out for a walk?" They shook hands. "Yes, I thought it would be pleasant to have a look at the old places, and since Jacob was coming up to visit you, I made up my mind to keep him company." "Is Jacob with you?" "Yes, but he is waiting down at the sæter, for he was tired. We were out early today, and tomorrow we are to take home a pair of nags to Hoegseth farm. He sent you his greeting, and will see you this evening." "Were you sure that you could find me?" "Oh, yes. I knew just about where you would be in such weather. And, of course, it is more fun for me to ramble about here than for him, I being so familiar with the region." He sat down beside her on the stone and gazed slowly around. "Does it look natural here?" "Yes, everything is unaltered. It seems only yesterday that I was here taking care of the Lundy flocks. But I hardly recognized you again, you have grown so large." "Do you think so?" "Yes, but still it is 2 years since I last saw you." There was a short pause. Then Peter continued, "I walked over Sloping Marsh by our bathing pond. The water has all run out." "Yes, it has." "I wondered if it would not be a good plan for me to build the dam up again, so you could use the pond." "No, you need not do that, for I have my bathing place somewhere else, a place that no one knows about." "Oh, have you?" Yes, I had in the last year that you and Ole were here. So it was there you used to be on the days you kept away from us? Yes, sometimes. The animals began to get up and stray off, thus attracting attention. Lisbeth made Peter look at the older goats to see if he recognized them, and she was glad to find that he did remember them all. Then she told him about the new ones, but soon that topic was exhausted, and there was apparently nothing more to talk about. They still remained seated on the stone. Then Peter said, "You haven't that birch bark hat any longer, have you, Lisbeth?" "No, it was worn out long ago. But what is it that you have on this string?" He took hold carefully of a string she wore round her neck, and pulling it, drew out from her bosom the little goat horn he had given her. "I did not think you would have that horn still," said Peter. A deep blush covered Lisbeth's face at the idea of appearing childish to Peter. She hastened to say, "Oh, yes, I carry it with me sometimes. I have mine, too. It is the only thing I have left from my herding days." And he drew one of Crookhorn's horns out of an inner pocket. "Shall we try them?" Then they both laughed and played "The Old Woman with a Stick" together, as they had done so often in the old days. It did not sound as if either of them had forgotten it at the least. When the tune was finished there was another pause. At last Lisbeth said, "I must look after the animals a little now, or I shall lose track of them." "Can't you let them go home alone tonight? It is time for them to seek the fold, and they will surely find the way safely. Then we can walk to the sæter more at our leisure." "Yes, I will gladly. I can trust them to find their way home, I'm sure." Again there was silence for a time. Then Lisbeth rose, saying, "I think we must go now." Peter did not stir. He merely said very quietly, "Can't you sit a little longer? There was something I wanted to ask you." Lisbeth bowed her head and seated herself again without speaking. "I have a greeting for you from Ole. I received a letter from him a fortnight ago. He asked me very particularly to give you his greetings." "Thank you. Is all going well with him?" "Yes, it seems so from his letter. He has a good place and earns large wages. Ole deserves it. He grew to be a fine fellow." "Yes, he did. He asked me whether I will go to America in the spring. He will send me a ticket if I will." On hearing that, Lisbeth looked up at Peter for an instant, then dropped her head without saying a word. Peter continued, "It was that I wanted to ask you about. Do you wish me to go?" A dead silence ensued, during which Peter sat looking inquiringly at her. For a long time she was motionless. Then, suddenly lifting her head, she fastened her blue eyes upon him and said, "No, I do not wish you to go." There was no more conversation on that subject, and soon they were on their way to the sæter. They went around by all the familiar, memorable places, including both the bathing pool and the pointing stump, and all these places had so many reminders for them of the time when they had watched their flocks together there, that more than once they said how much they pitied Ole, who would perhaps never be able to come to Norway again. The sky arched high and clear above them, the mountain stretched beyond them with its unending silent wastes, and Lisbeth and Peter felt strangely buoyant and glad. Although they had made no agreement, they felt as if they had a hidden bond between them, as if they too had a wonderful secret that no one, not even Jacob, could share. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Elizabeth Longfrock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lisbeth Longfrock by Hans Arnwood, translated by Laura E. Paulson. Chapter 11. Lisbeth appointed head milkmaid. It was the first Sunday after Easter. Early in the morning, Lisbeth sat by a small table in her little sleeping room. with one elbow leaning on the table and her hand under her chin, while she stared down at a big black book which lay open before her. The book was the New Testament, and Lisbeth's lips moved softly as she read. That morning, for the first time in several years, she had not gone into the cow house. Kjersti Hoel had said that she was to have a couple of hours in which she could be alone. No one was to disturb her. She sat there somewhat stiff and helpless, in a long black dress with a strip of white at the neck. The dress seemed to her rather tight, so tight that she held her elbows close to her side and hardly dared to bend her back. It was the first time she had had a close-fitting dress on, her usual costume being a jacket and skirt. Her light hair was drawn smoothly back and twisted into a knot at her neck. That was for the first time, too. She was a trifle paler than usual, and her lips, as she moved them, were dark red and dewy, but her eyes shone with peace. All in all, she was beautiful as she sat there in her little room, waiting for church time to come. This was the day that she was to be confirmed. A knock was heard at the door, and in stepped Kjersti Hoel. She also was dressed in her very best, an old-fashioned black dress with a gathered waist and a freshly ironed cap with a frill around the face and strings hanging down. In her hand she carried the big psalm book, a handsome one printed in large type, which she used only on the greatest occasions. On top of her psalm book lay a neatly folded pocket handkerchief. Standing still for a moment and looking earnestly at Lisbeth, Kjersti said, "Do you think you are ready now, Lisbeth?" Lisbeth answered quietly, "Yes, I think so." "Then it is time for us to start. Come, let me tie your kerchief so that your hair will not get untidy." She tied the kerchief on Lisbeth's head, and then they went slowly out through the hallway. Outside, at the door, stood the broad wagon with the military horse harnessed to it. "You may come and sit up here by me, Lisbeth," said Kjersti. So they both got into the wagon and drove off. Not a word was spoken the whole way. As they drove down the hill from the farm and out on the main road, they were encompassed by all of the effervescence of spring, its myriads of sights, sounds, and odors. The brooks and rivers rushed tunefully along, birds by the thousand were singing and calling, insects were buzzing, trees and plants of many sorts were pouring their fragrance over the whole valley, and above it all stood the sun, shedding down its glittering light. But these things failed to arouse in Lisbeth the feelings they usually awakened. They had, instead, the effect of a roar and disturbance, of something inharmonious that caused her to quiver with discomfort. Involuntarily she drew nearer to Kjersti on the wagon seat. She felt a longing for one thing only, silence. Thus they drove for a while along the sunlit road. Then suddenly a broad wave of sound came rolling toward them. The church bells were adding their tones, broad, peaceful, sure, to the general chorus. They did not drown the sounds of spring, but took them up, as it were, and ordered them, harmonized them, used them as a gentle accompaniment, so that the whole world seemed like a great psalm singing and organ playing. At the sound of the bells there came to Lisbeth a feeling of peace, solemnity, and holiness, such as she had never known before. She felt lifted up. A change came over the world about her. Everything became lighter, loftier, as if prepared for a sacred festival. She felt a mighty gladness within her. From that time on she had but a confused consciousness of what took place. On arriving at the church she thought that the gathering of people around it had never been so large or so reverent in demeanor, and that the church had never looked so tall and shining. As she went inside and walked up the church aisle she felt very erect and free. The same wonderful light was within the church, too, and when she looked down at the lines of those who were to be confirmed with her, as they stood with bowed heads on each side of the middle aisle, she thought that their faces were strangely radiant. When the priest came into the chancel, it seemed to her that he was much larger than ever before, and that his face was oh so mild. He began to speak, and though she did not really hear or understand what he said, she felt that it was something great and good, and it thrilled her like music. As soon as the psalm singing began, she joined in with a stronger voice than usual, her breast swelling involuntarily. When it came her turn to be questioned, she hardly knew whether she had heard what the priest asked or not, but she was sure nevertheless that her answer, which came forth clear and firm, was the right one. And when she knelt down and gave the priest her hand, as the ceremony required, it seemed to her that the awkward figures in the old altar pictures smiled benignantly upon her. She did not come wholly to herself until the confirmation ceremony was entirely over, and she had gone to her seat beside Kjersti Hoel in one of the church pews. As Lisbeth drew near, Kjersti took her hand and said half aloud, "May it bring you happiness and blessing, Lisbeth." Lisbeth stood for a moment, looked up at Kjersti as if just awakening, smiled, and whispered softly, "Thanks, Kjersti Hoel." Then, when the service was over, they walked out of church. Outside the church door stood Jacob and Peter. They lifted their caps to Kjersti and shook hands with her. Afterward they shook hands with Lisbeth, lifting their caps to her too, which had not been their custom before her confirmation. They also said to her, "May it bring you happiness and blessing." After that Kjersti and Lisbeth walked about the grassy space in front of the church. They made slow progress because there were so many people who wanted to greet the mistress of Hoel and to ask what girl it was that she had presented for confirmation on that day. At last they reached the broad wagon, to which the horse had already been harnessed, and mounting into it, they set forth on their homeward way, returning in silence as they had come. Not until they reached home did Kjersti say, "You would like to be alone a while this afternoon, too?" "Yes, thank you," responded Lisbeth. In the afternoon Lisbeth Longfrock again sat alone in the little room in the hallway. Bearhunter, who had now become blind, lay outside her door. Whenever he was not in the kitchen, where as a rule he kept to his own corner, he lay at Lisbeth's door, having chosen this place in preference to his old one on the flat stone in the front of the house. To lie on the doorstep, where so many went out and in, and nowadays they went so rudely, was too exciting for him. But Lisbeth always stepped considerately. As Lisbeth sat there in her room, she was not reading in any book. In fact, she was doing nothing at all. Spread out on the bed before her lay her long frock, which she had not used that winter. It looked very small and worn. When she had come into her room, where the afternoon sun fell slantwise upon the coverlet of her bed, picturing there the small window frame, she had had a wonderful feeling of peace and contentment. It seemed to her that there was not the least need of thinking about serious things or of reading either. She felt that the simplest and most natural thing to do was merely to busy herself happily, without putting her thoughts on anything in particular. She had no earthly possessions of value, but she did have a small chest which she had received in the second year of her stay at Hoel, and in this chest there was a tiny side box, and also a space in the lid where she had stored away the little she owned that seemed worth keeping. She had pulled the chest forward and opened it. To take the things out, look at each one, and recall the memories connected with them was very pleasant. There was the good-for-nothing old pocket-knife that had been given her by Ole the first summer on the mountain. Then there was a letter from Ole, too, that she had received the last autumn, and that no one knew about. In it he had asked if he might send her and Jacob tickets to America after she had been confirmed. She had not answered the letter yet, but she would do so soon now, and thank him and say she was not coming, for she knew that she could never leave Norway. And then she took out the goat horn that Peter had given her. She was seized with a strong desire to play on it, but did not dare to, because it would sound so strange in the house. Next to the place where the goat horn had lain was a silk neckerchief that Peter had given her for Christmas. He had sent it by Jacob. She herself had not seen or spoken with Peter since that Sunday last year when he had found her on the mountain, until to-day at the church. And there was the letter she had received from Jacob in regard to their meeting at Peerout Castle. It was the only letter she had ever had from him. Jacob was not one to write much, but she had a few small gifts that he had sent her. Down at the bottom of her chest lay a kerchief that she had never taken out before, her mother's kerchief. It seemed to Lisbeth that now was the first time she had really dared to think about her mother. She took out the kerchief and spread it on the bed, and when, as she did so, her eye caught sight of her old long frock hanging on the wall, she spread that, too, on the bed. Then she seated herself and gazed upon these simple objects. The time had arrived when it was possible for her to look back without becoming hopelessly sorrowful, when she could ponder over the rich memories which these poor relics hid, the memories from Peerout Castle not being the least precious. She sat nourishing these thoughts a long time, beginning at the beginning, as far back as she could remember, and going forward to this very Sunday. The memories came easily and in regular succession, and all of them were good memories. Everything that had seemed hard at the time either had been forgotten or was seen now in a softer light. Suddenly there came a knock at the door, and before Lisbeth had had time to conceal the things or presence of mind to rise from her chair, in walked Kjersti Hoel. Lisbeth saw that Kjersti noticed the things at once, but she was not in the least embarrassed, for Kjersti only smiled kindly and said, "I see that you are thinking about your mother today, Lisbeth, and that is right. But now come with me into my room. There was something I wished to talk with you about." Lisbeth was half alarmed at this, for never before had Kjersti spoken so seriously to her, but she rose quietly and did as she was bidden. Kjersti went ahead through the kitchen and across to the door of her own room, Lisbeth following close behind. The others in the kitchen looked at them curiously, wondering what was going to happen. Once in her room, Kjersti took a seat beside the table and asked Lisbeth to sit at the opposite side. Then said Kjersti, "You are now grown up, Lisbeth Longfrock, and hereafter you will be free to decide things for yourself. I have kept the last promise I made to your mother, and I can today say that it has been only a pleasure for me to do so. You have turned out well, as may be expected of every good girl. If you do as well in the future, I really believe that your mother would be satisfied with both you and me. But from today I have no longer any right to decide things for you. You must decide for yourself what you will do and what you think is right. I will therefore ask you, and you are to choose with entire freedom, whether you wish to stay with me any longer, or whether, now you are to earn your own living, you would rather try something else. I can add that I should very much like to have you stay here." For a while there was a deep silence. Then Lisbeth looked up with big tears in her eyes and said, "I should like to stay with you, Kjersti Hoel, as long as you are pleased with me." "That is what I thought, and therefore I have also thought of another thing. Of course you are very young yet, but it is not always unwise to put responsibility on young shoulders. You have shown yourself so faithful and capable, not only at the cow house but at the sæter at Well, that I have no fear in entrusting both to your care, if you wish it to be so. I will now appoint you head milkmaid at Hoel Farm. End of chapter 11. End of Lisbeth Longfrock.
Author's note and preface of True Stories for First Communicants. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. Author's Note. It is the writer's wish that these simple stories be put into the hands not only of those preparing for their First Holy Communion, but also of those little ones who have already had this happiness, so that the example of these other children, some of whom have already received the reward of their virtues, may encourage them to persevere in the love of our Blessed Lord. For this reason lives have been given of those who have persevered to the end, as well as of those still working out their salvation. First Sunday of Advent, 1918. Preface. These stories are admirable, very direct, most simple and true. They are all about First Communicants, mostly of our own day, and among the poor. It is clear that the writer knows how to catch and hold the attention of children, and that she can, moreover, write a story exactly as she would tell it, a rarer gift indeed, if it be a gift and not simply literary courage. The youngest communicant will be able to follow gladly these stories when read aloud without any editing or explanations, and older children will delight to read them more than once for themselves. The hearts of grown-up people will be touched by their tender pathos, and will be moved, likely enough, to tears by more than one of these spiritual tragedies in infant souls. By a true instinct, if not of set purpose, the writer has avoided the monstrous perversions of fact and horrible tales of supposed sacrilege with which too often pious people think to frighten the child into reverence. Happily, too, there is nothing here in the way of exaggeration, no flavor of the spiritual fairy tale, nothing fantastic nor even imaginative beyond the imagination that goes with genuine insight and sympathy. No child will need to be told that these tales are true. Their truth is evident in the directness and sincerity of the narrative. They are too objective, too simply told, to be creations of the writer's brain. Children are punctilious regarding the reality and solid truth of matters concerning God, and religion is not helped, but rather discredited, in their fresh minds by flights of fancy and far-fetched inventions that may yet regale the jaded faculties of certain older people. "But was he a real man?" asked the small boy, before he would adopt the saint as an example. We welcome, then, these stories, and commend them both for what they are, and even more, perhaps, for what they are not. Our hope is that the author may soon give us a second series, all from the everyday life of our own poor children, for these are the kind that give most pleasure and will do most good. W. Roach, S.J. Feast of the Holy Innocents, 1918. End of preface. Section 1 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Reggie. A few years ago in a large convent school you might have seen a happy band of children getting ready for their First Holy Communion. Such little mites they looked, 9 boys and 7 girls, the youngest only 6, the eldest 8 years old. Though they were so young, they were very much in earnest, all trying to fill their hearts with beautiful flowers for little baby Jesus. Day after day they would come running in to tell Sister of some fresh flower just added to the rest. It would be, "Sister, I gave a penny to a poor boy coming to school," or, "Sister, I turned the rope 3 times instead of jumping." Or a fidgety little mite would say, "Sister, I never looked round once the whole lesson." And so on, each wanting Sister to know how much he or she was trying. The First Communion Day was to be on the 25th of March, the beautiful feast of the Annunciation. Now all preparations were made. Each little soul had been washed in the precious blood of our dear Lord in confession the day before, and the great morning of the 25th had come. Such a beautiful spring morning it was. One by one the children arrived, the little girls in their white dresses with their snowy veils and wreaths of roses on their heads, and the little boys in nice suits. As they came in, each sat quietly in a little chair in class until all were ready. One little lad, in changing his shoes, had soiled his fingers and asked if he might go and wash them. "I couldn't go to Holy Communion with dirty fingers. Could I, Sister?" he said as he went. Alas! How little Sister or he thought what that little act would cost him. As he was washing his fingers he spied a little cup just beside the basin. Without a thought he filled it to the brim and took a long, refreshing drink. Then, running quickly back to the others, he sat down contentedly in his chair. 2 minutes later there was a knock at the door. Sister was wanted. One of the servants was there. She came to say she thought — she wasn't sure, but she thought — she had caught sight of one of the little gentlemen taking a drink of water. Sister's heart sank within her. Could it be true? Returning to the children, she said quietly, "Did any little boy forget and take a drink of water?" Poor little Reggie! In an instant it flashed into his mind what he had done. With the remembrance came the temptation not to tell, but it was only for a moment. No, he would be brave. White as his little suit and trembling from head to foot, he looked up at the Sister. "Oh, Sister, I did! I never thought! Oh, Sister, what can I do?" Tenderly drawing the child to her side, Sister tried to comfort him, telling him that he need only wait till tomorrow. But the poor little fellow seemed quite stunned, unable to realize what it all meant. When they went up to chapel in procession, Reggie knelt beside Sister. What were his thoughts as he knelt there in that beautiful chapel, watching the priest and listening to the sweet singing? Presently the bell rang for the elevation. Then the children made aloud their short acts before Holy Communion. The longed for moment had at last arrived. Slowly and reverently the little ones went up to the altar rails. All but Reggie. Only then did the truth really dawn upon him. Baby Jesus could not come into his heart. All would receive him, only he would be left out. Poor little Reggie! He burst into passionate sobs, startling all in the chapel. He was obliged to be taken out that the others might not be disturbed. All that day he joined with the others in their games and amusements. Such a sad little face his looked among the others, whose hearts were overflowing with peace and happiness. But the next morning very early, when all his little companions of the day before were still in bed, Reggie's father and mother brought him once more to the convent. No music and singing to be heard today. All the music was in Reggie's heart as at last baby Jesus entered it for the first time. How much he had to tell him! All about the long weeks of preparation and then about the bitter disappointment of the day before. But how happy he was now, and how quickly the moments flew. "I had to finish talking to Jesus all the way out of chapel," he said. But I don't think he or his little companions could ever forget that they must be fasting from midnight. End of section 1. Section 2 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. St. Gerard Majella. You have all heard of the wonderful saint called St. Gerard Majella, how he spent his whole life doing good, curing those who were ill, making wicked men feel sorry for their sins and become good again, loving our dear Lord in the tabernacle so much, and being loved so much by Him that whatever he prayed for was granted. Now St. Gerard was once a little boy just like one of you, only he was an Italian boy. He was born in a pretty little town in Italy called Muro. His father kept a tailor's shop and used to make clothes for the men who lived there. He was a good man and loved God and wished his children to grow up good Catholics. God had given him 3 children, 2 girls and 1 little boy, Gerard the youngest. The very day he was born his father carried him to the cathedral and had him baptized so that he might at once become a child of God. His mother, who loved her son very much, took great care of him, and as soon as he could speak taught him to say the holy names of Jesus and Mary. His mother noticed that whenever she talked to his sisters of God and His Holy Mother, Gerard would leave his play and come and sit quietly at her side. When they said their prayers, Gerard would join his little hands and his lips moved as if he were trying to say the words. One day when Gerard was 3 or 4 years old, he heard his mother explaining to his sisters how Jesus dwelt in the tabernacle and church, and how often He was left alone hour after hour, and yet never wearied of waiting for us there. This was enough for Gerard. Quietly he slipped out of the room, out of the front door, and trotted down the street to the church. The door was open. So in he went, right up the middle, up to the top of the altar steps. There he knelt, talking to Jesus, his little hands clasped, his eyes fixed on the tabernacle door. 2 hours passed and still he knelt on. People coming in and out wondered to see that tiny child kneeling there, but no one disturbed him. Meanwhile father and mother and friends were all looking for Gerard. Gerard was lost. Where could he be? His mother at last went into the church to ask the help of Our Lady, who once lost her dear son for 3 days. Imagine her surprise when, on going into the church, she saw her lost baby wrapped in prayer on the altar steps. With a cry of joy she hastened to him, lifted him in her arms, and carried him home. "Where have you been, Gerard, all this time?" she asked. "Only in church, Mamma," he said. "I did not want little Jesus to be lonely." After this Gerard would slip away from home day after day, but he could always be found just in front of the altar talking to Jesus. Never was he so happy as when he was talking to our Blessed Lord in church. One day he came home with a tiny loaf, which he gave to his mother. When she asked him where he had got it, he told her that the lovely lady in the church had given it to him. This happened several times. His sister Bridget, curious to see who took such notice of her little brother, one day followed him at a distance. Imagine her surprise to see Gerard stop in front of the beautiful statue of Our Lady with the infant Jesus, and looking up, say, "Come down, little one, here I am." Before Gerard had time to say any more, a wonderful thing happened. The Holy Child was standing beside him, and when his sister looked again at the statue, Our Lady's arms were empty. Jesus kissed and talked to little Gerard, then, giving him a little white loaf, he once more returned to his Blessed Mother's arms. Quickly Bridget ran home to tell her mother the wonderful miracle she had seen, and the good mother thanked God for having given her a son who was so pleasing to God as to be allowed to play with the infant Jesus. As Gerard grew a little older, he began to have a great desire to receive his dear Jesus in Holy Communion. He had seen his eldest sister make her first communion when she was 12 years old, for in those days it was not the custom for very little children to receive Our Lord. They had to wait until they were 12 or 13 years old, and Gerard was not 7. Many a time he asked his mother to let him go, but she only smiled and told him to wait a little longer. But one day during Holy Mass, as Gerard watched the people going up to the communion rails, he felt he could not wait another moment. Jesus seemed to be calling him. Joining his hands reverently, he walked up to the rails and knelt between 2 ladies. The priest came down from the altar with Our Lord in his hands. He went to the end of the rails and began giving Holy Communion to each one there. Nearer and nearer he came to where Gerard was kneeling. Only 2 more, only 1, and he stands in front of Gerard, whose heart beat so violently he could hardly breathe. But the priest, looking at the little one, then thinking it was some baby who had crept up with its mother, passed him by, gave Holy Communion to the other lady, and then returned to the altar. Gerard, opening his eyes, saw Our Lord had passed him by. With one big sob he rose, left the church, and hastened home. Once in his own little room he threw himself on the ground and sobbed as if his little heart would break. His mother heard all about what had happened from a neighbor who had been there, and when much later Gerard came down, his eyes swollen with crying, she asked no questions, but, kissing him tenderly, tried to amuse him and make him think of something else. At 6:30 that night, after his mother had left him safely tucked up in bed and gone downstairs, Gerard began once more to cry quietly to himself. Then a wonderful thing happened. He could see the sky from where he lay, and he seemed to see right up into heaven, the home of little Jesus. Presently, as he lay gazing up and praying for the great grace for which he longed, he saw the heavens open and the beautiful Archangel St. Michael come flying down towards him, carrying in his hands the Sacred Host. In an instant Gerard was on his knees. St. Michael flew right to Gerard and placed on the tongue of the happy child his dear Jesus. And so, from the hands of the great St. Michael himself, Gerard received his first Holy Communion. End of section 2. Section 3 of True Stories for First Communicants by Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Kitty. Kitty was not a pretty little girl, nor did she wear grand clothes, nor was she a Catholic, but her father and mother thought her nearly perfect and loved her dearly. Little Jesus did not think her perfect, but he loved her much more even than her father and mother, and so he chose her out to be one of his own little lambs and took her little soul to heaven before it had ever been spoiled by any big sin. I told you how dearly her father and mother loved her. Now, at this time, when Kitty was 5 years old, they were very troubled because she was not happy at school. Every day there were tears because Teacher had been cross with her. At last Mother took her to a Catholic school and asked them to take her in there. When the Sister hesitated because Kitty was not a Catholic, her mother begged Sister to take her because she had always heard children were so happy at Catholic schools. At last the Sister consented, and the following week Kitty went to the convent just as if she had been a little Catholic girl. Now it was quite a different tale. As soon as she woke in the morning, she said, "Mother, isn't it time to get up? Mother, don't let me be late for school. The first lesson is best of all." The first lesson was catechism, and Kitty loved it. Such wonderful stories about Almighty God, our Lord and His Blessed Mother and the saints. All true stories, too. One day Kitty came home full of excitement. Some of the little ones had made their first Holy Communion that morning, and Kitty had seen them in their white veils and wreaths. She had asked why they were dressed like that, and had been told that that morning little Jesus had come into their hearts for the first time. Now, some of them were not much older than Kitty herself, so the little girl said nothing but waited. Not long afterwards Kitty had her 6th birthday and felt quite a big girl. As soon as she arrived at school she went up to Sister and said, "Please, Sister, I am 6 years old today, and Mary is only 6 1/2." Mary was one of the little girls who had lately made her first Holy Communion. "Well, Kitty," said the Sister as she gave her a birthday kiss, "I hope you will have a very happy birthday. So now you have nearly caught up Mary. Is that what you want to do?" "Yes, Sister. May I have little Jesus in my heart today? Mary did." "But Mary is a Catholic, dear, and only little Catholic girls may make their first Holy Communion." "Then please make me a Catholic, Sister." "I can't do that, dear. You must ask Father and Mother about it." Sister sighed, and Kitty went to her place and did her lessons, but from that day the tears began again at home. She kept saying, "Oh, Mother dear, I do want to be a Catholic. Won't you let me be a Catholic?" "Nonsense, Kitty," her mother would say. "Isn't your father's religion good enough for you?" "No, Mother, I can't have little Jesus unless I'm a Catholic." But her mother did not understand what the child was talking about. Then Kitty would try her father. "Daddy, dear, wouldn't you like to make me very happy?" "Yes, dear, if I can. What do you want?" "Oh, Daddy, do let me be a Catholic. I do want little Jesus. Oh, Daddy dear, do!" But her daddy did not understand either. This went on so often that at last her mother said she would try another school where they didn't put such funny ideas into children's heads. This frightened Kitty so much that she promised she would never ask to be a Catholic again if they would only leave her where she was. So for a time there was peace once more at home. Several months went by, and again at school a happy group of children made their first Holy Communion. Poor little Kitty! She had been so sure little Jesus would have come to her this year. Many a time now she cried herself to sleep. Soon her mother thought she was looking pale and thin, and took her to the doctor. "The child is fretting," said the doctor. "Do you know what it is about?" "It is all because of that school she is at," said her mother. "Then you had better change her school," said the doctor. "She'll never get better if she goes on fretting." That evening her mother and father talked it over. If they took her away from the school she would fret, and if they left her there as she was she would fret. Why not let her be a Catholic? It seemed as good a religion as their own, and even better. So the next day Father and Mother went to the school and arranged with Sister to have Kitty received into the Catholic Church. They promised to do all in their power to help her to practice her religion. Then they went home, and her father, taking Kitty on his knee, told her what they had done. Kitty could not thank her parents enough. She seemed quite a changed little girl altogether. Now she would tell Father and Mother all the beautiful stories of little Jesus that she heard at school. And when it came to making her first confession, she told them all about it, and how dear Jesus was going to wash her soul so beautifully white. Wouldn't they like their souls washed too? She asked. But neither Father nor Mother knew how to answer her. Kitty made her first confession, and soon after began to prepare for her first Holy Communion. So hard did she try to be good, and so often did she give up little things for her dear Jesus, that her mother was quite puzzled. "I can't understand the child at all," she said. "Kitty used to be so fond of sweets. Now she's always giving them away. And as for cakes and jam, she hardly touches them. Yet I've never known her so happy and contented." At last came her First Communion day. What a day of bliss! "I feel too happy to live," said Kitty to her mother that night. "How lovely it would be to die and always live with little Jesus." "Would you leave Father and me all alone?" said her mother. "I could see you all the time if I were up in heaven," said Kitty, "and I would ask little Jesus to let you come too." When a little later Kitty received the Holy Sacrament of Confirmation, she took the name of Mary Imelda because, she said, little Jesus took Imelda to live with him always after her first Holy Communion. Then, as the months slipped by, Kitty would go to Holy Communion as often as her mother would let her. She grew brighter and happier every day, and was like a ray of sunshine in the house. "How glad I am she is a Catholic," said her daddy. "It makes me feel better to look at her." "Yes," said her mother, "and when she says her prayers night and morning she looks just like a little angel." Little Jesus, too, liked to look at Kitty. He had been helping her to make her soul more and more beautiful, till now it was like a lovely lily just opening. "This lily must never become soiled or faded," said little Jesus. "I will take it up to heaven and plant it in my garden where it will never fade." So one day He sent Kitty an illness called diphtheria. She was so ill that the doctors took her to the hospital. Everybody was very kind to her there. One day a dear old priest went to see her. He told her that little Jesus wanted her to live with him in heaven. "Oh, I am so glad!" said Kitty. And when her father and mother came to see her, she told them the good news, adding, "And I will ask little Jesus to let you come too." But her mother and father were very sad, for they knew how lonely they would be without their little girl. The next day Kitty fell asleep, and when she awoke, where do you think she was? Right up in heaven with little Jesus, happy forevermore. She did not forget her father and mother. The next year her father died too, but before he died he sent for a priest and asked him to let him die a Catholic like his little Kitty. The priest instructed and baptized him, and soon after he went to heaven to meet his little girl. Then only the mother was left, and she asked the priest to baptize her too. "For," said she, "I must be with Kitty and Daddy when my turn comes." End of section 3. Section 4 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Marie. This story happened about 50 years ago, when there was a war between Germany and France in 1870. The Germans had brought their large armies into France, and many battles were fought there. One night, when the Germans were near a village called Dijon, they sent scouts on to say that their soldiers were dressed in that village for the night, and would sleep in the church, which was the only large building there. When the people of the village heard this, they were in great distress. The priest was not at home, and many of these soldiers were wicked men, and it would not have been right to leave our Lord in the tabernacle of the church, where the soldiers might insult him. Yet they could not prevent the German soldiers from doing that they said they would do. Now you know that no one but a priest or deacon should take the Blessed Sacrament in his hands except in cases of necessity. No one should touch the ciborium or sacred vessel in which it is kept without special permission. But when soldiers were going to sleep in the church, it was, of course, a case of necessity. Yet not one of the villagers dared to take the ciborium away. First they asked the sacristan who cleaned the church, but he said, "No." Then they asked one man after the other, but each was afraid or said he was not worthy. What was to be done? Soon it would be too late. At last one of the men said, "I know what to do. My little daughter Marie is 4 years old. She is good and innocent, just like an angel. I will take her up to the altar. She shall take our Lord from the tabernacle, and then we will carry her to the priest's house while she holds the ciborium in her baby hands." All were very pleased with this idea. So Marie was sought for. Her mother washed her, especially her little hands that were so soon to carry our dear Lord, and dressed her in her best white frock, while she tried to explain to her the great honor she was to have. Marie seemed quite to understand. Since she was a tiny baby, her mother had taken her to visit little Jesus in the tabernacle, and many a time she had blown him kisses from the church door. Now she was to carry him in her arms. Slowly and reverently her father carried her up the altar steps and unlocked the tabernacle door. Lovingly Marie drew out the ciborium which held her dear Jesus and pressed it to her breast. Her little heart beat fast while she whispered to Jesus how pleased she was to have him in her arms. Tighter and tighter she clasped the white silk veil which covered our Lord's little golden house. Tighter and tighter her father held his little girl in his arms. For was she not bearing in her tiny hands the Lord and God who bears us all in the hollow of His hand, and yet loves us so much that He hides Himself in the Blessed Sacrament, just to be always with us when we need Him? After Marie's father walked all the villagers, making quite a long procession, until they came to the priest's house. There our Lord remained safely all night, the good villagers taking it in turns to kneel on guard in front of Him. Now you will want to know why Marie was chosen instead of one of the men for this great honor. It was because she was so innocent and pure. She had never committed any sin, and so had never offended dear Jesus. It is into pure and innocent hearts like hers that Jesus loves to come in Holy Communion. Very soon, when the priest came back, the villagers told him all that they had done, and he was very pleased, and told Marie that she must always remember what a great honor she had had, and that she must begin to prepare her heart to become a home for the same dear Jesus whom she had carried in her hands. End of section 4. Section 5 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. John. Such a ragged, dirty little boy he was when he first came to school, and so naughty that many a time his teacher was in despair over him. But it was no wonder John was naughty. He had never been taught to be anything else. His father and mother were tramps who spent all their lives going from one village to another begging. Then when they got a few pence they spent them at the nearest public house. They never spoke without swearing and using bad language, which John thought very clever. From a tiny child he had tried to copy them in every way, until he, too, never spoke without using bad language. He was always in rags and had never known what it was to wear shoes and stockings, nor could he ever remember staying longer than a week at any place until he was about 8 years of age. At that time they were near Manchester, when John's mother fell ill, so they went to live in a tiny room in one of the worst streets in that city. Now it happened that John's mother was a Catholic, though not a good one. She had never been inside a church since she was a little girl at school, but feeling herself so ill she thought about the bad life she had led and how John had never been baptized. So one day when his father was out she sent John to look for a priest. John went out into the street, asked someone to tell him where a priest could be found, and soon returned with him to his mother. The priest stayed a long time with her, for he saw she was dying, and he wanted to help her to be sorry for the bad life she had led. He promised, too, that John should be baptized and put into a Catholic school. Soon after this his mother died, but not before the priest had done all he could for her and for John, and John's father made up his mind to stay in Manchester now his wife was dead. John did not like school at all. He had spent the whole of his life roaming about the country, and he could not see why he should be made to sit still and learn all sorts of things he did not want to know. So he behaved as badly as he could, and did his best to make the others naughty too. The only time that John was good in school was during religion instruction. He had never heard the life of our Lord before, and when he first heard the story of the Passion he cried bitterly. If his teacher had not noticed this, I think she would have sent him away from the school, but she thought she would get him to be good for the love of our Lord. One day she asked him to walk home with her so that she might talk to him alone. She explained to him how he hurt our Lord by his bad behavior and by the language he used. John replied that he did not want to be naughty, but that he never thought, and that he did not know when he was using bad language. He just spoke the same way as his father. His teacher said she would give him a little picture of the Sacred Heart and told him when in school to keep it on his desk to remind him, and John promised that he would try to do better. Each morning he took out his picture as his teacher had told him, and many a time, just as he was going to begin some trick to make the boys laugh, his eyes fell upon it and he went on with his lessons instead. He did not get good all at once, though. Many and many a time he had to be punished, but he went on trying, and that was what his teacher wanted. The next year he made his first confession. His great trouble was his habit of swearing. It seemed as if he could not cure himself. You see, he had always heard this language from his father when at home. The following year the priest put him in the First Communion class, but told him he really must overcome this habit if he wished to receive our Lord with the other children. John often tried to do little acts to please our Lord, and it made him sad to think he had so little to give Him. One day his teacher asked the children, instead of buying sweets, to bring their money for some very poor children, and in this way to show their love of our Lord. Poor John was very sad about this. What could he give? He had nothing at all. The next day, to his joy, his father gave him a halfpenny to buy his dinner. John was delighted. He ran all the way to school, and handing his halfpenny to the teacher, asked her to take 1 farthing for the poor, and the change would do for his dinner. Do you not think our Lord must have loved him? A month later, on the feast of Corpus Christi, the children were to make their first Holy Communion. Although John still used bad words sometimes, he was so much better that the priest said he might make it too. The day before, John went to confession, and was glad to think that there was only the night to pass before our Lord would come to him. He had no nice clothes to wear, nothing but his rags, but his teacher had told him to wash himself well, and she would lend him a coat, as he had not got one. So when it was time to go to bed, he got some water and began to wash himself vigorously. His father asked him what he was doing that for, and John told him. He had only once or twice before spoken to his father about religion, for each time it had made him so angry that he had beaten John cruelly, so the boy thought it wiser to say nothing about it. But that night he had answered without thinking. When his father heard what John was going to do the next day, he was so angry that he began using the most dreadful language, and took up a stick to beat him. "Oh, Father, beat me if you will," said John, as he put his hands to his ears, "but do not use such dreadful words. I cannot stay here if you do." "So your own father's language is not good enough for you? And you can't stay here? You shall not stay here. Go and find a home for yourself." And pushing him out of the door, the angry man shut it and left his little boy in the street. It was dark. John walked slowly down the street until he found a doorstep where he would be nearly hidden if a policeman passed. Then, sitting down, he took out his rosary and quietly said his prayers till he fell asleep. Early in the morning he awoke stiff and cold, but he did not think of that. He only remembered it was his First Communion day and ran off towards his school. His teacher was there with the other First Communicants and lent him the coat she had promised, pinning a white ribbon onto the sleeve. How happy John was as he walked up to the communion rails with the others, and it was only after the breakfast at the school, when John was talking to the priest, that he told him where he had spent the night. "You see, Father," he said, "I was so afraid if I listened to those dreadful words I should be repeating them to myself without thinking, and so to stain my soul." So, in order to make a pure home for our Lord in his heart, John had lost his earthly home. But you will be pleased to hear that the priest found a new, good Catholic home for him, where he grew up to become a good and useful man. End of section 5. Section 6 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Little Nellie. This is a story of a little girl called Nellie. Such a little girl that she was not much more than a baby when her beautiful guardian angel took her soul up to heaven. Yet this little baby had learned to love Holy God more than many children who were much older than she. When Nellie was only 3 years old, her dear mamma died, and there was no one to take care of the home and the children, for Nellie's father was a soldier and had to live with the other soldiers. So little Nellie and her sister were sent to live in a convent school kept by the kind Good Shepherd Sisters. When the two little girls arrived at the convent, it was found that Nellie had the whooping cough. So she was taken right away to the hospital for some weeks. After she was better, she came back to the convent and lived with the other little children. All the others were much bigger than Nellie, and they were very pleased to have a dear little baby girl to play with. They made a great pet of her and did all they could to make her happy. Yet, in spite of all their kindness, Nellie was often found crying. She cried so often for nothing, as people thought, that they said she must be a very bad-tempered little girl. But this was not really so. After a few weeks Nellie became very ill, and they found that every time she had cried she had been suffering great pain, but was too tiny to explain what was the matter with her. Now she was ill, too ill to stay with the other children, so ill indeed that they thought she was going to die. So she was carried to a dear little cottage at the end of the convent garden, where sick children were nursed. One of the big girls used to take care of her when the sister was busy. Nearly every day this big girl used to get up early to go to Mass and Holy Communion in the convent chapel. But sometimes, when she was not very well, she was told to stay in bed instead. The first morning this happened, when she got up and came into Nellie's room, Nellie looked up from her cot and said, "You haven't had Holy God in your heart today." "How do you know that, Nellie?" asked the big girl. "Oh, I know," said Nellie, "and I shall tell Mother." The children called the Sisters Mother in that convent. Every time that the big girl stayed in bed, Nellie knew, although she was not sleeping in the same room. Each time that she came in, Nellie would look at her sadly and say, "You have not had Holy God today." The sister who looked after Nellie used to teach her all about Almighty God and His dear Mother, and how to say her little prayers. Nellie loved to hear about Holy God, as she said, and about Holy God's Mother and the angels. One day during exposition of the Blessed Sacrament, Sister carried Nellie into the chapel and told her all about Holy God living there. After this Nellie seemed to think of nothing else. She understood all about Holy Communion too, and would ask the sister who nursed her to come straight up to her bed after she had received our Lord, while Holy God was still in her heart. The bishop, when he heard about little Nellie and her great love for Holy God, said he would come to the convent and give her the Holy Sacrament of Confirmation. So one day the bishop came, and Sister carried little Nellie into the chapel, for she was too weak to walk, and there, as she lay in the Sister's arms, the good bishop confirmed her. After this Nellie longed to make her first Holy Communion. "When will Holy God come into my heart?" she would ask. "Oh, I am longing for Holy God." About this time there was a good priest staying in the convent. He often used to visit little Nellie, and when he found how ardently she longed for Holy God, and how well she understood about Holy Communion, he said she should be allowed to make her first Communion. The bishop's permission was asked and given. Then little Nellie was told that soon indeed Holy God was to come into her heart. How happy she was as she lay in her tiny cot, watching the preparations. Near her cot they had made a little altar to the Infant Jesus, and Nellie would lie for hours looking at it and talking to Holy God. They made her a little white frock, a white veil and wreath, and lent her little white shoes and socks to wear. Nellie took a great interest in these clothes. "Everything must be very nice for Holy God," she said, "and you must put them on me again when He takes me up to heaven." The morning came, and Nellie was dressed and carried into chapel, and there they laid her on a cushion on one of the benches. All the Sisters were there and all the children too. The children sang very sweetly during the Mass, but Nellie clasped her tiny hands and said her baby prayers. When at last the priest brought her Holy Communion, how happy she was! Dear little baby, sitting there so quietly, talking to Holy God. After her thanksgiving she was carried out of the chapel back to her cot. Such a happy, contented little baby had never been known before. Her next Holy Communion was during the Christmas midnight Mass. After that she grew worse and worse. The priest used to bring Holy God to her in bed. Such a brave little girl she was, although she suffered most terrible pain. She would say, "Look at Holy God on the cross. He suffered more than this for me. Oh, I am longing to go to Holy God." But her time was growing very short on earth now. Each day she grew weaker and weaker, until one Sunday a beautiful angel flew down from heaven for Nellie's soul and took it up with him to Holy God. The Sisters and children were very sorry to lose their baby playmate, and all were present when Nellie's poor little body was put into a tiny grave in the convent grounds. Afterwards they often went to pray where Nellie was buried, and from her place in heaven little Nellie helped them by her prayers. The memory of her great love for Holy God made them try to love Him too, as she did, and to take great pains to prepare their hearts to receive Him in Holy Communion. End of section 6. Section 7 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Tarcisius. Long, long ago the Romans were the most famous and the most powerful people in the world. In their great city of Rome the Christians were often very cruelly treated, just because they loved and honored Jesus Christ. Often they were thrown into dark and dirty prisons, from which they were only taken in order to be martyred. Sometimes Christians were beaten or burnt to death. Sometimes they were thrown to lions or panthers in a large open space surrounded by rows of seats, called the Colosseum. To keep out of the way of the pagan Romans, so that they might live in safety, the Christians dug deep down into the earth and made long passages and rooms. The openings to these hiding places were made in lonely spots outside the city, and only the Christians knew where they were. These underground places were called catacombs, and Holy Mass was said there, and there the Christians used to receive Holy Communion and have instructions from the bishops and priests. But in spite of all the care that was taken to keep everything secret, the pagans sometimes found the openings into the catacombs, and then the Christians were caught and put in prison or condemned to death. At the time that this story happened, a great many Christians had been caught and were in prison, expecting every day to be put to death. These brave soldiers of Christ sent a message to the bishop, asking him to send them Holy Communion, for they knew that just as food makes our bodies strong, so Holy Communion strengthens our souls, and they felt that if they could only receive our dear Lord, the bread of the strong, into their hearts, they would be able to bear any pain or torture for love of Him. This message reached the bishop just as he was about to say Mass in one of the catacombs. The underground chapel was quite dark except for the candles on the altar, but all who were kneeling there could see the bishop as he turned round before he began his Mass, and asked all present to pray that he might choose the best messenger to carry the Blessed Sacrament to the prisoners. No priest could do this because he would be at once seized and imprisoned, and most of the other Christians were well known too. When the Mass was over, the bishop turned round again and asked who would be willing to risk his life to carry Holy Communion to the prisoners. 2 or 3 men offered, but the bishop was afraid they would be caught and put to death. Then a little boy named Tarcisius came up to the bishop, and kneeling at his feet, begged to be allowed to carry our Lord to those who needed Him so much. "I am so young," he said. "The pagans will think I am only a messenger boy and let me pass." Tarcisius was an orphan and well known to all the Christians for his great love of the Blessed Sacrament. At first the bishop thought he was too young, but Tarcisius begged so hard to be allowed to go that the bishop at last said, "Yes." Several sacred hosts were placed inside a white linen cloth within a little case, which Tarcisius put inside his tunic, just over his heart, and with his 2 hands clasped over his sacred burden, he started off. Oh, how happy and proud Tarcisius felt as he carried our Blessed Lord so close to his heart! He had no thoughts to spare for places or people that he passed. He thought only of Jesus whom he carried. "Oh, dear Jesus, how I love you!" he whispered. "How good you are to choose me as your little messenger! How willingly I would suffer and die for you, like these good people in prison. Perhaps one day you will let me lay down my life for you too." Whispering words of love like these, he sped quickly on his way. He was out of the catacombs now and on the highroad. There he passed a group of his school comrades just about to start a game, but needing one more to complete the number. Catching sight of Tarsicius, they called to him to stop and join them. "I am sorry," he said, "but I am on an important message." He hurried on, but the lads caught hold of him and would not let him go. "What have you there?" said one, seeing how tightly Tarsicius held his hands to his breast. "Let me see." "No, no!" cried Tarsicius, struggling to free himself. His anxiety made them all curious, and together they tried to pull away his hands. "My Jesus, strengthen me," whispered Tarsicius, almost under his breath. But one boy heard the words and cried out to the others, "He is a Christian! He is hiding some Christian mystery there!" This made the boys still more curious. They determined to see for themselves, so they struck him and kicked him and did their best to pull away his hands, but they could not move them. A man passing by asked what was the matter. "He's a Christian carrying some Christian mystery, and we're trying to get it from him," cried one of the boys. "A Christian, did you say?" said the man, and giving Tarsicius one cruel blow, threw him to the ground. At this moment a soldier, hastening toward the group, scattered them to right and left, and, stooping down, lifted Tarsicius in his arms. "You cowards," he said, "all setting on one little lad." And he strode quickly down the street and hurried off into a quiet lane. "Tarsicius, lad," he said, smoothing back the curls from his pale face. Tarsicius opened his eyes and recognized the soldier as a Christian whom he had often met in the catacombs. "I am dying," he said, "but I have kept my God safe from them." And he handed his precious treasure to the soldier, who placed it reverently inside his tunic. "Carry him to the prison for me," said Tarsicius, and with a gentle sigh he fell back into the soldier's arms. His little soul was already with God, for whom he so willingly had given his life. For Jesus himself once said, "Greater love than this no man has, than that a man lay down his life for his friend." Little Tarsicius gave his life for the friend of friends, Jesus Christ. End of section 7. Section 8 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Joan. One night in a small London house a little baby girl was born. Such a dear wee baby, with tiny ears like little pink shells, rosy cheeks, and a pretty little mouth. But alas, something was missing. This little baby had been born with only one eye. On one side of the face a pretty blue eye with long black lashes, and on the other side the eyelashes and the place for the eye, but no eye. When the mother saw her baby girl, whom she called Joan, she wept, but the father tried to comfort her and said they would take her to a doctor and see what could be done. So the baby was taken first to one doctor and then to another, and each tried his skill upon the child, but no doctor could make a real eye grow. You know only Almighty God can do that. Clever men tried their best, and meanwhile the baby was growing bigger and stronger every day. When Joan could walk and her mother took her out, other children would stand and look at her, and some rude boys even called after her. This made the poor little one very sad, and she would hide her face in her mother's skirts and beg to be left indoors. So her mother brought her a shade to wear over the place where the other eye should have been. After that people did not notice her so much. When she was 5 years old Joan went to school, and as she was a little Catholic girl she went to a school kept by some good sisters. Her mother told the sisters all about the missing eye, and asked that her little one might always be allowed to wear her shade. Of course the sisters said that she might, and she also took care that none of the other children should tease her about it. When Joan had been at school a short time she began to lose her fear of others, and would play merrily with her little companions. From time to time she was taken to the doctor, but he said there was now no hope of doing anything for her. When Joan had been 2 years at school, Sister thought it time for her to prepare for her first Holy Communion, so she and several of her little companions began to attend the special instructions. From the very first, the Sister noticed that Joan was one of the most attentive and most in earnest. Though she did not ask many questions, as some of the others did, not a word was said that she did not remember. What struck Joan most was that it was the great God Himself who was to come into her heart, God who was all-powerful and had done such wonderful things when He had lived on earth. Doctors might be clever, but they were not like Almighty God. Ah, she knew what she would ask for on her First Communion day. Joan's mother was not rich, but she had made a white frock and white veil for her little girl on her First Communion day. "Poor little mite," sighed her mother as she sewed. "She shall have all I can give her to make her happy." The First Communion morning arrived. Mother called her little one and began to dress her. When she arranged her hair, she was preparing to replace the shade, but Joan stopped her. "Not this morning, Mother. I would rather not wear it for my First Communion." "Not wear it?" said her mother, looking at her in surprise, for Joan could hardly bear to be without it even while she dressed. "You see, Jesus is God, and He can do all things, and I want Him to see me just as I am," answered Joan, and nothing would make her change her resolution. Very fervently Joan made her First Holy Communion. Many noticed how well she prayed and how much in earnest she seemed. When she went to breakfast she replaced her shade, which she had brought with her. Very few had noticed that she had not worn it the whole time. The next day the Easter holidays commenced, and her mother took her away for a fortnight, after which she returned to school. The first morning that she was back, the Sister sent for her out of the class. Imagine her surprise when Joan came tripping towards her, with no shade on, but 2 shining eyes smiling up at her instead. "Why, Joan dear," said Sister, "I am pleased to see that you are cured. So Mother has taken you to a very clever doctor during the holidays?" "Oh no, Sister. It was Holy Communion that cured me," replied Joan simply. "You told us Jesus would give us anything that we asked for on that day, because He was God. So I asked Him to give me my other eye. And it began to grow that day, and now it is just like the other. I have been to Holy Communion every day that I could since." The Sister could hardly believe that what the child said was true. But Joan's mother came for her that day, and she told the Sister that it had happened just as her little daughter had said. End of section 8. Section 9 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Mariana. In the sunny land of Italy lived a little girl called Mariana. Her mother was a rich countess, the cousin of St. Aloysius Gonzaga, so Mariana was related to a saint. Counting both brothers and sisters, the family was 11 in all, and they lived in a beautiful house and had many servants to wait upon them. Only one of Mariana's sisters was married, all the rest were nuns. The countess was very good and holy and had taught all her children herself. Mariana learned her prayers and catechism as soon as she could talk. Often her mother would take her to church and tell her all about Jesus dwelling in the tabernacle day and night. She showed her the red lamp always burning to tell whoever came into church that Jesus was there. It made Mariana very happy to know that she could always find our Lord in church, and that He came into the hearts of those who received Him in Holy Communion. Although at this time she was only 4 years old, the little girl longed to receive our Lord into her heart, and she loved kneeling before the tabernacle while she talked to Him. At home she was never so happy as when talking about her dear Jesus or picking flowers for her little altars. Sometimes her nurse told her about the sufferings of our Lord in His sacred Passion, and of how the saints used to fast and do hard penances in order to be more like Him. Mariana talked all this over with one of her brothers, and they made up their minds to leave home and go and live alone like the saints, spending their time in prayer and penance. So, like another St. Teresa and her brother, they packed up some bread and wine, found where the key of the front door was kept, and then went to bed, meaning to start very early the next morning before anyone was up. But alas for their plans! The next morning the basket was found by the servants, while Mariana and her little brother were still fast asleep. When Mary Anna was 8 years old, she became very ill, so ill that the doctors thought that she would die. A holy priest came to stay with the countess, and he told her to pray very fervently to Our Lady Immaculate that Mary Anna might get better. Mary Anna said the prayers as her mother told her to do. Then looking up, she saw Our Blessed Lady asking Jesus to cure her. It did not seem at first as if Our Lord was going to grant His mother this favor, but Our Lady went on asking, and at last Jesus said yes, and Mary Anna suddenly felt quite well. She was cured. You would think that after this great favor Mary Anna would have tried more than ever to be good, but strange to say, soon after her cure, instead of trying to please dear Jesus and His Blessed Mother, she began to spend her time looking at herself in the glass, curling her hair, and thinking how pretty she looked. She even became jealous and cross if her dresses were not as costly and beautiful as those of her friends. She did not do any big sins, but she did not love Our Lord as she had done before. This grieved Jesus very much, for He never left off loving Mary Anna. So at last He did something to remind the thoughtless little girl of His love. One day as she was sitting in front of her glass, Mary Anna was thinking what a beautiful face she had, when suddenly, instead of her own face, she saw the face of Our Lord in the mirror. His Sacred Heart was crowned with thorns, and drops of His precious blood were trickling down His cheeks. When Mary Anna saw this, she began to weep, for she knew that her vanity had helped to make Jesus suffer and caused Him to look so sad. There and then she made up her mind that she would never be vain or cross again. She told Our Lord how sorry she was for causing Him pain, and promised to spend more time with Him again. Mary Anna kept her promise. Once more she found delight in kneeling before Jesus in the tabernacle. Once more she longed to receive Him into her heart in Holy Communion. But she was only 8 years old, and in those days it was not the custom to let such little children make their first Holy Communion. Whenever she went to confession, Mary Anna would ask the priest to let her receive her dear Jesus, but each time he said, "Not yet." At last, one day in August, the feast of Our Lady of the Snow, Mary Anna felt a great desire to go to a certain church built in honor of St. Roch. The countess gave her permission, and the little girl set off with one of her brothers. When they arrived at the church, numbers of people were already going up to the altar rails to receive Holy Communion. Mary Anna knelt down near one of the confessionals, and as she watched the people coming back to their places with her dear Jesus in their hearts, she began to cry because she could not have Him too. The priest who was hearing confessions noticed this, and called Mary Anna, asking her to tell him what troubled her. In a voice choked with sobs, the little girl told him that it was because she was not yet allowed to make her first Holy Communion, although she wished so much to receive Our Lord. "But why not, my little friend?" said the priest. "It must be because I am so vain and wicked," answered Mary Anna between her sobs. When he heard this, the kind priest told her to come to confession to him every week, and that he would see if she were really trying to be good and to prepare her soul for receiving Jesus in Holy Communion. He also told her to beg Our Lord to come into her heart, especially when she saw others going to receive Him. Jesus would come into her heart spiritually, he explained to her, if she really wished to receive Him. Mary Anna did just as the priest had told her to, and after each spiritual communion Jesus filled her heart more and more with His divine love, so that the child often remained long hours in prayer, talking to her beloved Jesus. By the feast of Our Lady's Assumption, the wise priest gave Mary Anna permission to make her first Holy Communion. Never was there such a happy little girl as she was when the morning of the Assumption dawned. In reward for all her desires, Our Lord filled her heart to overflowing with His love and grace. Mary Anna used to say afterwards that no matter how long she lived, she would never forget the happiness of her First Communion day. Until she was 15, she always went to Holy Communion 3 times a week, which was very often for a little girl in those days. All during those years she never forgot how she had once grieved her dear Jesus by her vanity, and soon after her 15th birthday was passed, she gave herself entirely to our dear Lord by becoming a nun. Perhaps it was in memory of her happy First Communion day that she took the name of Sister Mary of the Angels. End of section 9. Section 10 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Gemma Galgani. You have all heard of the great St. Paul and of how he spent his life after his conversion in preaching Christ and Him crucified. Ever since the days in which this ardent apostle lived, there have been saints in the Church who have honored our dear Lord in His sufferings and who have been glad to suffer for love of Him. Just 40 years ago a holy little girl was born to whom it was given to suffer for the love of Jesus many pains like those our Blessed Lord suffered in His sacred Passion. This story will tell you about her first Holy Communion, but when you are older you must try to learn more about her. In a small village in northern Italy, near the ancient city of Lucca, there lived a pious chemist whose name was Henry Galgani. He had 5 boys and 3 girls, who all died when they were young except 3, who were still living in 1914. Their mother belonged to a noble Italian family, and on 12th March 1878 her eldest daughter was born. She was baptized the next day, receiving the name of Gemma, which in English means gem, and the little girl does indeed shine today as a gem in the Church of God. To look at, she was just the same as any other little girl, but her soul was beautiful in God's sight. When she was only 2 years old she was sent to a school like a kindergarten during the day, but used to return home each night. Gemma's mother was, as people say, a saint. She taught her little daughter all about Almighty God, our Blessed Lady, the angels, and the saints. Often she used to show her a crucifix and say, "Look, Gemma, how this dear Jesus died on the cross for us." And Gemma would eagerly listen to all her mother told her about the sufferings of our dear Lord, even following her about the house to say, "Mamma, tell me a little more about Jesus." Before she was 7 years old, Gemma made her first confession. But soon after this her mother became very ill. This was a great grief to Gemma. She used to kneel by her mother's pillow while they prayed together, till her father sent her away to be taken care of by a kind aunt. The little girl went without a murmur, but she never saw her dear mother again, for she died soon after. Not very long after this Gemma was sent to school again, this time to a convent. Gemma was delighted, and a long time afterwards, speaking of it, she said, "I began to go to the school of the Sisters. I was in Paradise." She very soon made friends with her companions, who learnt to love her dearly, and before long Gemma was the life and soul of the place. Almost at once she asked to be allowed to make her first Holy Communion. Although 9 years of age, Gemma was very small for her age, so she was told she must wait a little longer. With tears she begged her father, the priest, and the Sisters to change their minds. "Give me Jesus," she would say, "and you will see how good I shall be. I shall be quite changed. I won't commit any more sins. Give Him to me, for I cannot live without Him." At last the priest gave way and told her father that Gemma was quite ready to receive our Lord into her heart. "If we do not want our Gemma to die of longing," he said, "we must allow her to go to Holy Communion." When Gemma heard this, she thanked our Lord and His dear Mother, and then asked to be allowed to live in the convent while she prepared herself for such a great act. Her father did not like to lose this little girl even for a short time, but she begged so hard that at last he said she might, just for 10 days. "Oh, how happy I was!" wrote Gemma afterwards. "As soon as I got inside the convent I ran to the chapel to thank Jesus, and with all the earnestness I could I implored of Him to prepare me well for my Holy Communion. Then I felt," she adds, "an earnest desire to know all about the life and sufferings of Jesus." This thought of the Passion of our Blessed Lord with Holy Communion is the one He Himself asked us never to forget when He said to His Apostles at the Last Supper, "Do this in memory of Me." Ever since that day the Church has taught us to see in the Holy Mass one and the same sacrifice with that of our Lord on the cross, and to think of His Passion when we go to Holy Communion. Gemma learned all the good Sisters taught her about the sufferings of our Blessed Lord and the mystery of the Blessed Sacrament. The priest used to give instructions to the first communicants, and every day he repeated, "Whoever feeds on Jesus lives with his life." Gemma said afterwards, "I almost died of longing to be able to say those words, 'Jesus lives in me.'" The day fixed for her first Holy Communion was Sunday, the Feast of the Sacred Heart, 19th June, 1887. On the Saturday before this happy day, Gemma wrote to her father, and this is what she said: "Dear Papa, today is the eve of my First Communion, a day for me of the greatest happiness. I write these few lines only to tell you of my love, and to ask you to pray to Jesus in order that the first time He comes to dwell in me, He may find me ready to receive all the graces He has prepared for me. I beg your pardon for all my disobedience and all the pain I have ever given you, and I beg of you this evening to forget it all. I ask you to bless me. Your most loving daughter, Gemma." The next morning Gemma almost ran to the chapel, and during Holy Mass her dear Jesus came for the first time into her loving little heart. She kept very quiet and recollected all day, spending her time with our Blessed Lord in chapel, or in talking of Him to the Sisters. She took a little time also to write down all she wished to promise our Lord in return for His gift of Himself to her. Here is what she wrote: 1. I will confess my sins and receive Holy Communion each time as if it were to be the last. 2. I will often visit Jesus in the tabernacle, especially when I am sad. 3. I will prepare for every feast of Our Lady by some mortification, and every evening I will ask my Heavenly Mother's blessing. 4. I will try to remember that God always sees me. 5. Every time the clock strikes I will say 3 times, "My Jesus, mercy." Gemma kept all these resolutions, for she was resolved to become a saint. The sister who taught her at school often used to remind her of this and say to her, "Gemma, remember that you must become a truly precious gem." When she won the first place in her class, this sister rewarded her by telling her more about Our Lord's sufferings and death upon the cross, and the little girl grew more and more in the love of Jesus Christ crucified. In 1894 Gemma gained the gold medal prize for religious knowledge. Long before this she had become a daily communicant, but when she was 13 she became very ill and had to leave school. At home, when she got better, Gemma went on trying to please Our Lord in all she did. Her great desire was to suffer for love of Him. "Yes, my Jesus," she used to say to Him, "I wish to suffer, and to suffer much for Thee." Later on Jesus granted her desire, and even allowed her the privilege of bearing in her body the marks of His 5 most precious wounds, as He did long ago to St. Francis of Assisi. For all this Gemma found grace and strength in Holy Communion. End of section 10. Section 11 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Jean-Baptiste Vianney. About 150 years ago there was born into this world a little boy who afterwards became a holy priest, and is now famous as the Blessed Jean-Baptiste Vianney, the Curé of Ars. Ars is a tiny village in the south of France, and the Curé is French for parish priest. The little boy was not born at Ars, but at another village called Durdeley. His father lived in a farmhouse right in the midst of the most beautiful country. On one side of the farm were shady woods and deep valleys, and stretching far away in front of it were pleasant green fields and orchards. Jean Baptiste's father and mother were not rich, but they were both very good Catholics, who loved Almighty God and Our Blessed Lady with their whole hearts, and who took great pleasure in being kind to the poor and those in trouble, for the sake of our dear Lord, who said, "Whatever you do to the least of these my little ones for my sake, you do it unto me." Before Jean Baptiste was born his mother had said that if Almighty God should send her another little boy, for she had already had one son, she would bring him up in a special way for the service of God. Soon after this God sent her a little baby boy, our Jean Baptiste. The same day he was born the child was baptized, so that from the very first moment he might belong to God, our dear Heavenly Father. Long before he could walk his mother taught him to join his tiny hands in prayer and to lisp the sweet names of Jesus and Mary. Each morning this good mother used to awake her children herself to make sure that their first thoughts and actions should be offered to God. She taught them to make a big sign of the cross and say, "My God, I offer Thee today all that I think or do or say." During his whole life, and he lived to be quite an old man, Jean Baptiste never once forgot to do this. By the time he was 3 years old there was nothing he loved better than to be saying his prayers. He would kneel down in any quiet corner he could find, and taking out his rosary, contentedly say his Hail Marys. One of his first troubles was over this rosary. His little sister took a fancy to it and wanted Jean Baptiste to give it to her. Naturally he wished to keep it for himself, as he used it so often. Yet he did not want to be selfish. In the end he asked his mother what he should do. "Give it to your little sister," she answered, "for the love of God." Jean Baptiste shed a few tears over parting with this treasure, but did as his mother had said. This act gave him a new idea. He learned that he could show his love for our Lord and His Blessed Mother not only by saying his prayers, but also by giving up to others things that he liked. Often, when he was still a little boy, Jean Baptiste's mother used to take him with her to church. During Holy Mass he said his prayers so well and kept so still that her friends would notice it and say, "You must make a priest of that little one." And his mother would smile and pray that it might be so. But alas, when Jean Baptiste was 7 years old there was a revolution in France. That is, a number of wicked men got all the power into their hands and wanted to do away with all order and religion. Soon the churches were closed, the priests were hunted from place to place and put to death whenever they were found. Only very seldom could Jean Baptiste hear Mass during that dreadful time, and then it was in secret, in a barn or hayloft, with someone watching outside to see that no one came to take the poor priest prisoner. But though he could not go to Holy Mass as he used to, Jean Baptiste could still say his prayers. His mother had given him a little wooden statue of Our Blessed Lady, and the boy carried it with him wherever he went. When he was 8 he was given the care of his father's sheep and cows. He had to take them into the far meadows to feed on the sweet grass there. His little companions would often go with him, and when they reached the fields Jean Baptiste would put his dear statue on a hillock or in the hollow of a tree, and then he, with his companions, would kneel in front of it and say their prayers. After this Jean Baptiste used to tell his companions all about Our Blessed Lady and her Divine Son. When the others were tired they would run away and play, but he stayed on to say his rosary or moved his little statue to a quieter spot. Sometimes he used to spend whole hours in this way. At last, when Jean Baptiste was 11 years old, some sisters came to a village nearby to teach the children their religion, and Jean Baptiste was sent to live with his grandfather that he might be prepared for the sacraments. He made his first confession and then began to prepare for his first Holy Communion. He could not spend long hours praying now, for he was getting a big boy and he had to do a great deal of hard work on the farm. But whenever he had a few spare moments he always spent them in prayer. Jean Baptiste knew that Almighty God was just as pleased with work when it is done for His glory, so he tried to do more and more work to please Him. He used to take his statue of Our Blessed Lady with him into the fields, which he had to dig up, place it at a little distance from him, and then see how quickly he could dig his way to it. Then taking it up once more, place it farther on and begin again. Not only did Jean Baptiste offer up his work in preparation for his first Holy Communion, but he gave away to God's poor, and there were many in those days of revolution, his food and even his clothes, glad to go hungry or cold himself to show his love for God. Now came the last happy days before his first Holy Communion. A priest was hidden in one of the farmhouses, and each night the village boys would quietly slip in, and seated on the floor at the priest's feet, would listen while he taught them all about this wonderful sacrament. Then, when at last they were all instructed and prepared, a barn was chosen in which the priest could say Mass. Jean Baptiste and his young companions helped to load the wagons of hay which were placed outside the window and door so that no enemy might see what was going on inside. Late that night an altar was got ready and everything arranged for Mass. Very, very early in the morning, when everything was yet quite dark, Jean Baptiste and his family, with just a few friends, got up quietly and went into the barn, which was lighted by 1 or 2 candles. All through the Mass Jean Baptiste knelt without moving, never once taking his eyes off the altar and the priest, until the great moment when he and his little companions received our dear Lord for the first time. Returning to his place, his heart overflowing with love, Jean Baptiste offered his whole life and work for the service of our dear Lord, and Jesus accepted his offering and chose him to be a priest and to do a great deal for His Church. Soon after this the churches in France were opened again. The Revolution was over. Each morning Mass was said, but now Jean Baptiste had to work from early morning, and often he could not go to Mass, for he was paid for his labor and the work had to be done. So what did he do? He saved up all his money and all his little treasures, and with them he paid anyone who would work for him during the time he went to Mass and Holy Communion. Years after, when he was an old and holy priest, he would say that the happiest days of his life were those he spent just before and after his first Holy Communion. End of section 11. Section 12 of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Blessed Julie. More than 100 years ago, in a little village in Picardy in France, named Quevilly, lived a father and mother and 3 little children, Madeleine, Julie, and their little brother Louis. There had been 4 more little children, but God had taken them to live with Him in heaven, and from there they looked down upon and watched over their father and mother and the 3 left on earth. When Julie was born, Madeleine was 7 years old and thought herself a big girl. While Julie was quite tiny, her mother used to show her pictures of Jesus and Our Blessed Lady and taught her little prayers to say. If she took her for a walk, they would go to the end of the village where there was a large crucifix with a little bench in front of it. Kneeling there with little Julie, her mother would tell her all that dear Jesus suffered for love of us. Then Julie's tears would flow, and she would ask her mother what she could do in return. Later on she began to go to the village school. There the little girls and boys learned the catechism and all about Almighty God. You should have seen Julie during those lessons. She did not play and fidget and look about. With her eyes fixed on the schoolmaster, she seemed to drink in every word he was saying. By the time she was 7, she knew every word of the catechism and all the meanings too. Not so the other little children. Often they found it very hard and uninteresting, and they could not answer the questions. Little Julie noticed this, and it made her sad. She loved our Lord so much that she wanted all the others to know and love Him too. Often when they were playing in the fields, little Julie would get the others all round her, and with her catechism on her knee she would explain it so well and tell them such wonderful things about Almighty God that they were all delighted and were always glad to listen. Sometimes Julie would notice that certain little boys and girls were not there, and she would send the others to look for them. "I want plenty of little souls," she would say, "to teach them to love the good God." There was a very holy priest in that village, and he soon noticed what a good little girl Julie was, and how much she loved the good God and was loved by Him in return. So he tried to help her to become even more holy. He taught her how to talk to our Blessed Lord when at church and at home, and how to give up little things she liked to show her love for Him. He taught her, too, how to watch over her temper. Julie's little brother Louis was a great tease, and sometimes Julie found it very hard not to speak crossly. She knew that cross words displeased our Lord, so she prayed very hard for patience, and if ever she spoke a cross word, she would at once say she was sorry. She was always gentle and patient, trying to be like her dear Jesus during His sacred Passion. When the good priest saw how hard Julie tried to correct her faults and how well she prayed, he said he would let her make her first Holy Communion. But, in case the other village children should be jealous at Julie's being allowed to make it so much sooner than they, the good priest said she must keep it a secret. How happy Julie was, and how she longed for the day to come! At last the happy morning dawned, and you shall know just what happened. Very, very early in the morning, before anyone was awake, little Julie got up. She put on the simple peasant's dress that she always wore, and her little bonnet, and opening her door very quietly, so as not to awake her brother and sister, she ran quickly to the village church. The good priest was waiting at the door for her, and together they went in. How empty the big church looked, but it did not feel empty to Julie. She only had thoughts for her God waiting for her there in the tabernacle. First she said the prayers for Holy Communion that the priest had taught her. Then she began to pray in her own words until the priest went up to the altar. Very reverently Julie knelt on a low rush-bottomed chair and received her first Holy Communion. No white frock or veil had she, no little companions kneeling at her side, no fathers and mothers watching, no sweet music nor bright flowers, but instead the church was filled with beautiful angels adoring their God and looking with wonder on little Julie's soul, now become the home of their God and hers. And how happy was her guardian angel at her side, now that Julie had Jesus in her heart. Long Julie remained there, thanking dear Jesus for the gift of Himself that morning. And after this she thanked the kind priest for all the trouble he had taken with her, then quietly returned home to her ordinary day's work. From time to time for 2 whole years Julie received Holy Communion in this way, all alone. After that the priest allowed her to go with the other children of the village, but she never told the others her secret, and how many times already our Lord had come to visit her. When she grew up, Julie never missed an opportunity of hearing Mass and receiving Holy Communion, no matter how many difficulties there were in the way. All her life long she taught others to know and love our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, and Jesus filled her heart full of love and joy in Him, so that she always kept singing in her heart, "Oh, how good is the good God!" End of section 12. End of True Stories for First Communicants by a Sister of Notre Dame. Section 5 of A Year with the Saints, translated by a member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. March. Mortification. Whoever will come after me, let him deny himself. Matthew 16:24. 1. The first step to be taken by one who wishes to follow Christ is, according to our Lord's own words, that of renouncing himself, that is, his own senses, his own passions, his own will, his own judgment, and all the movements of nature, making to God a sacrifice of all these things and of all their acts, which are surely sacrifices very acceptable to the Lord, and we must never grow weary of this, for if any one, having, so to speak, one foot already in heaven, should abandon this exercise, when the time should come for him to put the other there, he would run much risk of being lost. St. Vincent de Paul. The same saint made himself such a proficient in this virtue that it might be called the weapon most frequently and constantly handled by him through his whole life, until his last breath. And by this he succeeded in gaining absolute dominion over all the movements of his interior nature. Therefore he kept his own passions so completely subject to reason that he could scarcely be known to have any. St. John Climacus says that the ancient Fathers, even those who were most perfect, exercised themselves in many kinds of mortification and contempt. For they said that if they should give up training themselves because men thought them already consummate in virtue, they would come, in time, to abandon and lose that modesty and patience which they possessed, just as a field, though rich and fertile, if it be no longer cultivated, becomes unsightly and ends in producing only thorns and thistles. 2. The measure of our advancement in the spiritual life should be taken from the progress we make in the virtue of mortification. For it should be held as certain that the greater violence we shall do ourselves in mortification, the greater advance we shall make in perfection. St. Jerome. When St. Francis Borgia heard it said that any one was a saint, he used to answer, "He is if he is mortified." In this way he himself became so great a saint, for he exercised himself in mortification to such a degree that only that day seemed to him truly wretched in which he had not undergone some mortification, either bodily or spiritually. When a young monk once asked an aged saint, why among so many who aim at perfection so few are found perfect, he replied, "Because in order to be perfect it is necessary to die wholly to one's own inclinations, and there are few who arrive at this." 3. It should be our principal business to conquer ourselves and, from day to day, to go on increasing in strength and perfection. Above all, however, it is necessary for us to strive to conquer our little temptations, such as fits of anger, suspicions, jealousies, envy, deceitfulness, vanity, attachments, and evil thoughts. For in this way we shall acquire strength to subdue greater ones. St. Francis de Sales. A certain physiognomist, looking at Socrates, pronounced him to be inclined to dishonesty, gluttony, drunkenness, and many other vices. His disciples, being angry at this, wished to lay violent hands on the man who had spoken so ill of their master. But Socrates said, "Be calm, for he has told the truth. I should have been just such a man as he describes, if I had not given myself to mortification." When an old monk was asked how he could bear the noise of some shepherd boys near him, he answered, "I was at first inclined to say something to them, but I thought better of it and said to myself, if I cannot endure so little as this, how shall I endure greater trials when they come to me?" St. Francis Xavier acted in the same way on occasion, and said that we must not deceive ourselves, for whoever does not conquer himself in trifles will not be able to do so in greater matters. 4. He who allows himself to be ruled or guided by the lower and animal parts of his nature deserves to be called a beast rather than a man. St. Vincent de Paul. Philip, Count of Nemours, after leading a very bad life, experienced on his deathbed wonderful contrition, so that he begged his confessor to have his body carried to the public square and left there, saying, "I have lived like a dog, and like a dog I ought to die." 5. Whoever makes little account of exterior mortifications, alleging that the interior are more perfect, shows clearly that he is not mortified at all, either exteriorly or interiorly. St. Vincent de Paul. This saint was always an enemy of his body, treating it with much austerity, chastising it with haircloth, iron chains, and leather belts armed with sharp points. Every morning on rising he took a severe discipline, a practice which he had begun before founding the Congregation, and which he never omitted on account of the hardships of journeys or in his convalescence from any illness, but on the contrary he took additional ones on special occasions. All his life he slept upon a simple straw bed, and always rose at the usual hour for the community, though he was generally the last of all to retire to rest, and though he often could not sleep more than 2 hours out of the night, on account of his infirmities. From this it frequently happened that he was much tormented during the day by drowsiness, which he would drive away by remaining on his feet or in some uncomfortable posture, or by inflicting on himself some annoyance. Besides, he willingly bore great cold in winter and great heat in summer, with other inconveniences. In a word, he embraced, or rather sought, all the sufferings he could, and was very careful never to allow any opportunity for mortifying himself to escape. A holy woman, being compelled by her husband to go to a ball, put dry mustard on her shoulders, which in dancing caused her such intense pain that she fainted several times and had to be carried from the ballroom. St. Edmund, Archbishop of Canterbury, wore for 30 successive years a band of haircloth next to his skin, and always slept on the floor, without pillow or coverlet. St. Louis, King of France, constantly chastised his body with fast and haircloth. St. Casimir, son of the King of Poland, did the same, and also slept on the bare ground. St. Margaret, Queen of Scotland, as well as St. Cajetan, often used the discipline during whole nights. Finally, there can be found among the confessors no saint, either man or woman, who did not have great love for exterior mortifications, and who did not practice them as much as possible. 6. Mortification of the appetite is the ABC of spiritual life. Whoever cannot control himself in this, will hardly be able to conquer temptations more difficult to subdue. St. Vincent de Paul. This saint had, by long habit, so mortified his sense of taste that he never gave a sign of being pleased with anything, but took indifferently all that was given him, however insipid or ill cooked it might be, and so little did he regard what he was eating, that when a couple of raw eggs were once set before him by mistake, he ate them without taking the least notice. He always seemed to go to the table unwillingly, and only from necessity, eating always with great moderation, and with a view solely to the glory of God, nor did he ever leave the table without having mortified himself in some way, either as to quantity or quality. For many years, too, he kept a bitter powder to mix with his food, and he usually ate so little that he frequently fainted from weakness. The Empress Leonora was remarkable for this virtue. Her usual dinner was of herbs, pulse, and other food of the poor, always the same both in kind and quantity. She had 4 dishes at dinner and 3 at supper, frequently setting aside some of them for no reason except that they pleased her, and if these dishes came to the table covered with pastry or other delicacies used by the rich, they always went back whole and untouched. When she was at the Emperor's table or at formal banquets, she spent the time in cutting into the small spits whatever was placed before her. Then, when another course was brought, she sent away the first without having tasted it, and went on as before. When she ate apples baked in the ashes, she never peeled them, but ate them with whatever ashes were upon them. On Fridays she lived on bread and water, alone, in memory of the Redeemer's Passion. She bore the most parching thirst on the hottest summer days, without permitting even a sip of water to pass her burning lips. St. Elizabeth, Queen of Portugal, fasted on bread and water about half the year. St. Francis Xavier waged constant and lasting war against his appetite, so that he never took food or drink for pleasure, but from pure necessity, nor did he ever take as much as he desired, even of bread. St. Edmund of Canterbury never ate either meat or fish, but only bread and other common food, and suffered so much from thirst that his lips chapped. The blessed Enrico Suzone drank nothing for 6 successive months, and in order to feel thirst more acutely, he ate salt food, and then going to a stream, he bent his head down close to its surface, yet without allowing his lips to touch it. The blessed Joanna of St. Damian practised such great austerities in regard to food, that she was entreated by the other nuns to moderate them, but she answered, "I am sorry that I cannot feed this body of mine on straw. I know how much harm liberty does to it, and I thank God, who has given me this knowledge." When St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi was seriously ill, extremely weak and suffering from nausea, if she happened to think of any kind of food which would please her, she considered it a fault to ask for it or allude to it, and carefully abstained from doing so. The blessed Jacopone, having, one day, a desire for meat, bought a piece. He hung it up in his room, and kept it until it was spoiled. Then he had it cooked, and ate it with unspeakable disgust. By a long and constant habit of abstinence and mortification, St. Anselm became unable to perceive the taste of food. It was the same with St. Bernard, who for that reason drank oil one day instead of wine, without perceiving it at all, and he reached such a point that going to the table seemed to him a kind of torture. St. Teresa said that she experienced a similar difficulty in eating, and St. Isidore suffered from it so excessively that he could not go to the table without tears, and the command of his superior was needed to force him to take some nourishment. 7. One of the things that keeps us at a distance from perfection is, without doubt, our tongue. For when one has gone so far as to commit no faults in speaking, the Holy Spirit Himself assures us that He is perfect. And since the worst way of speaking is to speak too much, speak little and well, little and gently, little and simply, little and charitably, little and amiably. St. Francis de Sales. St. Ignatius Loyola governed his tongue so well that his speech was simple, grave, considerate, and brief. St. John Birchmans was a man of few words, and so considerate in his speech that there was never heard from his mouth an idle word, one contrary to rule, one that was neither necessary, useful, nor directed to any good purpose. Being once asked by a brother novice how he managed never to commit a fault in speaking, he replied thus: "I never say anything without first considering it and recommending it to God, that I may say nothing which can displease Him." Besides, he was never observed to violate silence, and when asked how he could keep this rule so perfectly, he answered: "This is the way I do. I salute humbly all those I meet. If any one asks any service of me, I show the greatest readiness to render it. If any one asks me a question, I listen and answer briefly, and I avoid saying a single superfluous word." St. Vincent de Paul made himself so completely master of his tongue that useless or superfluous words were rarely heard from his mouth, and never a single one inconsiderate, contrary to charity, or such as might savour of vanity, flattery, or ostentation. It often happened that after opening his mouth to say something unusual that came into his mind, he closed it suddenly, stifling the words, and apparently reflecting in his own heart, and considering before God whether it was expedient to say them. He then continued to speak, not according to his inclination, for he had none, but as he felt sure would be most pleasing to God. When anything was told him which he already knew, he listened with attention, giving no sign of having heard it before. He did this to mortify self-love, which always makes us desire to prove that we know as much as others. When insult, reproach, or wrong of any kind was inflicted upon him, he never opened his lips to complain, to justify himself, or to repel the injury, but he recollected himself, and placed all his strength in silence and patience, blessing in his heart those who had ill treated him, and praying for them. When he found himself overwhelmed with excessive work, he did not complain, but his ordinary words were, "Blessed be God, we must accept willingly all that He deigns to send us." St. Aloysius Gonzaga, when about to converse with any one, fervently repeated this prayer: "Pone Domine custodiam ori meo," etc. "Set a watch, O Lord, before my lips," etc. A certain virgin once observed silence from the festival of the Holy Cross in September until Christmas with such rigor that in all that time she did not speak one word. This mortification was so pleasing to God that it was revealed to a holy soul that as a reward for this she should never pass through purgatory. Among the lofty eulogiums that St. Jerome bestows upon his pupil St. Paula is this, that she was as cautious in speaking as she was ready to listen. 8. It is a common doctrine of the Saints that one of the principal means of leading a good and exemplary life is modesty and custody of the eyes; for, as there is nothing so adapted to preserve devotion in a soul, and to cause compunction and edification in others, as this modesty, so there is nothing which so much exposes a person to relaxation and scandals as its opposite. Rodriguez. In his Life of St. Bernard, Surius relates that when Pope Innocent III. Went with his cardinals to visit Clairvaux, the Saint with all his monks came out to meet him, but with such a modest and composed exterior as moved to compunction the cardinals and the Pope himself; for they were astonished that on such a festival and such an unusual and solemn occasion of rejoicing, they all kept their eyes cast down and fastened upon the ground, without turning them in any direction, and that while all were gazing at them, they looked at no one. He also tells of St. Bernard that he practised custody of the eyes to such a degree that after a year's novitiate he did not know how the ceiling of his cell was made, whether it was arched or flat; that he always believed there was one window in the church, while there were three; that he walked one day with his companions on the shore of a lake, without knowing it was there, so that when they were speaking of the lake in the evening, he asked where they had seen it. It is narrated of St. Bernardine of Siena that his modesty was so great that his mere presence acted as a restraint upon his companions, so that if one only said, "Bernardine is coming," they would check themselves immediately. Surius also tells, in his Life of St. Lucian the Martyr, that the heathens were converted and became Christians by merely looking upon him on account of his composure and modesty. The Blessed Clara de Montefalco never raised her eyes to the face of any one with whom she was speaking. When she was asked by a monk the reason of this, she answered, "As we speak only with the tongue, what need is there of looking in the face of the person we are talking with?" St. John Berchmans was greatly to be admired for mortification of the eyes. He would never turn to look at anything, however new and unexpected it might be, and even a noise behind him would never cause him to turn, natural as it is to do so. Happening to be present one day at a college exhibition, he took a seat on a bench and remained motionless, without ever raising his eyes, and with so much recollection that a nobleman who occupied the next seat was amazed, and said, "This father must be a saint." There are, on the other hand, innumerable instances of those who have become relaxed and a cause of scandal through want of custody of the eyes. It will be enough to cite the example of David, who by a simple, unguarded glance, prompted by curiosity, was suddenly changed from a great saint into a great sinner, the scandal of his whole kingdom. 9. Believe me that the mortification of the senses in seeing, hearing, and speaking is worth much more than wearing chains or haircloth. St. Francis de Sales. It is known of St. Catherine of Siena that while her family were celebrating the Carnival in their house, she was not willing to join them, protesting that as she had no other love, so she had no other pleasure but in her Jesus. He then appeared to her in company with the Blessed Virgin and other saints, and espoused her with so much clearness and certainty that the Dominicans, by apostolic indulgence, celebrated the festival in commemoration of it on the last day of the Carnival. A very devout penitent of his once confessed to St. Francis Xavier that she had looked upon a man with more tenderness than was suitable. The saint closed what he had to say to her with these words: "You are unworthy to have God look upon you, since for the sake of looking upon a man You do not regard the risk of losing God." This was enough, for during the rest of her life she never again turned her eyes towards any man. The Empress Leonora almost always kept her eyes down, and raised them only when she was welcomed by monks or nuns to their houses. She returned their salutations courteously with a cheerful countenance and a kind smile. When present at the theatre to which she was obliged to go, she rarely glanced at the splendid gathering of the nobility, or at the superb scenes which succeeded each other, with views of gardens, forests, and palaces in perspective. She spent all this time with her mind in heaven, contemplating the delights of Paradise, and reciting psalms, which to avoid notice she had bound in the same style as the books of the plays, so that she seemed to every one very attentive to the play, while she was in reality enjoying a very different sight. St. Vincent de Paul practised continual mortification of the senses, depriving them even of lawful gratifications, and often inflicting on them voluntary sufferings. When he was travelling, instead of allowing his eyes to wander over the country, he usually kept them on his crucifix. When walking in the city, he went with eyes cast down or closed, that he might see God alone. Visiting the palaces of the nobility, he did not look at the tapestry or other beautiful objects, but remained with downcast glance and full of recollection. He practised the same thing in the churches, never raising his eyes except to behold the Blessed Sacrament, not to look at the decorations, however beautiful they might be. He was never seen to gather flowers in the gardens, or take up anything that was pleasing to the sense of smell. On the contrary, he greatly enjoyed remaining in places where there was an unpleasant odor, such as hospitals and the houses of the sick poor. His tongue he employed only in praise of God and virtue, in opposing vice, and in consoling, instructing, and edifying his neighbour. His ears he opened only to discourse which tended to good, for it gave him pain to hear news and worldly talk, and he made every effort to avoid listening to what would delight the hearing without profit to the soul. When a penitent, who was somewhat reckless in his speech, asked his director for a hair shirt to mortify the flesh, "My son," said the priest, laying his finger upon his lips, "the best hair shirt is to watch carefully all that comes out at this door." St. Aloysius Gonzaga was admirable for mortification of the eyes, for it is narrated in his life that he never looked any woman in the face. After he had served the empress as page for 2 years, a report was spread that she was coming into Italy, where he happened to be, and some congratulated him on the prospect of seeing his mistress again. But he replied, "I shall not recognize her except by her voice, for I do not know her face." His rare mortification was well rewarded by God even in his life, for he was never attacked by temptations of the flesh. 10. There are some so much inclined to mortify themselves that they take care to find in everything some means of mortification. What a beautiful practice is this, and of how much advantage! St. Alphonsus Rodriguez. Sister Joanna Maria of the Trinity, a Discalced Carmelite, had this excellent custom of seeking and finding mortification in everything, and so she always selected what was most insipid in food, poorest in clothing and shelter, most laborious in work, most unpleasant matters of inclination. In a word, she always chose what was most inconvenient and disagreeable for herself, seeking in all things only the pleasure, honor, and glory of God. St. Francis Borgia also made much use of the same practice. He wore pebbles in his shoes, slept little at night. When walking in the sun in summer, he remained out as long as possible. He swallowed medicine slowly, and chewed pills, that he might keep them longer in his mouth. 11. Upon interior mortification depends the right adjustment of our whole exterior, its arrangement with most perfection, with most sweetness and peace. St. Teresa. St. Philip Neri, when anyone asked him what he should do to become a saint, used to put his hand to his forehead, saying, "Give me those 4 fingers, and I will make you a saint," meaning that all sanctity depends on denying one's own will and one's own judgment. And to a penitent who often asked permission to take the discipline, he once gave this answer: "How are the shoulders to blame if the head is hard?" 12. Our profit does not depend so much upon mortifying ourselves as upon knowing how to mortify ourselves, that is, upon knowing how to choose the best mortifications, which are those most repugnant to our natural inclinations. Some are inclined to disciplines and fasts, and though they be difficult things, they embrace them with fervor, and practise them gladly and easily on account of this leaning which they have towards them. But then they will be so sensitive in regard to reputation and honor, that the least ridicule, disapproval, or slight is sufficient to throw them into a state of impatience and perturbation, and to give rise to such complaints as show an equal want of peace and reason. These are the mortifications which they ought to embrace with the greatest readiness, if they wish to make progress. St. Francis de Sales. The Venerable Monsignor de Palafox understood this doctrine well, for he said that the reason why he had never advanced in virtue was that he had never taken special pains to avoid all that was most conformed to his inclinations. Whoever, then, perceives in himself any disposition to contradict, for example, or to rely on his own judgment, and is not very attentive to combat, and to keep at a distance from all that can entice or subject him to it, will not only fail to go forward, but will go backward, and perhaps so far backward as to arrive at his own ruin. A religious, who was a priest, having been chosen as assistant to the cook, experienced the greatest repugnance and temptations in regard to this charge. To conquer himself, he made a vow before a crucifix to remain in this office all his life, if the superiors should be willing. Through this and similar victories he arrived at such perfection as to be able to say that he believed no work could be offered to him, however repugnant to the senses, that he could not do, by the help of God, with perfect ease. 13. The mortifications which come to us from God, or from men by His permission, are always worth more than those which are the children of our own will; for it must be considered a general rule, that the less our taste and choice intervene in our actions, the more they will have of goodness, solidity, devotion, the pleasure of God, and our own profit. St. Francis de Sales. Adolphus, Count of Alsace, having entered the order of St. Francis, was one day collecting alms in the form of milk, when he met his sons, and felt ashamed of his occupation. Then, instantly recollecting himself, he emptied the can of milk upon his head, saying, "Unhappy one, thou art ashamed of the poverty of Jesus Christ. Let them see now what thou art carrying." After that he suffered no more from any similar temptation. It is narrated in the Lives of the Fathers that an old solitary, who had heard the certain virtue of a certain youthful monk greatly praised, resolved to test it. For this purpose he went to the monk's cell, and entering the garden, which he found well cultivated and in excellent order, he began, as if in sport, to break down with his staff all the herbs and plants which were there, not leaving any untouched. Afterwards, according to the custom of the monks, they began to recite psalms together, and when this was ended, the youth, with a cheerful and modest air, asked the old man if he would like to have him prepare such of the herbs as were left for his repast. Astonished at such an invitation, he, for answer, threw his arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Now I see, my son, that you are truly dead to your inclinations, as was told me." 14. The more one mortifies his natural inclinations, the more he becomes capable of receiving the divine inspirations, and the more he gains in virtue. St. Francis de Sales. The celebrated Father Lainez, one of the companions of St. Ignatius, by means of this practice arrived at great purity of mind and imperturbable tranquillity of soul. St. Philip Neri made great use of this practice, both with his penitents and for himself. One example out of many will suffice. A nobleman of high rank had a dog named Capriccio, of which he was very fond. One morning an attendant of his brought the dog with him to the lodging of St. Philip, who, on seeing him, caressed him a little. Upon this the dog took such a fancy to him that he could not in any way be persuaded to leave him. He was again and again sent back to his master, who had him kindly treated, and kept tied up for a while, but immediately on being released he would go back to the Saint's rooms, so that finally they were obliged to let him remain there. St. Philip afterwards made much use of this dog for his own mortification and that of his spiritual children. Sometimes he made them wash and comb him, sometimes carry him in their arms, or lead him by a chain through the streets of Rome, and he himself would walk with them. These and similar mortifications lasted for a space of 15 years. 15. The greater part of Christians usually practice incision instead of circumcision. They will make a cut indeed in a diseased part, but as for employing the knife of circumcision to take away whatever is superfluous from the heart, few go so far. St. Francis de Sales. The example of the Venerable Sister Francesca Farnese confirms this truth. Immediately after her profession she began to yield to relaxation, into which she fell so far that she cared for nothing except vain ornaments and dress, flirting, remaining all day at the grate, and, finally, covering the walls of her cell with hangings and mirrors. She was many times warned, corrected, and sharply reproved by her superior, her confessor, and, above all, by a nun who was her aunt. She felt and understood the force of these admonitions and reproofs, and often formed good resolutions. She even put them in practice by taking off her vain ornaments, abandoning the grate, and breaking and throwing from the windows her mirrors and tapestry. But a little while after she went back again to all these things, and became as she was before. These miserable alternations lasted for a long time, and might have continued for her whole life, as the reforms which she made were nothing more than incisions. But, happily, the Divine Mercy was pleased to stir her heart by a strong inspiration, so that, unable to resist the reproaches of her own conscience, she had courage to make a true circumcision, by leaving not only all vain amusements, but also by forming for herself a rule more rigorous than her own, and so well planned that it made her foundress of a new order, in which she spent the rest of her life in an exemplary manner, and died in the odorous sanctity, as is sufficiently proved by the fact that her body remained unchanged for many years. Somewhat different was the career of St. Paula, who, as St. Jerome relates, even from her earliest years undertook to practice a true circumcision of the heart, and with increasing age applied herself to it more and more, cutting off and retrenching on all sides whatever seemed superfluous or beyond what was suited to her state. So, while her husband was living, she led a life so well regulated and dutiful that she was an example to all the matrons of Rome, and no one ever dared to charge her with the slightest error. But when she was free from the restraints of the world, after God took away her husband, she began a most austere life, and never wavered in it until death. She no longer slept upon a mattress, but upon the bare ground, covered only with haircloth. Indeed, she slept but little, for she passed almost the whole night in prayers and tears. She chastised her body with rigorous fasts and very severe disciplines, without stint or mercy. In confessing her slightest faults, she shed so many tears that any one who did not know her might have supposed her guilty of the gravest offences, and when she was entreated not to weep so much, that she might preserve her sight for reading, and not to practise so many austerities and penances, that she might not wholly lose her health, "No," she replied, "with all reason should this face be disfigured, which I have so often beautified with washes contrary to the precept of the Lord. This body ought, indeed, to be afflicted, which has enjoyed so many delights. Long laughter ought to be compensated for by continual weeping. Rich and delicate garments ought to be changed into haircloth. For I, who have taken so much pains to please the world, now desire to please God." Thus she spoke and acted, in reparation for the disorders of her past life, which, nevertheless, had been most circumspect and modest. End of Section 5. Section 6 of A Year with the Saints, translated by a member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 16. Whoever wishes to make progress in perfection should use particular diligence in not allowing himself to be led away by his passions, which destroy with one hand the spiritual edifice which is rising by the labors of the other. But to succeed well in this, resistance should be begun while the passions are yet weak, for after they are thoroughly rooted and grown up, there is scarcely any remedy. St. Vincent de Paul. St. Dorotheus tells us of an old monk, who, walking with one of his disciples in a grove of cypresses, commanded him to pull some of them up, pointing out to him first one that was but just beginning to sprout from the ground, after that another which had grown into a sapling, and finally one that was a full-grown tree. The disciple set himself to the work, and tore up the first with one hand, and with all possible ease, the second also with one hand, but with some difficulty. To pull up the third he was obliged to try several times, with both hands and all his strength. But when he arrived at the fourth he encountered the real difficulty, and though he tried again and again with all his force, and in every way that his ingenuity could suggest, he was not able to stir it in the least from the spot. Then the aged saint said, "Now, my son, it is the same as it is with our passions. While they are still small, with a little vigilance and mortification, one can easily repress and disable them. But, if we let them take root in our souls, there is no human force sufficient to conquer them. It requires the omnipotent hand of God. Therefore, my son, if you wish to acquire virtue, watch the first irregular movements of your soul, and study to repress them promptly, by contrary acts, at their very birth. Upon this everything depends." 17. The ignorance of some is greatly to be pitied, who load themselves with unwise penances and other unsuitable exercises of their devising, putting all their confidence in them, and expecting to become saints by their means. If they would put half of this labor upon mortifying their appetites and passions, they would gain more in a month than by all their other exercises in many years. St. John of the Cross. We read of St. Ignatius that by means of continual mortification he had arrived at such a point that he was seen to be a man without passions, and if it was sometimes desirable to bring them into action, they appeared like so many modest slaves, who dared not move of themselves, nor farther than reason, their absolute mistress, ordered them to go. A Genoese lady, on account of the desire she had to listen to the contract for her marriage, made by her father, left the world, and became a nun and a saint. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi impressed this above all things upon the minds of the novices when she was their mistress, and so, when she saw one too much inclined to pray, she sent her to sleep or to perform some active labor. Upon another who was inclined to exterior works she imposed prayer or some other interior work. To whoever wished for many penances and mortifications she gave one Pater and Ave. To whoever felt repugnance for them she prescribed severe mortifications and humiliations. Among other instances, she made one of the novices throw into the fire a little book of spiritual exercises which she had written with her own hand, and to which she showed attachment. And thus the saint constantly accustomed her novices to subject their inclinations, and, at the same time, their judgment and their will. 18. The principal thing upon which we have to turn our attention, that we may mortify it and eradicate it from our hearts, is the predominant passion, that is, the affection, inclination, vice, or bad habit which reigns most in us, which makes us its captive, which brings us into greatest danger, and most frequently causes us to fall into grave transgressions. When the king is taken, the battle is won, and until we do this, we shall make no great advance in perfection. Rodriguez. An event of the kind upon which Rodriguez founds his comparison occurred, as Holy Scripture narrates, in the war between the king of Syria and the king of Israel. The latter commanded all his captains to attack no one in the hostile army except the king himself, wisely judging that if the king should be conquered the whole army would be overcome. This happened in fact, for when the king Achab was struck down the battle ended. St. Ignatius once had a novice of a fiery disposition, to whom he often said, "My son, conquer this temperament of yours, and you will have in heaven a more resplendent crown than many who are gentle by nature." One day the father in charge accused this young man to him as intractable. "Not so," answered the Saint, "for I believe he has made more improvement in a few months than such a one, who is naturally gentle, in a year." The same saint was himself of a bilious, sanguine temperament, but he took his predominant passion so steadily in hand, and so conquered and changed himself by the grace of God, that he was considered by all, even by physicians, to be phlegmatic. St. Francis de Sales confessed that the dominant passions he had most difficulty in subduing were love and anger, and that he had conquered the former by a stratagem, the latter by open force. That is, he had conquered love by diverting his mind, and proposing to himself another object of love. For he said that as the human soul cannot exist without some love, the whole secret lies in giving to it only what is good, pure, and holy. Anger, on the other hand, he had subdued by attacking it in front, and never yielding to it at all. whence it happened that though he was naturally passionate, he was thought to be of a gentle temper. 19. Every time that one sees himself urged on, with vehemence of affection, to any particular work, even though it be wholly unimportant, he ought to put it off to another occasion, and not take it up again until his heart has recovered perfect tranquillity and indifference. This should be done to prevent self-love from sullying the purity of our intention. St. Vincent de Paul. The saint who gives this advice practiced it faithfully himself. One day a business proposition was made to him that was very important for his congregation. When he was urged by some of them to give his consent to it immediately, he answered: "I do not think we ought to pay attention to this matter at present, that we may blunt the natural inclination which leads us to pursue promptly what is to our own advantage, and also that we may practice holy indifference, and give time to God to manifest His will to us, while we continue offering our prayers to recommend the affair to Him." Another time, when someone importuned him about a similar matter, his reply was this: "I desire always to keep up the practice of not deciding or undertaking anything, while I find myself agitated by the hope and desire of something great." Still another incident is even more admirable. As he saw, by experience, the great utility of missions, he embraced them with much fervor and earnestness. But when he perceived that his thoughts and ardent desires were gradually taking away the peace of heart he had hitherto enjoyed, he began to suspect that nature might have some part in them. Therefore he esteemed it necessary to interrupt this exercise for some time, the better to understand the movements of his heart. He retired for a few days of spiritual retreat, and perceiving in this that his great gladness and excessive solicitude were, in part, caused by self-love, he asked pardon of God with many tears, praying Him to change his heart and purify it from every inordinate affection, to the greater glory of His Divine Majesty. Afterwards he found himself quite free from all anxiety and superfluous care, nor had he any other object than the Divine love, so that he was able to thank God that for 30 years he was not conscious of having done anything deliberately that was not directed to His greater glory. St. Francis de Sales once stopped in the course of a journey to visit St. Jane Frances de Chantal, who had been eagerly expecting him, that she might confer with him about her own spiritual interests. She was the more desirous of doing this because she had enjoyed no such opportunity for 3 years and a half, on account of the numerous occupations in which he was engaged. When they met, the holy prelate said: "We have a few hours free, mother. Which of us two shall be the first to speak?" "Myself," she answered with some haste, "for certainly my soul greatly needs to pass under your eye." At this, the saint, wishing to correct the anxiety she showed about speaking to him, with serious but gentle gravity rejoined: "Do you then still nourish desires, mother? Have you yet a choice?" "I expected to find everything angelic. We will then put off speaking of you until we meet next, and for the present talk about the affairs of our congregation." The good and holy mother, without a word of objection, laid aside all that related to herself, though she was holding in her hands a list of things she had wished to speak of, and for 4 successive hours they discussed the interests of the Institute, and then parted. St. Dorotheus, being sick, and hearing raw eggs recommended as a remedy, after some time told his master of it, but at the same time he asked him not to give them to him, because the thought of them was a distraction to him. 20. Do not weary thyself in vain, for thou wilt never succeed in possessing true spiritual sweetness and satisfaction unless thou first deny all thy desires. St. John of the Cross. The Abbot Elim, as we read in the Lives of the Fathers, saw a honeycomb hanging from a rock, and some fruit that had fallen from a tree, but he abstained from them. He then fell into a sleep, from which he was wakened by an angel, when he found himself by the side of a fountain, surrounded by the freshest herbs, some of which he ate, and declared that he had never before tasted so great a delicacy. Heriberto Rosvito relates of St. Macarius of Alexandria that, to overcome drowsiness, which annoyed him greatly, he never entered his cell for 20 consecutive days and nights, and when he was compelled by necessity to take some sleep, he took it with his head resting against the wall. He also says that being grievously assailed by sensual temptations, he remained for 6 months in a swamp, with his naked body exposed to the stings of the gnats, which in that region are as large as wasps. and when he came out he was so covered with swellings and sores that he looked like a leper. The Saint also once said of himself that he never took what he desired either of bread or water, but always took bread by weight and water by measure, and that by mortifying his appetites in this manner he merited so many graces from God and advanced so much in the love and knowledge of Him that he was wont to pass whole days and nights uninterruptedly in the sweetest contemplation. 21. Some pursue their own taste and satisfaction in spiritual things, in preference to the way of perfection, which consists in denying their own wishes and tastes for the love of God. If such persons perform some exercise through obedience, even though it suit their inclination, they soon lose the wish for it, and all devotion in it, because their only pleasure is in doing what their own will directs, which ordinarily would be better left undone. The Saints did not act thus. St. John of the Cross. The Blessed Serafino, a Capuchin lay brother, said to a friend that he would be glad to be in the house of Loreto, or at Rome, that he might serve as many Masses as possible. When it was suggested that he might ask this favor of the Superiors, who would have readily granted it, he replied, "Oh, not that! Any holy desire would be profaned by one's own will, and every good intention ought to be subject to obedience, the only true directness of all holy thoughts." St. Felix the Capuchin never did anything without the consent and express wish of his superiors, though his employment of seeking alms would give occasion for some liberty. And when these superiors, being well acquainted with his integrity and virtue, were accustomed to leave everything at his free disposal, he, instead of being pleased at this, found it rather a cause of sorrow and bitterness, as he saw that it hindered that entire subjection and dependence, which he desired so much, and constrained him to do his own will, which he abhorred extremely. 22. If we do not pay great attention to mortifying our own will, there are many things that can take from us that holy liberty of spirit which we seek in order to be able to mount freely towards our Creator, without being always weighed down with earth and lead. Besides, in a soul that belongs to itself and is attached to its own will, there can never be solid virtue. St. Teresa. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi said one day that she asked nothing of the Lord except that He would take her own will from her, for she knew that through the vivacity of her disposition she did not advance so much as she desired in those virtues which render a soul most pleasing to the Lord. After saying this, she raised her eyes to heaven and fell into an ecstasy, in which she was shown by God how much harm is done to souls, especially those of religious, when they are guided by their own will, which they once consecrated to God by vow. In the course of the ecstasy, she took her Superior by the hand and led her to the oratory, where she knelt and prayed the Virgin to enlighten her Superior also, that she might take pains to despoil her of her will. And after prostrating herself 3 times upon the ground, she recovered from her trance. She was so much in earnest in this matter that she once said she did not remember ever to have tried, either secretly or openly, to incline the will of her Superior to her own. 23. Make it your constant effort to mortify and trample under foot your own will, to such a degree as not to satisfy it in anything, if it be possible. Be careful, therefore, to desire and rejoice that it may be often crossed, and when you see any one oppose it either in temporal or spiritual things, follow his will rather than your own, if only his be good, even though your own be better. For, contending with another, by lessening your humility, tranquillity, and peace, will always inflict upon you a loss greater than the advantage brought by any exercise of virtue performed through your own will, in opposition to another's. St. Vincent Ferrer. St. Catherine of Genoa practised this. She loved to submit her preference to that of others in all things, and if a wish to pursue any course arose in her own mind, it was sufficient to make her avoid it. When Father Thomas Sanchez would go to his superiors to make a request, he used first to ask God if it might be according to His pleasure to move their hearts to refuse it. 24. Thou oughtest not to let a day pass in which thou hast not trampled upon thy will, and if such a thing should happen, consider that on that day thou hast not been a religious. St. John Climacus. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi was extremely fond of not doing her own will, and made a study of it, so that she regarded that day as utterly lost in which he had not in some manner broken and denied it. 25. Do you know what is the highest degree of abnegation of one's own will? It consists in allowing ourselves to be employed in such things as others choose, without ever making any resistance. St. Francis de Sales. When St. Basil was visiting the monasteries of his diocese, he asked an abbot if he had no monk who showed more than the rest that he belonged to the number of the predestinate. The abbot presented to him one who was very simple. The saint ordered him to bring some water, and when he had quickly brought it, told him to sit down and wash his feet, which he did immediately, without showing the slightest reluctance. The following day, as he was going into the sacristy, he bade him approach the altar, as he wished to ordain him priest, and he received the priesthood without any resistance. From these things the saint considered him dead to his own will and his own judgment, and therefore worthy to be held as one of the predestinate. A little while after, some strangers entered his cell by night, took him and led him unresistingly into the country, and there shut him up in a wretched hut, where he remained quietly, without a word to any one. But a few days after, some men from another region took him out, still without a word on his part, and carried him away to the place from which they came, and there he stayed contentedly, as one dead to the world. 26. The greatest gift one can receive from God in this world is wisdom, power, and will to conquer himself, by denying self-will. St. Francis of Assisi. The abbot pastor had the highest opinion of this exercise, and used to say that our own will is an iron wall that disunites and separates us from God. St. Colette of the Order of St. Francis often said that she thought it a greater mortification to deny one's own judgment and will than to abandon all the riches in the world, and therefore she practised it to the utmost of her ability. St. Bernard also entertained the same sentiments, and said that all evil springs from a single root, which is self-will. 27. Take heed not to foster thy own judgment, for without doubt it will inebriate thee, as there is no difference between an intoxicated man and one full of his own opinion, and one is no more capable of reasoning than the other. St. Francis de Sales. The Blessed Alexander Sully, a Corsican bishop, always asked others' advice in the affairs of his diocese, not trusting to his own opinion. He considered himself ignorant and totally unfit for the duties of his office, though he had been a famous professor of theology and director of St. Charles, and had even been called the ideal of bishops. St. Francis de Paula, though endowed with the gift of prophecy, in doubtful cases always took counsel, even in the smallest matters, and with his own subjects. 28. Every one has opinions of his own, nor is this opposed to virtue. It is only the love and attachment we have to our own opinions, and the high value we set on them, which is infinitely contrary to our perfection. This is the last thing to be abandoned, and the cause why so few are perfect. St. Francis de Sales. This saint succeeded in abandoning this last thing, so that he was once able to write to a friend that he had no such attachment to his own opinion as to wish any one ill who did not follow it, and that he did not claim that his sentiments should serve as a rule to any one. The Venerable Father John Leonardi, founder of the regular clerics of the Mother of God, although he was gifted with the highest degree of prudence and had brought to a successful issue many affairs of great note, nevertheless depended so much upon the advice of his subjects, nay, even of the young and inexperienced among them, that he never decided on anything of importance, without first hearing their opinion and gaining their approval. Often he even followed their judgment in preference to his own. Father Suarez, though he possessed much talent and learning, often gave his books even to his pupils to be revised, and if one of them disapproved of anything, he altered it with great readiness. St. Vincent Ferrer also had so little regard for his own opinion that he gave his writings to his companions to be reviewed, even though they were inferior to him in learning, and he did this not only when he was a student, but afterwards when a lecturer. 29. The true and only remedy for this evil is to make little account of what suggests itself to our mind. When asked for our opinion, let us give it frankly, but with indifference as to whether or not it be accepted and approved, and let us be careful to follow the judgment of others rather than our own, whenever it can be lawfully done. St. Francis de Sales. It is narrated in the Lives of the Fathers that when the Abbot John, who was very celebrated for holiness, was about to die, his disciples begged him to leave them some good advice for acquiring perfection. He replied to them, "This I can tell you: I have labored not according to my own judgment, but according to the judgment of others, nor have I ever commanded another to do anything without having first done it myself." St. Jane Frances de Chantal had a mind at once lofty and quick to reach the point at which it aimed. But for all this, when she was asked for advice in important affairs, she never trusted wholly to the knowledge she had acquired by long experience, but besides having recourse to God in prayer, she wished to consult with her spiritual fathers and with persons acquainted with those affairs. She would then express her own sentiments in this way: "This is my opinion, but take in addition the advice of someone wiser and more judicious." St. Vincent Ferrer, in matters relating to the direction and government of that order of which he was the head, as a general thing followed the wishes and opinions of his companions rather than his own. 30. As to be holy is nothing else than to will what God wills, so to be wise is nothing else than to judge of things as God judges of them. Now, who knows whether thy sentiments be always in conformity with those of God? How many times hast thou discovered thyself to be deceived in thy judgments and decisions? St. Vincent de Paul. St. Vincent de Paul excelled in this mortification of his own judgment. He was gifted with so much foresight that he was considered one of the most prudent men of his time. Yet he always distrusted himself, and in all his affairs had recourse not only to God, but also to men. He would ask their opinion and follow it rather than his own, as far as justice and charity permitted, even though they had but little talent or were his inferiors. When he was asked for advice, after raising his mind for a moment to God, he gave it, not settling things arbitrarily, but explaining his views with modesty, and leaving the person to decide for himself. His way of speaking was: "It seems that it might be done so. There would be this reason which seems to lead to such a conclusion." And if he was urged to decide absolutely, he would say: "It seems to me that it would be well or expedient to do such a thing, to act in such a way." Besides, he always preferred, and himself suggested, that the opinion of others also should be asked, and was pleased to have it followed rather than his own, not because he did not usually know best, on account of his long experience and the great light he received from God, but purely from love of submission and mortification, and because of his great love of humility, which made him esteem every one better than himself. At a meeting of the Ladies of Charity, an institution established by him to promote several pious objects, a matron present observed this trait. She informed the servant of God of it very gracefully, at the end of the conference, expressing to him her surprise that he would not support his views, which deserved to be preferred to all the others. "May it never be," he answered, "that my poor, weak judgment should prevail over that of others. I shall always rejoice to have God work what He will without me, a wretched sinner." He was so fully persuaded that resolutions taken with mature consideration and the advice of others were pleasing to the Lord, that he rejected as a temptation anything opposed to them which came into his mind. He was accustomed to say that when an affair had been recommended to God and consulted upon with others, we ought to be firm in what we undertake, and believe that God will not impute it to us for a fault, as we can offer this legitimate excuse: "O Lord, I recommend the affair to Thee, and took the advice of others, which was all that could be done to know Thy will." 31. The life of our flesh is the delight of sensuality; its death is to take from it all sensible delight. The life of our judgment and our will is to dispose of ourselves and what is ours according to our own views and wishes. Their death, then, is to submit ourselves in all things to the judgment and will of others. The life of the desire for esteem and respect is to be well thought of by every one. Its death, therefore, is to hide ourselves so as not to be known, by means of continual acts of humility and self abasement. Until one succeeds in dying in this manner, he will never be a servant of God, nor will God ever perfectly live in him. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi. With great frankness this beautiful soul expressed to others so lofty a sentiment, because she knew that it was precisely in this way that, to her infinite profit, she had attained to the death of her own flesh, her own judgment and will, and her own human respect. Of her own flesh, which she never ceased to treat with the greatest harshness and rigor; of her own judgment and will, which she always strove to keep subject to, and dependent upon, others; of her human respect, by abhorring and avoiding constantly every occasion of being honoured and esteemed. Another great example of this was the glorious St. Philip Neri, who chastised his body severely with haircloth and the discipline. While quite young, he lived for years almost entirely upon bread and water. When he became a priest, he added to this spare diet only a little wine, some herbs, or fruit, or perhaps an egg. He rarely took any other dairy products, or fish, or meat, or soup, except on account of illness, or when at table with strangers. As to his own judgment and will, he showed all possible earnestness in banishing all that could feed either, and in trampling upon both to the extent of his power. But he rendered himself especially admirable in combating and annihilating that regard for human esteem, which is so dangerous an enemy to corrupt humanity, and from which even the holiest souls are not exempt. To subdue this common adversary, he made it his object to be considered by all a vile and abject creature, and took care, on every occasion, to give cause for such an idea of him. With this intention he would do things that, both at home and abroad, appeared like folly. Many examples of this are recorded, of which we will mention a few. Once he began to jump and dance in front of a church, where there was a great concourse of people on account of a festival held there, and one in the crowd was heard to say, "Look at that old fool." Again, meeting a water carrier in a busy street, he asked leave to drink from one of his casks, and when it was granted, he put his mouth to the opening and drank with much apparent satisfaction, while the carrier wondered that a man of his position should drink in that way in the presence of so many people. Another time he drank in the same manner from the flask of St. Felix the Capuchin, in view of many. Being invited one day to dinner by Cardinal Alexandrino, who took with him one of his penitents, whom he told to bring him a handful of beans ready cooked, concealed under his mantle. When all were seated at the table, he had them brought out, for the sake of appearing ill-bred. But the Cardinal, who knew his virtues, instead of taking the matter ill and despising him, asked for some himself, and so did all the guests. Cardinal Gesualdo, who loved him tenderly, thought a coat of marten fur would be useful to him, on account of his advanced age and constant attendance in the confessional. He gave him one, exacting, at the same time, a promise that he would wear it. The Saint kept the promise, but made use of the occasion to cause himself to be laughed at, by wearing it all the time in public for a month, walking with a dignified air, and stopping now and then to look at it. For the same purpose he went many times through Rome, accompanied by his penitents, carrying an immense bunch of flowers. Once, when he had had his beard shaved only on one side, he came out in public, leaping and rejoicing as if it were a great victory. At home he was continually doing such things. He often wore a pair of white slippers, with a little cap on his head, and a red vest, which came down to his knees, over his long cassock. In this costume he received whoever came to visit him, even if they were men of rank or great nobles. He kept in his room books of stories, jest books, and others of a similar sort, and when gentlemen came to see him, especially if they were of high rank, he would have one of them read and listen to it with a great show of attention and pleasure. He did this in a marked manner when Pope Clement VIII. Sent to him some Polish nobles, that they might gain fervour and edification from his discourse. When he was informed that they were coming, he immediately told one of his household to take one of these books and read it to him, not stopping till he should tell him. When the noblemen arrived, he said to them, without disturbing himself at all, "Please wait till we come to the end of this interesting story." While the reading went on, he showed great attention and pleasure, like a person who is listening to something important and profitable. Finally he stopped it and said to the visitors: "Have I not still some fine books? Was not that one worth listening to?" And so he went on, without uttering a word on spiritual subjects. The strangers remained for a time, exchanging glances with one another, and then went away astonished and annoyed. After they were gone he had the book put away, saying: "We have done what was necessary." For it was precisely what he desired, that these distinguished strangers should have a low opinion of him. End of Section 6. Preface of A Year with the Saints, translated from the Italian by a member of the Order of Mercy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. A Year with the Saints. Translator's Preface. In presenting this work for the first time in English dress, the translator would take the opportunity of drawing the attention of the devout American reader to one or two peculiarities in its structure, which have already won for it a wide recognition among readers of books of its class in Europe. In the first place, the allotment of separate months to individual virtues agrees well with the practice of self-examination, much recommended by many spiritual writers, who advise us to take different virtues in turn as the object of special effort. Nothing certainly could be better fitted to assist us in the acquisition of a virtue than these selections from the writings of the most eminent masters of spiritual science, which portray its beauties, declare its necessity, or explain its various degree and the methods of its attainment. In the second place, the few words of exhortation or instruction which open the reading for each day are followed by the best of all commentaries, that of action. A great part of the book is composed of examples, which, while they have the interest of anecdote, furnish at the same time the strongest proofs of the possibility of carrying out in real life precepts and principles which might otherwise seem too high and heavenly for our everyday existence. In the hope, then, that these exotic flowers may flourish and blossom in many an American garden, they are offered to the lovers of spiritual excellence and beauty by the translator. End of preface. Section 1 of A Year with the Saints, translated from the Italian by a member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. January. Perfection. Be ye perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. St. Matthew 5:48. 1. Consider all the past as nothing, and say like David, "Now I begin to love my God." St. Francis de Sales. It was in this manner that the Apostle St. Paul acted, though after his conversion he had become a vessel of election, filled with the Spirit of Jesus Christ, yet, to persevere and advance in the heavenly way, he made use of this means, for he said in his epistle to the Philippians, "Brethren, I do not count myself to have apprehended, but one thing I do, forgetting the things that are behind, and stretching forth myself to those that are before, I press towards the mark to the prize of the supernal vocation of God in Christ Jesus." Thus the glorious St. Anthony went on from day to day, stimulating himself to virtue. St. Anastasius said of him that he always looked upon himself as a beginner, as if every day were the first in which he was serving God, and as if in the past he had done nothing good, and were but just setting foot in the way of the Lord, and taking the first steps on the road to heaven. And this was the last admonition he left to his monks at his death. "My sons," he said to them, "if you wish to advance in virtue and perfection, never give up the practice of considering each day that you are then beginning, and of conducting yourselves always as you did on the day you began." Thus also we find that St. Gregory, St. Bernard, and St. Charles acted and advised others to act. To render clearer to all the necessity and utility of this method, they made use of two beautiful comparisons, saying that we must act in this like travellers who do not regard the road they have gone over, but rather what remains for them to traverse, and this they keep always before their eyes, even to their journey's end; or like merchants eager for riches, who make no account of what they have hitherto acquired, nor of the fatigue they have borne, but put all their thought and care upon new acquisitions and upon daily multiplying their possessions, as if in the past they had made no profit at all. 2. We must begin with a strong and constant resolution to give ourselves wholly to God, professing to Him in a tender, loving manner from the bottom of our hearts that we intend to be His without any reserve, and then we must often go back and renew this same resolution. St. Francis de Sales. One of the means for the acquisition of perfection, which was chiefly inculcated and much practised by St. Philip Neri, was the frequent renewal of good resolutions. St. Francis de Sales made from time to time a spiritual renovation, and always conceived in it new desires to serve God better. St. John Berchmans, at his very entrance into religion, planted in his heart a strong resolution to become a saint, and then he not only remained constant in all the practices and resolutions which he took up for this end, but he went on daily gaining new vigour to his spiritual advantage. When a holy religious was giving the exercises at Torre Spicci in Rome, a nun, called Sister Maria Bonaventura, who was living a very relaxed life, did not wish to be present. By many entreaties she was finally induced to attend. The first meditation on the end of man enkindled such fervour in her heart that the Father had scarcely finished when she called him to her and said, "Father, I mean to be a saint, and quickly." She then withdrew to her cell, and, writing the same words on a scrap of paper, fastened them to the foot of her crucifix. From this moment she applied herself with so much earnestness to the practice of perfection that a memoir of her was written at her death, which occurred 11 months later. 3. The Lord chiefly desires of us that we should be completely perfect, that we may be wholly one with Him. Let us aim, therefore, at whatever we need to reach this. St. Teresa. Father Peter Faber, a companion of St. Ignatius, and highly esteemed by St. Francis de Sales, often dwelt on the thought that God greatly desires our advancement, and so he endeavoured to grow constantly, and not to let a day pass without some progress in virtue, so that he gradually rose to great perfection and a high reputation for sanctity. St. Pachomius and St. Anthony, by studying the virtues of others, stimulated themselves to attain similar excellence. The Venerable Sister Mary Villani had the following vision. On the feast of St. Francis, for whom she had a particular devotion, this saint appeared to her, and led her to a lofty place, more beautiful than any she had ever seen. To reach it one was obliged to ascend 4 very high terraces, which signified, as the saint revealed to her, the 4 degrees of perfection. With great difficulty she ascended by his help the first terrace, and he explained to her that this was the first state of perfection, called purity of conscience, which borders on angelic purity. In it the soul becomes like that of a little child, enjoys a pure and holy tranquillity, never thinks evil of others, nor interests itself in what does not belong to its own position. Thence he brought her up to the 2nd terrace, telling her that whoever had arrived at purity of conscience becomes capable of prayer and of true love, which is the inseparable fruit of prayer. Here he enumerated to her the properties of true love, which is pure, simple, unselfish, and founded upon the truth of God, who can give Himself only to souls already possessed of purity. Then he raised her to the 3rd terrace, that of the cross and mortification, adding that from purity and love the soul passes on to taking up the cross courageously, and to being itself crucified, and that to arrive at this state one must acquire 4 cardinal virtues. These are a true mortification of all vices and of every earthly affection, a perfect poverty of spirit which tramples under foot all temporal goods, a living death by which the soul dies to itself and to all affections of sense, and lives in a total annihilation and transformation into its crucified Lord, so as to be able to say, "I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me." The soul that has gained this state seems to have conquered the world, and bears suffering and crosses as if it could no longer feel them. The 4th terrace, he said, typified the state of real and perfect union. 4. I hear nothing talked of but perfection, yet I see it practised only by a few. Every one forms his own ideal of it. Some place it in simplicity of attire, some in austerity, some in almsgiving, some in frequent reception of the sacraments, this one in prayer, that one in passive contemplation, and another in the gifts called gratuitous. but by a general mistake they take the effects for the cause, and the means for the end. For my part, I know of no other perfection than loving God with all the heart, and our neighbor as ourselves. Whoever imagines any other kind of perfection deceives himself, for the whole accumulation of virtues without this is but a heap of stones. And if we do not immediately and perfectly enjoy this treasure of holy love, the fault is in us. We are too slow and ungenerous with God, and do not give ourselves up entirely to Him, as the saints did. St. Francis de Sales. Who does not see that the perfection of this saint must have been of a true and very sublime character, when his love for God and his neighbor was so great and so pure? The same may be said also of St. Vincent de Paul and many others. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi was truly admirable in both of these points. As we shall hereafter see, she was so much inflamed with the love of God that she could not bear the excessive ardor of this divine fire, and was obliged to cool her glowing bosom with linen cloths soaked in water. And she carried the love of her neighbor so far as to desire and procure others' good, in preference to her own. 5. All perfection is founded upon only two principles, by means of which, with due attention to the daily actions suited to our state, we shall certainly arrive at the summit and fullness of it. The first principle is a very low esteem for all created things, but, above all, for ourselves. This low esteem should show itself, in practice, by renouncing ourselves and all creatures; in our hearts by firm resolution; and in our lives in such ways as may be suitable, especially by manifesting contentment and cheerfulness when the Lord takes from us any good. The second principle is a very high esteem of God, which may be easily acquired by the light of faith, as He is omnipotent, the supreme good, and our end; as also because He has loved us so much, and is ever present with us, and guides us in all things, both as to nature and grace, and, in particular, has called us and leads us by a special vocation to a lofty perfection. From this esteem there must certainly arise in us a great submission of will, and of every power and faculty, to His greater glory, without any mingling of our own interest, though it be ever so holy. At the same time there will be great conformity with the divine will, which will be the actual measure of all our designs, affections, and works. In this manner the soul arrives at union, not, indeed, at the mystic union of raptures, elevations of the spirit, and vehement affections, but the solid, real, and practical union of a will thoroughly conformed to the divine will by the perfect love, which works out all things in God, and for God without special lights. Of this all are capable, and all, with certainty, though not without crosses, can arrive at it. Father Achille Gagliardi. It was always the principal study of St. Vincent de Paul to establish and perfect himself in these two principles. Therefore, as his profound humility made him believe himself incapable of great things, he thought only of fulfilling faithfully towards God the obligations of a true and perfect Christian; and since he knew, by heavenly illuminations, that all Christian perfection depends upon a good use of these two principles, he aimed at them alone, and sought above all to penetrate them well and to fix them in his soul, that they might serve as an unerring rule and guide for all his actions. And the plan succeeded well; for God, who exalts the humble, did not think it enough to guide him by this means to that Christian perfection which He had prescribed to Himself, but willed to exalt him to a sanctity equally solid and eminent, and which may truly be called singular; as, in fact, there are certainly few persons who, without the help of extraordinary and mystic lights, under the guidance only of the lights of ordinary grace, have reached so lofty a sanctity as has this servant of God. 6. Perfection consists in one thing alone, which is, doing the will of God. For, according to our Lord's words, it suffices for perfection to deny self, to take up the cross, and to follow Him. Now, who denies himself and takes up his cross and follows Christ, better than he who seeks not to do his own will, but always that of God? Behold, now, how little is needed to become a saint; nothing more than to acquire the habit of willing, on every occasion, what God wills. St. Vincent de Paul. More than in anything else, the saint just quoted showed the purity and solidity of his virtue, in always aiming to follow and obey the will of God. This was the great principle on which all his resolutions were founded, and by which he faithfully and firmly carried them into practice, trampling under foot his own interest, and preferring the divine will and the glory and service of God to anything else without exception. The Lord said of David that he was a man after His own heart, and the foundation for such high praise is given in these words: "For in all things he will do my will." St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi was so much attached to this practice that she often said that she would never determine upon anything, however trivial, such as going from one room to another, if she thought it not in conformity with the divine will, nor would she omit to do anything she believed in conformity with it. And she added, that if it came into her mind, while she was in the midst of an action, that such an action was contrary to the will of God, she would abandon it on the instant, though to do so might cost her life. Tolerus relates of a certain holy and learned man, that when his friends entreated him on his death bed to leave them some good precept, he said: "The sum and substance of all instruction is to take all that comes as from the hand of God, and to wish for nothing different, but to do in all things His divine will." The Venerable Seraphina of God had so great a love for the divine will that she often entreated her director to manifest it to her, saying: "Counsel me, Father, as to what I am to do, and do not let me do anything of myself, that I may please the Divine Majesty. For to see God ever so little displeased would be worse than the loss of 1,000 worlds." One day there came to her so great a desire to do nothing according to her own will, but only according to that of God, that, with the consent of her director, she made a vow to that effect. 7. A servant of God signifies one who has a great charity towards his neighbor and an inviolable resolution to follow in everything the divine will, who bears with his own deficiencies and patiently supports the imperfections of others. St. Francis de Sales. The whole life of this saint, as well as of St. Vincent de Paul, was but a faithful and continual exercise of these virtues, on the occasion which every day presented themselves. In this way they both became great servants of God. In the Lives of the Fathers of the West it is told of St. Fintan that he was daily visited by an angel, but that once the visit was omitted for several days. When the saint had the happiness of seeing him again, he asked the angel why he had been so long deprived of his most sweet companionship. "Because," replied the angel, "I had to be present at the death of Motua, who was a great servant of God, and better than yourself, for he did what you have not done. This man never spoke a harsh word to any one present, nor an unkind word of any one absent. He never complained of heat or cold, nor of anything else, whatever it might be, or however it might happen, but always conformed himself to the will of God, in whose hands are all things." When St. Gertrude was, one day, mourning over a little fault into which she was accustomed to fall at times, she earnestly entreated the Lord to free her from it. But He said to her with great sweetness: "Would you wish that I should be deprived of a great honor, and you yourself of a great reward? Know that every time one perceives a fault of his own, and resolves to avoid it for the future, he gains a great reward; and as often as he keeps himself from falling into it again for my sake, he does me as much honor as a valiant soldier does his king, when he fights manfully against his enemies and conquers them." 8. To be perfect in one's vocation is nothing else than to perform the duties and offices to which one is obliged, solely for the honor and love of God, referring all to His glory. Whoever works in this manner may be called perfect in his state, a man according to the heart and will of God. St. Francis de Sales. In the Lives of the Holy Fathers it is narrated of the abbot Paphnutius, who was highly celebrated for sanctity, that, one day, he expressed a desire to know from the Lord whether he had any merit in His eyes. He received the reply that he had gained equal merit with a certain nobleman, whose name was given. The saint immediately visited this gentleman, by whom he was kindly treated and hospitably entertained. When the repast was over, the abbot begged of his host to tell him what was his manner of life. The baron excused himself by saying that he did not possess any virtue, but after many entreaties he said that he was very careful to entertain pilgrims and provide them with whatever might be necessary for their journey; that he never despised the poor, but helped them in their need as much as he could; that he had justice administered equitably, and always gave honest decisions, never swerving from right through fear or favor; that he never oppressed his subjects, that he allowed any one to become his tenant, and expected from no one more than what was justly his due; that no one could complain of ever having received harm or damage from his family or cattle; that he had never offended or slandered any one, but treated all with respect, helped all as far as he was able, and endeavored to keep all in peace and harmony. On hearing this, the holy abbot was greatly edified, and understood that true perfection consisted not in great deeds, but in fulfilling our duties. In San Cesario, in the province of Lecce, there lived in the time of St. Joseph de Cupertino a nun who had a great reputation for sanctity. One day when the saint happened to visit the house of the Marquis of that place, he was asked his opinion of this report in regard to the nun. He answered, "You have a real saint here among you who is not known," and he named a poor widow of whom not a word had ever been said. The Marquis inquired as to what were her good qualities, and found that she remained always shut up in her poor little home with some of her daughters, and that they worked constantly to support themselves, and were never seen abroad but once a day, which was very early in the morning, when they were going to church to hear Mass. 9. Although in entering religion and taking care not to offend God, we may appear to have done everything, but often certain worms remain, which do not allow themselves to be perceived until they have gnawed away our virtues. Such worms are self love, self esteem, harsh judgments of others, though in trifles, and a great want of charity towards our neighbor. But if, indeed, by dragging on we satisfy our obligations, we do not do it with that perfection which God would expect of us. St. Teresa. To one of these worms, self esteem, Monsignor de Palafox attributed his own relaxation after his conversion, and his narrow escape from eternal ruin. "For," said he, "though I was humble, had I, therefore, a right to believe that I was truly humble? And though I desired and intended to be good, ought I, therefore, to presume that I was truly good? This hidden pride obliged the Divine Goodness to overwhelm me, in order that I might see that I was not good, but bad, weak, miserable, full of pride, sensuality, and unfaithfulness, and a prodigal scorner of the gifts of grace." It is told in the Lives of the Fathers that two of them had received the gift of beholding mutually the grace which was in the heart of the other. One of them, leaving his cell early one Friday morning, found a monk who was eating at the hour contrary to their custom. He judged him to be in fault, and reproved him. When he returned home, his companion did not see in him the usual sign of grace, and asked him what he had done. But when the other remembered nothing, he added, "Think whether you may not have said some idle word." Then he remembered his rash judgment, and related what had happened. For this fault they both fasted 2 whole weeks, at the end of which the usual sign appeared in the brother who had been culpable. 10. Observe that perfection is not acquired by sitting with our arms folded, but it is necessary to work in earnest, in order to conquer ourselves, and to bring ourselves to live, not according to our inclinations and passions, but according to reason, our rule and obedience. The thing is hard, it cannot be denied, but necessary. With practice, however, it becomes easy and pleasing. St. Francis de Sales. Plutarch relates of Lycurgus that he once took 2 puppies of the same litter, and trained up one in the kitchen and the other to hunting. When they were grown, one day when he was going to address the people, he took them into the Forum, where he threw down some fish bones, and at the same time let loose a hare. The first immediately began to gnaw the bones, while the other set off in pursuit of the hare. Then Lycurgus commanded silence, and, turning to the people, said, "Do you see this? These 2 dogs are of the same breed, yet they are not inclined to the same thing, but each to that which he has been accustomed to. So true is it that habit ends in overcoming even the most violent inclinations of nature." It is written of St. Ignatius de Loyola that through the continual struggle which he had made to mortify himself and to bear contradictions patiently, he had arrived at such a point as to appear to have no longer any inclination. The same thing has also been noticed in many others. 11. All the science of the saints is included in these 2 things, to do and to suffer. And whosoever has done these 2 things best, has made himself most saintly. St. Francis de Sales. Anyone who reads the lives of Saints Ambrose, Basil, Jerome, Chrysostom, Dominic, Vincent de Paul, and other great saints, will not be surprised that they became so remarkable for holiness, when he sees the innumerable good works which they wrought, and the great sufferings which they endured. We are told in the Lives of the Fathers that this was the method chiefly employed by St. Dorotheus to sanctify his disciple Dositheus. This saint kept the latter constantly occupied, especially in things opposed to his own wishes. If he saw in his possession any article that was convenient and well made, even though it might be necessary for his work, he took it from him. If Dositheus called his master's attention to anything which he had done well, the saint sent him away without any answer; and thus, in every desire, the saint sought to mortify his disciple, while the latter, in the meantime, obeyed promptly in everything, and bore all without reply. And thus, in the course of only 5 years, he reached a very high perfection in sanctity. 12. I wish I could persuade spiritual persons that the way of perfection does not consist in many devices, nor in much cogitation, but in denying themselves completely, and yielding themselves to suffer everything for love of Christ. And if there is failure in this exercise, all other methods of walking in the spiritual way are merely a beating about the bush, and profitless trifling, although a person should have a very high contemplation and communication with God. St. John of the Cross. Cassian wrote concerning the abbot Paphnutius, that the road by which he arrived at such great sanctity was that of constantly mortifying himself, and that in his manner he extinguished in himself all vices, and perfected in himself all virtues. Father Balthazar Alvarez practised continual mortifications and self-denial in all that nature desired, not only in great things, but also in small, and by this he arrived at high perfection. The Blessed Angela di Foligno in an ecstasy saw the Lord bestowing marks of love upon some of His servants, but upon one more, upon another less. Desiring to understand the cause of this difference, she advanced to inquire of our Lord, who answered thus: I invite all to me, but all are not willing to come, because the way is interlaced with thorns. To all who come, I offer my bread to eat, and my cup to drink. But my food is not pleasing to sense, and my cup is full of bitterness, so that all do not desire to satiate themselves with those labors which were my meat while I was in the world. But those who are most constant in bearing me company, they certainly are my dearest and most favored ones. When the saint had heard this, she was filled with so great a desire of suffering and denying herself in all ways, that when many difficulties were afterwards placed in her way by her religious and by her own family, she experienced in them as great comfort as a worldling could have found in any plan made for his pleasure and advantage. 13. The greatest fault among those who have a good will is that they wish to be something they cannot be, and do not wish to be what they necessarily must be. They conceive desires to do great things, for which, perhaps, no opportunity may ever come to them, and, meantime, neglect the small which the Lord puts into their hands. There are 1,000 little acts of virtue, such as bearing with the importunities and imperfections of our neighbors, not resenting an unpleasant word or a trifling injury, restraining an emotion of anger, mortifying some little affection, some ill-regulated desire to speak or to listen, excusing an indiscretion, or yielding to another in trifles. These are things to be done by all. Why not practice them? The occasions for great gains come but rarely, but of little gains many can be made each day. And by managing these little gains with judgment, there are some who grow rich. Oh, how holy and rich in merit we should make ourselves, if we but knew how to profit by the opportunities which our vocation supplies to us! Yes, yes, let us apply ourselves to follow well the path which is close before us, and to do well on the first opportunity, without occupying ourselves with thoughts of the last, and thus we shall make good progress. St. Francis de Sales. St. Philip Neri, enkindled with the desire of martyrdom, had resolved to go to preach the faith in India. But when God informed him, by revelation, that his India must be in Rome, he employed himself there, and by leading a life full of virtuous actions, he became a great saint. St. John Birchmans, in only 5 years of religious life, certainly reached a lofty perfection. Now, how did he accomplish it? By nothing, except striving to be faithful, to do exactly all those things which he knew to be right and possible for him. in the way of not neglecting any part of perfection, which, with the aid of grace, he might be able to acquire. St. Gertrude, feeling very weak one day, decided to make an effort to say Matins. When she had finished the first nocturne, another sick sister came to ask her to say the office with her, and she immediately went back to the beginning. That same morning she had a vision in which she saw her soul adorned with jewels of great value, and the Lord said to her, that by the act of charity which she had performed for His love, she had merited this ornament in which the jewels equalled in number the words she had repeated. We read of a young Jesuit student that, one morning in vacation, when he was just starting for a walk with some of his companions, he was requested by one of the Fathers to wait half an hour and serve Mass, which he did. When he had become more advanced in knowledge and age, he went to preach the faith among the infidels, and there was found worthy to obtain the glory of martyrdom. Then it was revealed to him that so great a grace had been given him by God, in reward for the little mortification which he accepted in serving Mass. 14. Our greatest fault is, that we wish to serve God in our way, not in His way; according to our will, not according to His will. When He wishes us to be sick, we wish to be well. When He desires us to serve Him by sufferings, we desire to serve Him by works. When He wishes us to exercise charity, we wish to exercise humility. When He seeks from us resignation, we wish for devotion, a spirit of prayer or some other virtue. And this is not because the things we desire may be more pleasing to Him, but because they are more to our taste. This is certainly the greatest obstacle we can raise to our own perfection, for it is beyond doubt that if we wish to be saints according to our own will, we shall never be so at all. To be truly a saint, it is necessary to be one according to the will of God. St. Francis de Sales. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi knew this most important truth, and, with the guidance of so clear a light, she knew how to submit her will to that of God so perfectly, that she was always contented with what came to her day by day, nor did she ever desire anything extraordinary. She was even accustomed to say that she would consider it a marked defect to ask of the Lord any grace for herself or others, with any greater importunity than simple prayers, and that it was her joy and glory to do His will, not that He should do hers. Even as to the sanctity and perfection of her own soul, she wished that it might be not according to her own desire, but to the will of God. And so we find among her writings this resolution: to offer myself to God, and to seek all that perfection, and only that perfection, which He is pleased that I should have, and in the time and way that He shall wish, and not otherwise. In conversation with an intimate friend, she once said: "The good which does not come to me by this way of the divine will, does not seem to me good. I prefer having no gift at all, except that of leaving all my will and all my desires in God, to having any gift through desire and will. Yes, yes, in me sine, do volta tua, et non volta mea. Thy will, not mine, be done." The grace which she asked most frequently and most earnestly of the Lord was this: that He would make her remain till death entirely subject and submissive to His own divine will and pleasure. Thus it is no wonder that she became so holy. Even among the heathens there are to be found those who by the light of reason alone clearly understand this truth. Plutarch disapproved of the common prayer of the people: "May God give you all that good which you desire." No, he says, we ought rather to say: "May God grant that you shall desire what He desires." And what is more, Epictetus practised it, for he said: "I am always content with whatever comes to me day by day, for I know that whatever happens, it all happens by the disposal of God, and I am certain that what God wills is better than what I can ever will." 15. Two mistakes I find common among spiritual persons. One is that they ordinarily measure their devotion by the consolations and satisfactions which they experience in the way of God, so that if these happen to be wanting, they think they have lost all devotion. No, this is no more than a sensible devotion. True and substantial devotion does not consist in these things, but in having a will resolute, active, ready, and constant, not to offend God, and to perform all that belongs to His service. The other mistake is, that if it ever happens to them to do anything with repugnance and weariness, they believe they have no merit in it. On the other hand, there is then far greater merit, so that the single ounce of good done thus by a sheer spiritual effort amidst darkness and dullness, and without interest, is worth more than 100 done with great facility and sweetness, since the former requires a stronger and purer love. And how great soever may the ardities and repugnance of the sensible part of our soul, we ought never to lose courage, but pursue our way as travellers treat the barking of dogs. St. Francis de Sales. A pious matron, desiring to know what class of souls was most acceptable to the Lord, he gratified her wish by the following vision. One morning she was hearing Mass, when, after the elevation, she saw Jesus in the form of a most lovely child, who began to walk about the altar. Thence he descended to a place where 3 devout nuns were kneeling at its foot. He took one of them by the hand and gave her many caresses. Then approaching the second, he raised her veil and gave her a slight blow on the cheek, and left her as if in anger. But soon returning and finding her in grief and affliction, he devoted himself to consoling her with 1,000 endearments. Finally he came to the third, and, with an appearance of great wrath, took her by the arm and drove her away from the altar, loading her with blows, and even tearing the hair from her head, while she bore all with great calmness, humbling herself and blessing God. Then Jesus, turning to the matron, said, "You must know that the first one is weak in virtue, and very changeable. Therefore, to confirm her in the good way, I show myself altogether amiable and kind; otherwise she would leave it. The second is more perfect, yet she needs to experience, from time to time, some spiritual sweetness. But the third is so firm and constant in my service, that whatever adversity may come to her, she will not allow herself to be withdrawn from it, and she is my best beloved." St. Philip Neri, in order to save his penitents from the first of these mistakes, used to tell them that in the spiritual life there are 3 degrees. The first, which is called animal, includes those who follow the sensible devotion which God usually gives to beginners, in order that, drawn by this delight as animals are by sensible objects, they may give themselves to the spiritual life. The second, which is called the life of man, is led by those who without sensible consolation fight for virtue against their own passions, which is the true characteristic of man. The third is called the angelic life. Those who have arrived at it, who after long struggles in subduing their own passions, receive from God a life calm and tranquil, and as it were, angelic even in this world. And if any one perseveres in the second degree, God will not fail, in His own time, to raise him to the third. End of Section 1. Section 2 of A Year with the Saints, translated from the Italian by a member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 16. We are not to regard great favors from God so much as virtues, but consider who serves the Lord with the greatest mortification, humility, and purity of conscience, for the latter without the former will be the more holy. St. Teresa. Were proofs of this truth wanting, the example of St. Vincent de Paul should be sufficient to confirm it. Very few extraordinary favors are recorded of him, yet he has been, and is now, regarded by all as a man of rare sanctity. Rufinus of Aquila tells of St. Macarius, that at one time he believed himself to have made much progress in virtue. But one day, when at prayer, he heard a voice which said to him, "Macarius, know that thou hast not attained as much virtue as 2 women who live at such a place." Macarius went instantly to find them, and perceived, upon examination, that they possessed great merit, for they had lived together for 15 years in the same house, in perfect union and charity, without the slightest disagreement in word or act occurring between them. The Saint was amazed at this, and confessed that they were in truth better and more perfect than he, although he had been gifted by the divine goodness with many extraordinary favors. 17. Lord, what wilt Thou have me do? There is the true token of a soul absolutely perfect, when one has succeeded in leaving behind his own will to such a degree as no longer to seek, to aim, or to desire to do what he would will, but only what God wills. St. Bernard. These were the first words of the Apostle St. Paul as he recognized the Lord. Lord, what wilt Thou have me to do? And they were uttered by him with so much sincerity of affection and with such submission of will, that from that day forward he had no other desire and no other aim than to fulfil the Divine will in all and through all. Nor in all the adversities, labors, sufferings, and torments which he encountered was there ever a thing sufficient to diminish or even in the least to shake his constancy and fidelity. St. Jane Frances de Chantal had so great a desire to know and follow the Divine will, that on merely hearing those words, Divine will, she felt all on fire, as if a torch had been applied to her heart, and she remained in a kind of torture until she knew how she was to understand them. The Venerable Mother Seraphina de Dio testifies of herself that the Lord showed her plainly, by an interior illumination, how good a thing it is to live without any will of one's own, and to commit one's self entirely to His holy will. I remain, she says, fully persuaded that on account of His greatness and perfection it was the most suitable thing for all His creatures to have no other will than that of their most loving God, and that when one has reached this point he belongs wholly to God, and enjoys paradise upon earth. 18. If you truly wish to make spiritual profit, you must apply yourself closely to that counsel of the Apostle, Attende tibi, take heed to thyself. This implies two things. The first is not to become entangled in others' affairs, or watchful as to their defects, since he has no little to do who wishes to manage his own affairs well and correct his own failures. The second is to take our own perfection to heart and attend to it incessantly, without regarding whether others attend to theirs or not. For perfection is so purely individual a matter, though men who belong to the same order, company, family, or country are here said to make one body, yet in the world above it is certain that each one will be separate by himself, and carry his profits and losses to his own account. Abbot Pastor. A rare pattern of this was St. John Berchmans. From his first entrance into religion it had been his fixed intention to become a saint, and from the same time he made it his aim and his only important business to watch over himself, and to this, in fact, he gave his attention as long as he lived. He did this with such application and such unwearied earnestness that he did not even have time to think of others' occupations or to notice their defects. And thus he never stopped to reflect why others said or did so and so, or whether they did well or ill, nor did he ever enlist in the defense of one with the danger of offending another, but let every one go his own way, and manage his own affairs for himself. As to the faults of others, he thought of them so little that even when they were committed in his presence he did not notice them, and it was said of him that he was not able to tell what errors the others committed. All his care was to correct his own defects and to perform his own actions well. And so the pains he took to keep his soul clear of every fault were something extraordinary. For besides carefully making the daily examens and a most rigorous retreat of one day in each month, he often and urgently entreated his superiors and companions to keep their eyes upon him, and inform him of anything they might see amiss. And when counsel of that kind was given him, he received it as a peculiar favor, and offered special prayers for whoever gave it. But not content with this, as he had an ardent desire to render himself as pleasing as possible in the eyes of God, he employed every effort to this end. Therefore he devoted himself with admirable diligence to the most exact observance of his rules, to executing promptly and faithfully whatever was imposed on him by obedience, to performing well and with particular devotion the spiritual exercises, as things which immediately concern the honor of God and one's own profit, paying most attention of all to his communions, to which he always gave 2 hours, and finally to practising all virtues, especially charity towards the sick. Though he had great fondness for study, he never allowed it to stand in the way of his spiritual exercises, nor of charity or obedience, for his heart did not seek for what afforded most delight, but most merit. And he did all these things without noticing at all whether others did the same, or failed in them, because one precept, Attende tibi, ever remained planted deeply in his heart. What harm does it cause the other apostles now that the unhappy Judas remains suffering in hell? All the loss falls upon Judas alone. And if Berchmans be higher in heaven than so many others who were his companions in religion, is not all the gain his? Do not let any occasion of gaining merit pass without taking care to draw some spiritual profit from it, as, for example, from a sharp word which some one may say to you, from an act of obedience imposed against your will, from an opportunity which may occur to humble yourself, or to practise charity, sweetness, and patience. All these occasions are gain for you, and you should seek to procure them. And at the close of that day, when the greatest number of them have come to you, you should go to rest most cheerful and pleased, as the merchant does on the day when he has had most chance for making money. For on that day business has prospered with him. St. Ignatius Loyola. It was one of the principal maxims which St. John Berchmans kept fixed in his mind, as we read in his life, to endeavor to gain merit in everything, and not to let any occasion, however small, escape, if it could be profitable to him. For this reason he continually went in search of such occasions, and when they came to him from others, he embraced them all with courage and heartfelt joy, without ever remarking the want of discretion and virtue which they betrayed in others, attending only to his own advancement and humility. And so, from whatever he heard or saw, he was always wont to derive some good fruit for himself, and in this way he attained to the condition of a saint, which was precisely what he desired. When St. Matilda was visited by the Lord, accompanied by many saints, one of them said to her, "Oh, how blessed are you who still live upon earth, on account of the great merit you can acquire!" If a man knew how much he could merit in a day, at the moment he arose in the morning his heart would be filled with joy, because the day had appeared in which he could live to his Lord, and by His grace increase so greatly his honor and glory and his own merit. This would give him great confidence and strength to do and suffer everything with extreme satisfaction. We read of St. Francis Xavier that he was slain with shame and self-reproach when he found that merchants had gone to Japan with their merchandise sooner than he himself with the treasure of the Gospel to spread the faith and extend the kingdom of heaven. 20. Give yourself in earnest to the acquisition of virtue, otherwise you will remain always a dwarf in it. Never believe that you have acquired a virtue if you have not made proof of it in resisting its contrary vice, and unless you practice it faithfully on suitable occasions, which, for this reason, ought never to be avoided, but rather desired, sought, and embraced with eagerness. St. Teresa. St. Vincent de Paul was not contented, as so many are, with knowing and loving virtues, but he applied himself continually to the practice of them. It was his maxim that labor and patience are the best means of acquiring and planting them firmly in our hearts, and that virtues acquired without effort or difficulty can be easily lost, while those which have been beaten by the storms of temptation and practised amid the difficulties and repugnances of nature, sink their roots deep into the heart. And so, on such occasions, instead of being sad, he appeared unusually cheerful. When a certain person was lamenting a mischance which had recently occurred, as likely to give bad opinions of his community, and give rise to comments injurious to himself, he replied, "This is good, for it will give us a more favorable occasion to practice virtue." By this same sentiment St. Philip Neri encouraged his penitents not to grieve when they suffered temptations and trials, telling them that when the Lord intends to confer on any one some particular virtue, He is accustomed to permit him to be first assailed by the contrary vice. St. Francis de Sales illustrates the firmness of virtue in this manner. "If," said he, "the world comes to attack me, I will treat it as I would a viper. I will trample it under foot, and obey none of its suggestions. If Satan arms his powers, I will not fear them at all. I am stronger than he. God is my Father, and He will have compassion on me, and will fight for me. Here is a fine example of virtue, and of the way to exercise it." 21. Humility and charity are the two master chords, one the lowest, the other the highest. All the others are dependent on them. Therefore it is necessary, above all, to maintain ourselves in these two virtues. For, observe well that the preservation of the whole edifice depends on the foundation and the roof. St. Francis de Sales. Although there never was, or can be, any saint destitute of these two most necessary virtues, yet there have been some who, in our eyes at least, have seemed to excel in their brightness. One of these was certainly St. Francis de Paula. Through his great humility, he was not contented with considering himself the least of all men, but he also desired that this should be the mark distinguishing his Order from all others; and as to charity, he was so inflamed with love that he sometimes lit candles by touching them with his finger, just as if he had applied to them a burning torch. 22. The 2 feet upon which one walks to perfection are mortification and the love of God. The latter is the right, the former the left foot. By the aid of these, St. Francis Assisi climbed to the loftiest perfection. He led a life so austere and rigid that at the point of death he felt that he must ask pardon of his body for having treated it so ill, and his love of God was so remarkable that he gained not only for himself but for his Order as well the noble title of Seraphic. When St. Francis de Sales wished to lead any one to live in a Christian manner and renounce worldliness, he would not speak of the exterior, of the adornment of the hair, of rich dress, and similar things, but he spoke only to the heart and of the heart, for he knew that if this fortress is captured all else surrenders, and that when the true love of God comes to possess a heart, all that is not God seems to it of no account. St. Philip Neri adopted the same course as his penitents. He was not accustomed to dwell very much upon any vanities in dress, but he would overlook them as much as possible for some time, that he might more easily arrive at his object. When a lady once asked him whether it was a sin to wear very high heels, his only answer was, "Take care not to fall." A man also came frequently to see him, wearing a collar with long stiff points. One day he touched him lightly on the neck and said, "I would oftener give you such marks of friendship if your collar did not hurt my hand." And with these reproofs alone both corrected their faults. A clergyman of noble birth, dressed in bright colours and with much dignity, came to the Saint every day for a fortnight to consult him in regard to the affairs of his soul. During all this time he said not a word to him in regard to his dress, but only took pains to make him feel compunction for his sins. Finally, becoming ashamed of his style of dress, he changed it of his own accord, made a good general confession, and giving himself wholly into St. Philip's hands, became afterwards one of his most intimate and familiar friends. 23. When one is going on really well, he feels in himself a continual desire to advance, and the more he grows in perfection, the more this desire grows. Since his light is increasing every day, it always seems to him that he has no virtue and is doing no good. Or if, perhaps, he sees that he has and is doing some good, it yet appears to him very imperfect, and he makes little account of it. And so it comes to pass that he always goes on laboring for the acquisition of virtue without ever being weary. St. Lawrence Justinian. St. Fulgentius was so enamored of perfection that whatever he did towards it always seemed to him little, and he was always desiring to do better. St. Vincent de Paul every day saw more of his own faults, yet he continually applied anew all his zeal to amend and perfect himself. St. Ignatius constantly compared one day with another, and the gain on one day with the gain on another. Thus he advanced daily, and entertained a constant desire of advancing still more, that he might reach the summit of perfection to which God called him. St. James the Apostle received great praise because he went on advancing daily in the divine service. 24. To be pleased at correction and reproofs show that one loves the virtues which are contrary to those faults for which he is corrected and reproved, and, therefore, it is a great sign of advancement in perfection. St. Francis de Sales. When a monk once visited the Abbot Serapion, he suggested that, first of all, they should pray together. But the visitor refused, saying that he was a great sinner and unworthy to wear the habit. A little while after, the abbot addressed him thus: "My brother, if you wish to become perfect, remain at work in your cell, and do not talk much, for going about a great deal is not desirable for you." At these words the monk was not a little perturbed. When the abbot perceived this, he added: "What is the matter, brother? A moment ago you said you were so great a sinner that you were not worthy to live, and now, when I have shown you, in charity, what you need, are you angry? From this it would seem that your humility is not genuine. If you wish to be humble in truth, learn to receive admonitions humbly. At this reproof the monk recollected himself, acknowledged his fault, and went away greatly edified. The Empress Leonora requested her confessor, and those ladies of her court with whom she was most intimate, that when they observed anything in her that needed amendment or improvement, to inform her of it with all possible freedom, as they would tell her the pleasantest news. And when they did it, she thanked them very cordially. When St. Peter was reproved by St. Paul, he was not angry, neither did he stand upon his dignity as superior, or look down upon the other for having been a persecutor of the Church, but received the advice in good part. We read of St. Ambrose that when any one informed him of a fault, he thanked him as for a special favor, and there was a certain Cistercian who was especially pleased at an admonition, and used to say an Our Father for whoever gave it. St. John Berchmans always entertained a great desire to have his faults told him in public, and to be reproved for them, and if this ever happened he was much pleased. With this intention he used to write them on scraps of paper, which he gave to the superiors, that they might read them and reprimand him for them. Not content with this, he asked of the Superior that 4 of his companions might keep their eyes on him and admonish him. One of these testified that, having once drawn his attention to a slight omission into which he had fallen, on account of being occupied in another work of charity at the time, he thanked him cordially for the warning, and said the beads for him 3 times, promising that he would always do the same whenever he would inform him of any defect. 25. The firmest assurance that we can have in this world of being in the grace of God does not consist at all in sentiments of love to Him, but in complete and irrevocable abandonment of our whole being into His hands, and in the firm resolution never to consent to any sin, either great or small. St. Francis de Sales. We read in old chronicles of a young lady who was so severely afflicted that she seemed to be suffering the pains of hell. After remaining for a long time in this state, she, one day, turned her whole heart to God in this prayer: "My sweetest Lord, only remember that I am a poor creature of Thine. For the rest, do with me what pleases Thee, now and through eternity. I abandon myself into Thy hands, and am ready to suffer these torments as long as it shall please Thee." This act of resignation, which she made from her heart with all sincerity, was so pleasing to God that it was scarcely finished when He united her to Himself, and immersed her blissfully in the immense ocean of His divinity. St. Catherine of Genoa said: "I am no more my own, whether I live or die. I am my Saviour's. I have no longer any possession or interest of my own. My God is all. My being consists in being wholly His. O world, thou art always the same, and, until now, I have been always the same. But from this time forth I will be such no longer." 26. Let us learn from Jesus in the manger to hold the things of the world in such esteem as they deserve. St. Francis de Sales. The Venerable Beatrice of Nazareth saw, in a vision, the whole system of the universe beneath her feet, and God alone above her head, so that she was standing, as it were, between God and the world beneath, God above, and she herself in the middle. By this time she understood that the height of perfection is gained when one has over his head only God, and all else under his feet, making no more account of it than if it did not exist, placing all his love and interest in God, and nothing else, not even himself, except in God. St. Hedwig, Queen of Poland, after becoming a nun, would never mention or listen to any worldly news, unless it concerned the honor of God and the salvation of souls. 27. If you wish for a method brief and compendious, one which contains in itself all other methods, and is most efficacious in conquering all temptations and difficulties and acquiring perfection, this is the exercise of the presence of God. St. Basil. A priest who was an intimate friend of the same St. Basil suffered many severe temptations, and many grievous threats from Julian the Apostate, but always held his ground firmly against him. He himself assigned this reason for the victory. "It was because," he said, "in all that time, so far as I remember, the Divine Presence never escaped my mind." Joseph, when solicited to evil, replied: "How shall I do this under the eye of God?" And Susanna said, "It is better for me to fall into your hands without fault than to sin in the sight of God." St. Ephrem, being solicited to sin by a woman of evil life, professed his readiness, provided the scene of their transgression should be the public square. But when the woman objected to this condition, on account of the shame it would involve, "Then," replied the Saint, "you fear shame before the eyes of men, and do you not fear it before the angels of God?" By this consideration he brought about her conversion. When Thais learned that God beheld her in the commission of a sin, she resisted 1,000 temptations and became a saint. 28. To be able to advance much in perfection, it is necessary to apply ourselves to one thing by itself, to a single book of devotion, to a single spiritual exercise, to a single aspiration, to a single virtue, and so on. Not, indeed, that all other things ought to be quite rejected and passed by, but in such a way that this to which one is applying himself may usually be aimed at more in particular, and as the special object of the most frequent effort; so that if one chance to turn to others, these may be like accessories. To do otherwise, by passing from one exercise to another, is to imitate those who spoil their appetite at a banquet by tasting a little of every delicacy. It is perpetually seeking and ever attaining the science of the saints, and so it results in losing that tranquillity of spirit in God, which is the "one thing needed" that Mary chose. We must, however, guard ourselves here from one fault, into which many fall. It is that of attaching ourselves too much to our own practices and spiritual exercises. This naturally makes us feel dislike for all methods not conformed to our own; for each one thinks that he employs the only suitable one, and considers as imperfect those who do not work in the same way. Whoever has a good spirit draws edification from everything and condemns nothing. St. Francis de Sales. Although the Saints profited by everything, yet each of them chose some practice of his own, in which he exercised himself particularly. For example, the favorite author of St. Francis de Sales was Scupoli; that of St. Dominic, Cassian. The most frequent ejaculation of St. Francis was, "My God is my all." That of St. Vincent de Paul, "In the name of the Lord." That of St. Bruno, "Oh, goodness!" Some had the presence of God for their spiritual exercise, some purity of intention, some resignation to the divine will, and others the renunciation of themselves. The same was the case with regard to the virtues. One had a greater love for one virtue, another for another; whence it happened that almost all excelled particularly in some special virtue. St. Catherine of Siena, in regarding these various preferences of good souls, disapproved of none of them, but rather rejoiced that the Lord should be served in so many and such different ways. 29. If you wish to arrive speedily at the summit of perfection, animate yourself to a true love of shame, insults, and calumny. St. Ignatius. As this Saint was meditating one day on the great advantages which spring from shame and insults, he conceived a vehement desire to go through the public squares of Rome loaded with rags and other rubbish, and he was restrained from carrying it into execution only by the fear that he might not afterwards be as well able to promote the glory of God. We read of St. Catherine of Bologna that when she met with any slight or insult, she rejoiced at it, and it only increased her desire for more. By this she advanced so much in the love of God that she would have been willing, as she herself protested, to endure not only all the trials of this world, but even the pains of hell, to obey His will. St. Gregory relates of the Abbot Stephen that he had conceived so great a love for insults, calumnies, and vexations, that when he received any, he thought that he had made great profit, and returned affectionate thanks to whoever gave them to him, and by this he attained such reputation for sanctity, that whoever did him any harm felt sure that he had secured his friendship. 30. Place thyself under the discipline of a stern and austere man, who will treat thee harshly and with rigor, and then strive to drink in all his reproofs and ill treatment as one would drink milk and honey, and I assure thee that in a little time thou wilt find thyself on the pinnacle of perfection. Abbot Moses. It is related in the Lives of the Fathers that the Abbot John diligently and affectionately served one of the old Fathers. who was ill, for a period of 12 years. Though this father saw what severe and long fatigue the abbot was enduring, he never gave him one gentle or amiable word, but always treated him with harshness. But when he was dying, he called for the abbot, and, taking him by the hand, said to him 3 times, " Abide in God." And then he recommended him to the Fathers, saying, " This is not a man, but an angel." 31. As it is most certain that the teaching of Christ cannot deceive, if we would walk securely, we ought to attach ourselves to it with the greatest confidence, and to profess openly that we live according to it, and not to the maxims of the world, which are all deceitful. This is the fundamental maxim of all Christian perfection. St. Vincent de Paul. This was, indeed, the ordinary chosen basis upon which this Saint himself established his own life, and in which he found all his confidence and peace. Whenever he felt that he was supported by a holy maxim, he went on courageously, passing over his own judgment and all human respect or fear that his conduct might meet with blame or opposition. St. Francis de Sales was often blamed by his friends as they did not approve of his course in not sustaining his dignity, and defending himself more vigorously against the attacks of the malevolent. He replied to them that mildness ought to be the characteristic of bishops, and so, although the world itself has established maxims of another kind, he did not wish to make use of them, because they were contrary to those of Jesus Christ, in conformity to which he had always gloried. End of Section 2. Section 3 of A Year with the Saints, translated from the Italian by member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. February. Humility. Whoever humbleth himself shall be exalted. Luke 15:11. 1. Humility is the foundation of all the virtues. Therefore, in a soul where it does not exist, there can be no true virtue, but the mere appearance only. In like manner, it is the most proper disposition for all celestial gifts. And finally, it is so necessary to perfection that of all the ways to reach it, the first is humility, the second humility, the third humility. And if the question were repeated 100 times, I should always give the same answer. St. Augustine. St. Vincent de Paul perceived that all his advancement and almost all the graces he had received were due to this virtue, and for this reason he inculcated it so much and so greatly desired to introduce it into his congregation. St. Aloysius Gonzaga, who knew this truth well, took no greater pains in acquiring any other virtue. For this purpose he recited every day a special prayer to the angels, that they would aid him to walk in this royal road, which they themselves had first trodden, that he might finally succeed in gaining the position of one of those stars that fell from heaven through pride. A certain man named Paschasius said that for 20 years he had never asked anything of God except humility, and yet that he had but little of it. However, when no one was able to expel a devil from a possessed person, Paschasius had scarcely entered the church before the devil cried out, "This man I fear," and immediately departed. Fra Maffeo, a companion of St. Francis, once heard, in a conference on humility, that a great servant of God was very remarkable for this virtue, and that on account of it God loaded him with spiritual gifts. He was thus inspired with so great a love for it that he made a vow never to rest until he should perceive that he had acquired it. He remained then shut up in his cell, asking of God true humility, with tears, fasting, mourning, and many prayers. One day he went out in the woods, and while he was sighing and asking this grace from God, with ejaculatory prayers, he heard the Lord saying to him, "Fra Maffeo, what would you give for humility?" He answered, "I would give my eyes." "And I," replied the Lord, "desire that you should have your eyes and the grace you seek." Suddenly there entered his heart a great joy, and at the same time he had the lowest possible opinion of himself, so that he considered himself the least of all men. 2. Humility is the mother of many virtues. From it spring obedience, holy fear, reverence, patience, modesty, mildness, and peace. For whoever is humble easily obeys all, fears to offend any, maintains peace with all, shows himself affable to all, is submissive to all, does not offend or displease any, and does not feel the insults which may be inflicted upon him. He lives happy and contented and in great peace. St. Thomas of Villanova. Here we see the reason why St. Francis, St. Dominic, St. Vincent de Paul, and so many others became remarkable for all the virtues above mentioned. It is because they were remarkable for humility. St. Jane Frances de Chantal had conceived so much affection for this virtue that she watched over herself with the greatest attention, in order that she might not allow even the smallest occasion of practising it to escape. And she once said to St. Francis de Sales, "My dearest Father, I beg you, for the love of God, help me to humble myself." 3. Whoever is not very humble can never draw profit from contemplation, in which any little atom of insufficient humility, though it may seem nothing, works the greatest harm. St. Teresa. One day the Blessed Virgin prayed her Most Holy Son that he would bestow some spiritual gifts upon St. Bridget, but he gave her this reply: "Whoever seeks lofty things ought first to be exercised in the lowly by the paths of humility." Because the Blessed Clara of Montefalco experienced a vain pleasure in some things she had done, the Lord withdrew from her for 15 years His lights and celestial consolations which she could not regain during all that time, though she begged for them earnestly, with tears, prayers, and the use of the discipline. 4. Humility is necessary not only for the acquisition of virtues, but even for salvation. For the gate of heaven, as Christ Himself testifies, is so narrow that it admits only little ones. St. Bernard. The Pharisee was separated by his condition and life from the rest of the people, as this sect formed a kind of religious order, in which they prayed, fasted, and performed many other good works. But he was, notwithstanding, reproved by God. Why, then, was this? For no other reason than that he was wanting in humility, for he felt much satisfaction in his good works, and glorified in them as if they were the result of his own virtue. William, Bishop of Lyons, tells, in his chronicles, of a monk who often violated the prescribed silence, but upon being admonished spiritually by his abbot, he amended and became so recollected and so devout that he was worthy to receive from God many revelations. Now, it happened that the Father Abbot was sent for by a hermit who, having reached the close of a virtuous life, desired to receive from him the last sacraments. The abbot went and took with him the silent monk. On the road, a robber, hearing the little bell, accompanied the Blessed Sacrament as far as the cell of the dying man, but he stopped outside, considering himself unworthy to enter the abode of a saint. After the hermit had confessed and received communion with humility, the robber kept repeating at the door, "Oh, Father, if I were but like you! Oh, how happy should I be!" The hermit, hearing this, said in his heart with presumption and complacency, "You are right to desire this. Who can doubt it?" and immediately expired. Then the good religious began to weep, and withdrew from the abbot. The robber followed them, with tears and hatred for his sins, and the full purpose of confessing and doing penance for them as soon as they should arrive at the monastery. But he was not able to reach it, for on the way he fell unexpectedly to the ground and died. At this accident the religious became joyous again and laughed. And when the abbot asked him why he had been sad at the death of the hermit and joyful at that of the robber, he replied, "Because the former is lost in punishment for his presumption, and the latter saved on account of his strong resolution to do fitting penance for his sins, and the sorrow he felt for them was so great that it has cancelled even all their penalty." 5. The most powerful weapon to conquer the devil is humility. For, as he does not know at all how to employ it, neither does he know how to defend himself from it. St. Vincent de Paul. When Macarius was returning one day to his cell, he met the devil, who, with a scythe in his hand, tried to cut him to pieces. But he could not do it, because, as soon as he came near, he lost his strength. Then, full of rage, he said, "Great misery do I suffer from thee, O Macarius! For though I wish so much to hurt thee, I am not able. It is strange. I do all that thou doest, and even more. Thou dost fast sometimes, and I never eat. Thou sleepest little, and I never close my eyes. Thou art chaste, and so am I. In one thing only thou surpassest me." "And what is that one thing?" inquired Macarius. "It is thy great humility," replied the demon. Saying this, he disappeared and was seen no more. The devil once appeared to a monk in the form of the Archangel Gabriel, and said that he was sent to him by God. The monk replied, "See that thou be not sent by another," and the devil immediately disappeared. When an old priest was exorcising a possessed person, the demon said that he would never come out, if he did not first tell him what the goats and what the lambs are like. The good priest quickly answered, "The goats are all those who are like me. What the lambs may resemble, God knows." At these words the devil cried out, "Through your humility I can no longer remain here," and immediately departed. 6. Persons who keep themselves low in their own estimation, and love to be considered of little account and despised by others, please God in the highest degree; and, therefore, He willingly lowers Himself to them, pours upon them the treasures of His graces, reveals to them His secrets, invites and draws them sweetly to Himself. Thus, the more one lowers and abases himself before men, the more he rises and becomes great in the sight of God, and the more clearly he will, one day, behold the Divine Essence. St. Thomas à Kempis. St. Gertrude, one day, hearing the little bell ring for communion, and not feeling as well prepared as she desired, said to the Lord, "I see that Thou art even now coming to me, but why hast Thou not first adorned my heart with some ornaments of devotion, with which I might be more suitably prepared to come and meet Thee?" But the Lord answered, "Know that sometimes I am more pleased with the virtue of humility than with exterior devotion." A religious, not being able to understand a passage of Holy Scripture, fasted for 7 weeks, and not understanding it then, resolved to go to another monk and inquire about it. But scarcely had he gone out of his cell, when there appeared to him an angel sent expressly from God, who said to him, "Thy fast has not rendered thee pleasing to God, but rather this humiliation of thine." And then he solved for him the doubt. After Thais was converted, she held herself always so low in her own eyes, on account of her past evil life, that she did not dare to utter the holy name of God even in invoking Him, but only said, "My Creator, have mercy on me." And by this humility she arrived at such a sublime degree of perfection, that when Paul the Simple saw a most beautiful place in Paradise, which he supposed to be intended for St. Anthony, he was informed that it would be occupied by Thais within a fortnight. St. Bonaventure said, "I know a thing to do which will please the Lord. I will consider myself as refuse. I will become intolerable to myself. And when I find myself shamed, degraded, trampled upon, and loaded with insults by others, I will rejoice and exult, because of myself I cannot abase or detest myself as much as I ought. I will call in help from all creatures, desiring to be confounded and punished by them all, because I have despised their Creator. This shall be my dearest treasure, to solicit suits and slights upon myself, to love above all others those who will help me in this, and to abhor all the consolation and honors of the present life. If I do this, I believe it certain that the treasury of divine mercy will open above me, miserable and unworthy as I am." St. Francis of Assisi considered himself not only a mere nothing, the greatest sinner in the world, and deserving of hell, but unworthy even that God should give him a thought. One day, while he was speaking in this manner to one of his companions, the latter saw, in spirit, that there was prepared for him in heaven a seat among the seraphim. 7. One day of humble self-knowledge is a greater grace from the Lord, although it may have cost us many afflictions and trials, than many days of prayer. St. Teresa. St. Gertrude, once reflecting upon the benefits she had received from God, blushed for herself, and became so odious in her own eyes that she seemed unworthy to remain in the sight of God, and she would gladly have found some nook where she might conceal from man, if not from God, the odor of corruption with which she felt herself tainted. At this, Christ humbled Himself to her with so much goodness that the whole celestial court stood amazed. The venerable Mother Seraphina de Dio received, one day, a spiritual light, by means of which, as she states in her account of it to her director, she perceived clearly that God, being by His nature luminous truth, can behold in Himself only that which He really is, that is, infinite perfection, in which He rejoices and delights. Therefore, when He wishes to unite a soul to Himself, He communicates to it a light of truth, by which it sees without error or deception its own nature; that is, that by itself it has never done any good, neither is it able to do any; that in itself it has only inclination to evil, and what good it has is altogether from God. And such a person has no need of much consideration and analysis, because with such a light of truth all appears so clear that to think otherwise would be mere darkness and deceit. But though the soul, in this clear light, appears ugly, deformed, and odious in its own eyes, yet in the eyes of God it seems beautiful and very pleasing, because it becomes like His own most true and luminous nature. It happened that this same servant of God, after leading an innocent and most perfect life, came at one time to know her imperfections with such clearness that they seemed to her to become very grave and frightful sins, so that she experienced great bitterness of spirit, and could obtain no peace. When she was reproved for any failure, she was not at all disturbed, but said in her heart, "What you see is nothing. Oh, if you saw all, how you would abhor me!" But the Lord consoled her, by telling her, interiorly, that her past imperfections seemed to her so unusually great because her soul was in a state of clear light, but that these deformities were no longer in existence, as He had already cancelled them by His blood. 8. Hold thyself as vile, rejoice to be so held by others, never exalt thyself by reason of the gifts of God, and thou shalt be perfectly humble. St. Bonaventure. A soul of precisely this type was St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi. It is recorded of her that she was so vile in her own eyes that she constantly looked upon herself as the lowest of creatures, and the most disgraceful and abominable thing upon earth. Being one day called to the grate by the Duchess of Bracciano, she said, with great feeling, "If my Lady Duchess knew that Sister Mary Magdalene is the abomination of this convent, she would not think of naming her, much less of sending for her." In the same light in which she looked upon herself, she desired also to be viewed by others, and when she was treated contemptuously or in any way humiliated, she rejoiced so much that in reward for the great gladness with which she received humiliations, she was often wrapped in ecstasy after them. For this reason she could not bear to see that she was honoured and esteemed, and that others had a good opinion of her; and to prevent this she would often accuse herself in public and in private of her smallest defects, even with exaggeration. And so, with things which were not really faults, she mentioned them in such a way as to make them seem grave faults. For example, in cutting up a pineapple one day, she ate 2 morsels that fell from it. Therefore she accused herself of gluttony, and of eating outside of the refectory, contrary to the constitution. She took, besides, all possible pains to conceal from others her virtues and holy works, and when she could not do this, she would try to depreciate them, by showing that they were full of defects. In this way she would make the most perfect actions seem worthy of reproof, or, at least, merely natural, and springing from her own inclination. And as she could neither prevent nor conceal the ecstasies which were granted to her, it displeased her exceedingly to be looked at or listened to while they lasted, even to such a degree that she once complained to the Lord, saying, "O my Jesus, how is it that Thou hast conferred upon me so much that is known only to Thee and myself, and now Thou wilt have me reveal it? Hast Thou not promised me that as Thou wast hidden, so should I also be?" Once when her confessor ordered her to report to her companions what happened to her in these ecstasies, she wept bitterly, as she did also in making the relation, so that, finally, she went so far as to entreat the Lord to make her no more communications of the kind. She was so far from drawing any complacency or self-esteem from this source, that, as if she had committed a fault, she would humble herself after these favors, even to the last novice or lay sister, and set herself to perform the daily exercises with them, and converse with them with so much humility and charity that it was an admirable thing to see and hear her, first holding communion with the Divine Majesty with such loftiness of ideas, and then immediately after to behold her so humble, dependent, and submissive to her neighbor. 9. Humility, which Christ recommended to us both by word and example, ought to include three conditions. First, we are to consider ourselves, in all sincerity, worthy of the contempt of men. Secondly, to be glad that others should see what is imperfect in us, and what might cause them to despise us. Thirdly, when the Lord works, try good in us or by our means, to conceal it, if possible, at the sight of our baseness. And if this cannot be done, to ascribe it to the Divine mercy, and to the merits of others. Whoever shall attain to this humility, happy is he, and to him who shall not attain it, grace will never be wanting. St. Vincent de Paul. The first condition was certainly to be found in the heart of St. Clare, who used to say to her companions: "O sisters, if you knew me well, you would abhor and avoid me like one stricken with a plague, because I am not what you believe me, but a wicked woman." The venerable Sister Maria Crucifixa, who considered herself the vilest creature upon earth, often spoke thus of herself to her companions, and with feelings of such sincere and perfect humiliation as excited her to a high degree of compunction. This even led her to ask leave to retire to a convent of penitents, which she said was a fitting place for her, as she ought to live the life of a penitent. St. Francis Borgia, too, was so deeply grounded in a low opinion of himself that he wondered how the people could salute, and not rather stone him, as he passed through the streets. The second condition was also possessed, in a high degree, by St. Clare. She revealed the greatest faults of her life to all her confessors, intending that they should conceive a bad opinion of her. But when she found this plan failed, she changed her confessors often, in the hope of finding one who would consider her the wretched creature that she really believed herself to be. St. Catherine of Bologna, likewise, not only told all her sins to her confessors, but even intentionally dropped the paper on which they were written, that she might be despised by all. St. John of the Cross, too, when he went to Granada, where he was sent as provincial vicar, happened to meet there a brother of his, who was so poor that he lived by alms. When he saw him with his cloak all torn, he was as much pleased as another would have been to see his brother in a rich dress. And when the Grand Duke came to visit him, he brought him forward, saying that this was his brother, who was working in the monastery. The third condition was possessed, in the highest degree, by St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi, who, when asked or commanded by her superior to make the sign of the cross over the sick, or to offer a prayer for any one in need, always called another to join her in this action or prayer, so that when the favor came it might be attributed not to her, but to the virtue of the other, as she always attributed it herself. The same may be said of an abbess named Sarah, of whom it is related in the Lives of the Fathers that she had been assailed by a demon for 13 years, but was finally liberated by her fervent prayers. Then the demon said to her, "Thou hast conquered me, Sarah." But she replied, "It is not I who have conquered thee, but truly it is my Lord Jesus Christ." Monsignor de Palafox showed that he possessed in a singular degree this beautiful quality of attributing to God all the good he did; for he looked upon his good actions not as his own choice, but as pure effects of grace, and so, instead of believing, as people in general do, that he acquired by them merit before God, he believed that his obligations to God were increased by doing them. And as he thought, so he spoke; for he was accustomed to confess himself to be under the greatest obligations to God, because he had bestowed upon him great peace of mind, constant repentance for his sins, great patience and consolation in vexations and labors, great love and respect for the poor, and for his persecutors, and had taken from him all attachment to riches, honors, convenience, and his own judgment, and had also given him the grace to perform with fervent penances the visitation of the sick, and many practices of devotion, as well as strength and talent to make wise and useful regulations, to build many churches, and to accomplish every one of his actions purely and solely for the honor and service of his Divine Majesty. And what is certainly most to be admired is, that he derived only confusion and fear from so many good and holy works, which ordinarily produce, even in excellent persons, a certain good opinion and esteem of themselves, and make them believe themselves deserving of praise from men and reward from God. He looked upon them, on the contrary, as special graces granted to him by the divine goodness, for which he must, one day, give a strict account; and he thought that on the last day, in presence of all the world, there would be so many points of accusation against him, because he had not corresponded to so many divine favors by a better and more perfect life. The humility of St. Vincent de Paul was accompanied by all three of these conditions. He had so low an opinion of himself, that he considered himself a great sinner, a cause for scandal, and unworthy to remain even in his own congregation. Wherefore he often spoke of himself as a hardened sinner, an abominable sinner, unworthy to live, and standing in the utmost need of the mercy of God, on account of the abominations of his life. One day, prostrate before his missionaries, he said with great feeling: "If you could see my miseries, you would drive me from the house, to which I am a loss, a burden, and a scandal. I am surely unworthy to remain in the congregation, on account of the scandal that I give." Because he truly felt thus, he desired that others, too, should feel so; and therefore he was pleased to have his imperfections visible to all, and he even manifested them openly on occasion, to the end that he might be despised and lightly regarded by all. For this reason he often said that he was the son of a swineherd, a poor grammar student, and no scholar. For the same cause he acknowledged as his nephew, before all in the house, and even before some noble visitors, a poor young man who had come to ask his aid. And as he felt at first some unwillingness to acknowledge him when he heard of his arrival, he often accused himself of this to his companions as a great fault, exaggerating, too, the pride that caused it. He could not bear to hear himself praised, or see himself held in high esteem. And so, when a poor woman told him, in presence of some persons of rank, that she had been a servant of his mother, hoping to induce him to give her alms, the Saint, to whom such flattery was unpleasant, answered quickly: "My poor woman, you are mistaken. My mother never kept a servant, but she was a servant herself, and afterwards the wife of a poor peasant." For this cause, too, he was never heard to speak of the excellent works which he had carried on, nor of the wonderful circumstances in which he had been placed. A remarkable proof of this is, that though innumerable occasions offered themselves to speak of his slavery in Tunis, especially in the exhortations which he addressed to his congregation and others, to move them to aid the poor slaves in Barbary, he never let fall a word concerning himself, nor about what he had said or done to convert his master, and escape with him from the hands of the infidels, nor as to anything else that happened to him in that country. This is a rare case, on account of the pleasure which every one naturally feels in narrating the perils, the dangers, and difficulties from which he has happily escaped, especially when his success reveals some virtue and gives occasion for praise. But when necessity or the good of others sometimes constrained him to tell something which he had done for the glory of God, if anything had gone ill, he attributed to himself whatever might cause humiliation, though he had given no occasion for it. But, if all went well, he told of it in very humble terms, setting all to the account of the zeal and labor of others, and suppressing, so far as he could, those circumstances which would bring praise to himself; and he always ascribed even the slightest good that he did to God, as its primary and only cause. For example, he never said, "I did this, I said this, I thought this," but rather, "God inspired me with this thought, put into my mouth these words, gave me strength to do this," and so on. The humility of St. Francis de Sales was, says St. Jane Frances de Chantal, humility of heart; for it was his maxim that the love of our objection ought to be with us at every step, and, therefore, he strove to conceal the gifts of grace as much as he could, and endeavored to appear of less account than he really was, though he was often slow and late in giving his opinion upon subjects with which he was well acquainted. 10. We ought always to consider others as our superiors, and to yield to them, even though they be our inferiors, by offering them every kind of respect and service. Oh, what a beautiful thing it would be, if it should please God to confirm us well in such a practice! St. Vincent de Paul. This was precisely the practice of this saint. He made great account of all, and considered all better than himself, more prudent, more perfect, more capable, and more fit for any employment, and therefore he felt no difficulty in yielding his own opinion to any one. We read of a good nun, named Sister Rachel Pastore, who had formed such a humble opinion of herself, that she regarded all persons, without exception, as her superiors, and with this sentiment deeply fixed in her heart, she abased and humbled herself in the presence of all. 11. Our Lord says that whoever wishes to become greatest of all, must make himself least of all. This is a truth that all Christians believe. How happens it, then, that so few practice it? St. Vincent de Paul. The same saint was one of these few. As he had always but a low opinion of himself, and had taken so much pains to lower himself beneath all, God continually exalted him, by the many great works which He entrusted to him, by the high regard in which he was generally held, and by the abundant benedictions which God bestowed on all his actions. St. Paula, by the testimony of St. Jerome, excelled so much in self-abasement, that if a stranger attracted by her fame had come to visit her, he would never have recognized her, but would rather have supposed her to be one of the least of her own servants. And when she was surrounded by bunches of young maidens, in dress, speech, and manner, she always seemed the humblest of them all. 12. Do not believe that thou hast made any advance in perfection, unless thou considerest thyself the worst of all, and desirest that all should be preferred to thee. For it is the mark of those who are great in the eyes of God, to be small in their own eyes, and the more glorious they are in the sight of God, the more vile they appear in their own sight. St. Teresa. One day, when St. Anthony was praying, he heard a voice saying, "Anthony, thou hast not reached the perfection of a man named Coriarius, who lives in Alexandria." The saint went immediately to find him, and inquired about his life. Coriarius answered, "I do not know that I have ever done anything good, and so, when I rise in the morning, I say in my heart that all the people in this city will be saved by their good works, and I alone shall be lost for my sins. And I say the same thing in the evening, in all sincerity, before going to rest." "No, no, no," replied St. Anthony, "thou hast secured heaven for thyself by thy wise practice, but I have unwisely failed to attain this excellence of thine." In the Lives of the Fathers a certain monk is mentioned who, in giving an account of his interior to the abbot Caecilius, said that he kept continually before his mind the thought of God. The abbot answered, "That is nothing great. The great thing would be that you should see yourself below every creature." One of the chief men of Alexandria having been received into a monastery, the abbot judged, from his appearance and other signs, that he was a hard man, haughty and inflated with worldly pride. Wishing to lead him by the safe road of humility, he placed him in the porter's lodge, with instructions to throw himself at the feet of all who passed in or out, and to beg them to pray to God for him, because he was a great sinner. He obeyed with exactness, and persevered in this exercise for 7 years, acquiring thereby great humility. The abbot then thought it time to give him the habit, and admit him to the society of the other members of the Order. But when he heard of this, he implored and entreated to be left as he was for the short time which, as he said, remained to him of life. His request was granted, and he proved to be a true prophet, for, after 10 days he died in great peace and confidence in regard to his salvation. This is related by St. John Climacus, who says that he had spoken with this man, and when he inquired how he occupied himself in all that time when he was remaining at the gate, he replied, "My constant exercise was to consider myself unworthy to stay in the monastery, and to enjoy the sight and company of the Fathers, or even to raise my eyes to look at them." We read of the Venerable Maria Serafina de Dio, that she seemed to have no eyes except to see and exaggerate her own defects, and to admire the virtues of others. So, when she saw others performing any good action, she would say, with feeling, "How happy are they! All except me attend to the service of God." When she saw any going to the confessors, she thought they would only have to hear and speak of God, while she reproached herself that she went solely to tell her errors and sins. If she ever saw any one commit a fault, she always found means to excuse or palliate it, and thus she was able, in spite of the sins of others, to retain the opinion which she held of herself as being the worst of all. 13. When one is very remarkable for virtue, and truly great before God, and favored and esteemed by Him, yet, with all this, remains little and vile in his own eyes, here is that humility so grateful to God and so rare among men, which was found most perfect in the Blessed Virgin, who, on hearing herself chosen to be the Mother of God, acknowledged herself to be a servant and handmaiden. St. Bernard. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi was an admirable example of this. Though she had arrived at high perfection and sanctity, and saw herself enriched by God with extraordinary graces and favors, even to the power of working miracles, yet, with all this, she had so low an esteem and so poor an opinion of herself as to astonish those who knew her. Nor was this a matter of pure imagination or of mere words, but true and sincere, and was clearly shown by an ecstasy, in which the Lord showed her the strength and virtue He intended to communicate to her against the fierce temptations she had endured from the devil, and she broke forth with these words: "What confusion for me, that upon the lowest and vilest creature upon earth, as I am, thou designest to bestow the immensity of the treasures of thy liberality and mercy." It was the same with St. Vincent de Paul. Though his virtues were known to all, in spite of the contrivances that he used to conceal them, yet to him alone they remained unknown, because, by putting his own baseness continually before his eyes, he cut off the view of them, so that, although he was rich and abounding in virtue and celestial gifts, he always esteemed himself poor, needy, and destitute of all spiritual good. Thence came the title that he usually gave himself, the Poor Wretch. When St. Teresa reflected upon the favors she received from God in such great abundance, she humbled herself the more on account of them, saying that the Lord sustained her extreme weakness in this way, and that these supports proved how great was her tendency to fall as a house is shown to be tottering by the props set up to hold it. 14. Vain self-complacency and the desire of making a show of being spoken of having our conduct praised, and of hearing it said that we succeed well and are doing wonders, this is an evil which makes us forget God, which infects our holiest actions, and is, of all vices, the most injurious to progress in the spiritual life. I do not understand how any one can believe and hold it as a truth of faith that he who exalts himself shall be abased, if he desires to pass for a man of worth, a person of prudence, foresight, and ability. St. Vincent de Paul. The widely known Franciscan, Brother Justin, entered the Order of St. Francis, after refusing great favors and most honorable offices which the King of Hungary offered him. He then advanced so far in religion that he had frequent ecstasies. One day, while dining at the table in the monastery, he was raised in the air and carried over the heads of the religious, to pray before a picture of the Virgin, which was painted high on the wall. On account of this wonder, Pope Eugenius IV. Sent for him and embraced him, not allowing him to kiss his feet. Then, seating him by his side, he had a long conversation with him, and gave him many presents and indulgences. This favor made him vain, and St. John Capistran, meeting him on his return, said, "Alas, thou didst go forth an angel, and thou art come back a demon." In fact, increasing every day in insolence, he killed a monk with a knife. After a term of imprisonment, he escaped into the kingdom of Naples, where he committed many crimes, and finally died in prison. A holy monk once passed a night in a convent of nuns, where there was a boy continually tormented by a devil. Through all that night the child remained undisturbed, and so, in the morning, the monk was requested to take him home to his monastery, and keep him until the cure was complete. He did this, and then, as nothing more happened to the boy, he said to the other monks, with some complacency, "The devil made light of those nuns in tormenting this boy, but since he has come into this monastery of God's servants, he has no longer dared to approach him." No sooner had he said this than the boy, in the presence of them all, began to suffer as he had previously, and the monk bewailed his error. Another monk once boasted, in presence of his abbot, St. Pachomius, that he had made 2 mats in one day. When the saint reproved him, and ordered him to carry the 2 mats on his shoulders before the other monks, and ask the pardon and prayers of all, because he had valued those 2 mats more than the kingdom of heaven. He also commanded him to remain 5 months in his cell, without ever allowing himself to be seen, and to make 2 Mats a day for all that time. From his earliest years St. Thomas of Aquinas was always opposed to receive praise, and he never uttered a word which might lead to it. Therefore he never felt any temptation to vanity or self-complacency, as he himself testified to Brother Reginald, saying he rendered thanks to God that he had never been tempted by pride. St. Vincent de Paul made this resolution to close the path against self-complacency. "When I am performing some public action, and may complete it with honor, I will perform it indeed, but I will omit those details which might give it lustre or attract notice to myself. Of 2 thoughts which come into my mind, I will manifest the lower, to humble myself, and I will keep back the higher, to make in my heart a sacrifice of it to God. For it is at times expedient to do a thing less well outwardly, rather than to be pleased with ourselves for having done it well, and to be applauded and esteemed for it. And it is a truth of the Gospel that nothing pleases the Lord so much as humility of heart and simplicity of word and deed. It is here that His Spirit resides, and it is in vain to seek it elsewhere." This resolution he observed carefully. One day, when travelling with 3 of his priests, he told them, by way of diversion, an adventure which had once happened to him. But in the midst of his story he stopped short, striking his breast, and saying that he was a wretch, full of pride, and always talking of himself. When he reached home, prostrating himself before them, he asked pardon for the scandal he had given them by talking about himself. End of Section 3. Section 4 of A Year with the Saints, translated from the Italian by a member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 15. What is it, O my God, that we expect to gain by appearing well before creatures and by pleasing them? What does it matter to us if we are blamed by them and considered worthless, provided we are great and faultless before Thee? Ah, we never come fully to an understanding of this truth, and so we never succeed in standing upon the summit of perfection. The Saints had no greater pleasure than to live unknown and abject in the hearts of all. St. Bernard. A holy bishop, in order to live unknown, left his diocese, and putting on a poor dress, went secretly to Jerusalem, where he worked as a laborer. There a nobleman saw him several times sleeping on the ground, with a column of fire rising from his body even to the heavens. Wondering at this, he asked him privately who he was. He answered he was a poor man who lived by his work and had no other means of support. The Count, not satisfied with this, urged him to reveal the whole truth, and the bishop, after exacting a promise of secrecy during his lifetime, told him who he was, and how he had left his country to escape from renown and esteem, as he held it to be unworthy of a Christian, who ought always to have in mind the insults and reproaches heaped upon his Lord, to enjoy the honor and reverence of men. St. Nicholas of Bari twice threw money secretly, by night, into the house of a gentleman of ruined fortune, that he might be able to give dowries to his daughters, without which they could not be married. On the 3rd visit for the same purpose he was discovered and hastily fled. The Abbot Petyrus, a man celebrated for sanctity, desired to know whether there was in the world any soul more perfect than his own, that he might be able to learn from such a one how to serve God better. Then an angel appeared to him and said, "Go to a certain convent in the Thebaid. 490 nuns dwell there, among them one called Isidora, who wears a diadem upon her head. Know that she is very far more perfect than thyself." Isidora was a good young girl, who had set her heart upon abasing herself for Christ's sake as much as she could. So she wore a rag twisted around her head, went barefoot, remained always alone, except when she was obliged to be present at the common exercises. She did not eat with the others, but collected for her own food the scraps they had left, and for drink she used the water in which the dishes had been washed, so that all the rest looked on her with so much aversion that no one could have been induced ever to eat with her. She was, in fact, the jest and scorn of all, and by all insulted, ill-treated, and looked upon as a fool. She, however, never spoke ill of any, harmed no one, never murmured nor complained of any ill treatment she received. Petyrus then arrived at the convent, and, after requesting the abbess to send all the nuns to the grate, he could discover upon none of them the sign given by the angel, so that he confidently asserted that they were not all there. "Indeed," they answered, "no one is absent except a fool, who always stays shut up in the kitchen." "Well, send for her," he replied. But she, who had known interiorly what was to happen, had hidden herself, that she might escape all connection with the matter. Being found after a long search, and earnestly entreated by her superior, she, at last, came. But Tyrus recognized her, as soon as he beheld her, and instantly falling at her feet, recommended himself to her prayers. Astonished at such an action, the nuns said to him, "Father, you are mistaken; this is a fool." "You are the fools," replied the abbot. "Know that she is holier than myself or you." Then they all threw themselves at her feet, confessed their error, and asked pardon for the wrong they had done her. But she could not bear to receive so much honor, so that she fled from the house a few days after, and was never again seen. The Empress Leonora, having discovered that her confessor, in response to many requests, had written out some of her heroic and virtuous actions, that they might be published after her death, went many times to visit him in his last illness. On one of these occasions she came from his room with a bundle of manuscripts, and when she reached the courtyard, where a fire was burning, she threw them into it. It was commonly believed that these were the papers relating to herself, which she had obtained from him by many entreaties, for, after his death, no such record was found among his writings, though it was known to have existed. But in another matter she did not succeed so well, though she made every effort. When very near death, she remembered a certain chest in which she kept the treasure of her instruments of penance. She had not previously been able to take them out herself, and now she could do nothing, as her speech had failed. And so, in great distress, she made signs to her confessor, pointing to the spot, and urging him to take out and carry away what was there. But the Lord, who exalts the humble, did not permit these signs to be fully understood until after her death, when this hidden treasure was revealed. All were moved to tears as they drew out garments stained with blood, scourges, some blood-stained, others frayed and worn with long use, many little chains with sharp points, and shirts woven of horsehair, all instruments with which she had macerated her innocent flesh. 16. When you see any one who desires esteem and honors, and avoids contempt, and who, when contradicted or neglected, shows resentment and takes it ill, you may be sure that such a one, though he were to perform miracles, is very far from perfection, for all his virtue is without foundation. St. Thomas Aquinas. That the angelic doctor held this belief truly before God is certain, for his conduct proves it. Not only did he not desire honors and applause, but he abhorred them, and avoided them as far as he could. He was offered the archbishopric of Naples by Clement IV., at a time when his family, being out of favor with the emperor, had fallen into great poverty. He was, therefore, earnestly entreated by them, as well as by others, to accept it. However, he not only refused it, but obtained from the same Pope a promise that no dignity should ever be offered him for the future. Besides, he entreated his superiors not to compel him to take the degree of doctor, as he greatly preferred being learned to being called so, and if he finally took it, it was purely from obedience. But instead of avoiding contempt, he always accepted it with a tranquil soul and a serene countenance. When he was a student, he did not disdain to receive as monitor a fellow student, who, finding that he talked but little, attributed it to ignorance and want of talent, and called him the dumb ox. But he was soon undeceived, when he saw that he had so much talent that he could easily serve not only as a monitor, but even as a master to himself. One day, when the Saint was reading aloud in the refectory at dinner, he was corrected for mispronouncing a word, and though he knew that he had pronounced it properly, he nevertheless repeated it in the way he was told. Being afterwards asked by his companions why he had done so, "Because," he replied, "it matters little whether we pronounce a syllable long or short, but it matters very much to be humble and obedient." St. Clare once said, "If I should see myself honored by all the world, it would not arouse in me the slightest vanity; and if I should see myself contemned and despised by all the world, I should not feel the least perturbation. St. Philip Neri never seemed grieved or displeased at any insult or contempt he might receive. This was a trait so visible and so well known among his associates that they used to say, "Anything can be said to Father Philip, for nothing ever troubles him." When it was, one day, reported to him that some people had called him an old simpleton, he laughed and was much pleased at it. St. Anthony, hearing a monk very much praised, treated him contemptuously, and when he saw that he took this ill, he said, "This man is like a palace, rich and elegant without, but within plundered by robbers." 17. I am despised and derided, and I resent it. Just so do peacocks and apes. I am despised and derided, and I rejoice at it. Thus did the Apostle. This is the deepest grade of humility, to be pleased with humiliation and abjection, as vain minds are pleased with great honors, and to find pain in marks of honor and esteem, as they find it in contempt and affronts. St. Francis de Sales. St. Dominic remained more willingly in the diocese of Carcassonne than in that of Toulouse, where he converted so many heretics. On being asked his reason, he replied that in the latter he received many honors, but in the former only injuries and insults. St. Felix the Capuchin experienced great affliction in seeing himself honored and esteemed, and he was often heard to say that he would have been glad to be frightfully deformed that all might abhor him. He repeated many times that it would have been more agreeable to him to have been dragged and scourged through the streets of Rome than to have been reverenced by the people. St. Constantius, when he had taken minor orders, served in a church near Ancona, where he lived so much apart from the world that he had a widespread reputation for sanctity, and people came from different countries to see him. Among others came a peasant and inquired for him. The Saint was standing upon a ladder trimming the lamps, but as he was of a small and delicate figure, the peasant, on looking at him, was sorry that he had made the journey, as it seemed to him, for nothing, and ridiculing him in his heart, said to himself, but aloud, "I suppose this would be a great man, but for anything that I can see, he has not even the shape of a man." Constantius, hearing this, instantly left the lamp, and coming down with great haste and gladness, ran up to the rustic and embraced him, saying, "You alone out of so many have your eyes open and have been able to recognize me as I am." The venerable Sister Maria Crucifixa disliked nothing so much as to hear herself praised, so that when she found others had a good opinion of her, she could not refrain from weeping. She was most unwilling that her supernatural favors should have come to the knowledge of others. Therefore, when she had ecstasies, the nuns all left her at the first sign of returning to herself, to avoid wounding her feelings. Only her own sister remained with her, who gave her to understand that she looked upon these trances only as fainting fits caused by weakness, for which she pitied her and offered her remedies. But all this was not enough. So great was her abhorrence of self-esteem, that she believed the love of God to be inseparable from the plausible conceit of being considered a saint. She therefore went so far as to make this prayer: "O Lord, I wish to obey Thee. I wish, at Thy touch, to spring up towards heaven. But Thy way harbours a horrible monster, human esteem, which is for me an insufferable danger, for no one can love Thee without gaining high reputation. I would wish to walk always in Thy way, and this alone is bitter to me. Nor do I find any obstacles interposed by hell but this. So I remain here, waiting until Thou shalt either slay this monster or change my path." 18. I pray you do not make such account of certain trifles, which some call wrongs and grievances, for we seem to manufacture these things out of straws, like children, with our points of honor. A truly humble person never believes that he can be wronged in anything. Truly we ought to be ashamed to resent whatever is said or done against us, for it is the greatest shame in the world to see that our Creator bears so many insults from His creatures, and that we resent even a little word that is contradictory. The contemplative souls, in particular, take notice that if they do not find themselves quite resolved to pardon any injury or affront which may be inflicted upon them, they cannot trust much to their prayers. For the soul which God truly unites to Himself by so lofty a method of prayer feels none of these things, and no longer cares whether she is esteemed or not, or whether she is spoken well of or ill. Nay, rather honors and repose give her more pain than dishonor and trials. St. Teresa. If St. Francis de Sales saw that his friends showed displeasure at the malignity of those who spoke ill of him, he would say to them, "Have I ever given you authority to show resentment in my place? Let them talk. This is a cross of words, a tribulation of wind, the memory of which dies out with a blaze. He must be very delicate that cannot bear the buzzing of a fly. Would it be well for us to pretend to be blameless? Who knows if these people do not see my faults better than I myself do, and if they are not the ones who truly love me? Often we call a thing evil speaking because it is not to our taste. What injury is it if one has a bad opinion of us, since we ought to have the same of ourselves?" The Venerable Maria Crucifixa showed extreme pleasure when she saw herself little regarded or esteemed. Therefore the nuns, to accommodate themselves to her disposition, usually treated her with disrespect, and made little account of her, calling her awkward, stupid, and ignorant. So, when they wished to lead her into spiritual conversation, by which their fervor was greatly increased, they said to her, "Come now, Sister Maria Crucifixa, bring out some of your blunders. Let us hear your nonsense." Then, believing that she was truly to serve as the butt of their jesting, she would readily begin to speak. But it was still necessary that they should appear to disregard what she was saying, by seeming inattentive, and whispering together now and then while she was speaking. Otherwise she would stop. And for the same reason they would none of them recommend themselves to her prayers, because this seemed to her a proof that they considered her fit to intercede for them with God. So in order to obtain her prayers, they would tell her that she was known to be such a miserable creature that the others were obliged to recommend her to God, and therefore, not to be ungrateful, she ought to do as much for them. 19. Whoever is humble on being humiliated humbles himself the more. On being rejected, rejoices in the disgrace. On being placed in low and mean occupations, acknowledges himself to be more honored than he deserves, and performs them willingly, and only abhors and avoids exalted and honorable offices. St. Jane Frances de Chantal. A young knight in a transport of boyish rage once told St. Vincent de Paul that he was an old fool. Thereupon the Saint instantly threw himself at his feet, and asked pardon for the occasion he had perhaps given him to use such words. A Jansenist, who had tried to instil his false doctrines into the same Saint, at last grew angry at his failure, and loaded him with abuse, saying, among other things, that he was an ignorant fellow, and he was astonished that his congregation could endure him as superior general. To which he replied, "I am still more astonished at it myself, for I am more ignorant than you can possibly imagine." Some monks who had heard of the great fame of the Abbot Agatho resolved to test his virtue. Accordingly they went to him and said that many were dissatisfied by him, because he was proud, sensual, given to complaint, and moreover covered his own defects by laying them to others. He replied that he, indeed, had all these vices, and, prostrate at their feet, he entreated them to recommend him to God, and obtain for him the pardon of so many sins. They departed with great astonishment and edification. When the Abbot Moses was ordained priest, his bishop ordered the clergy to drive him contemptuously away when he should approach the altar, and to listen to what he would say. They did so, saying to him, "Go away, wicked heathen." But he humbly withdrew, saying to himself, "This is suitable for thee, wicked wretch, who, though only unworthy to be called a man, hast presumed to dwell among men." On account of the singularity of her life, St. Rose of Lima was often reproached and abused by her mother and brothers, but so great was her humility that she always thought she deserved worse treatment, and therefore never even excused herself, but rather amplified and added to what she had done, that they might not seem to be wrong in punishing her, for all this afforded her the greatest happiness. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi willingly occupied herself in laborious tasks, and the lower and meaner they were, with the more pleasure and readiness did she accomplish them. The same thing was done by St. Aloysius Gonzaga. What efforts were made by many great men, especially in the ecclesiastical state, to avoid being raised to lofty positions. St. Philip Benizi, hearing that the cardinals, immediately after the death of the Pope, wished to elect him as his successor, concealed himself on a mountain until the election of another had taken place. St. Gregory the Great, after being elected supreme pontiff, escaped by stealth, and hid himself in a grotto. After being discovered there, by means of a column of fire which appeared above the cave, he was forced to accept the dignity. But he still entreated the Emperor Maurice, though without success, not to confirm his election. St. Ambrose, being miraculously chosen Bishop of Milan by the mouth of an infant too young to speak, fled from his house by night, and even did many things to make the people believe him a man of evil life. St. John Chrysostom, to avoid being made a bishop, fled into the solitude of the deserts, and St. Ammonius, the hermit, to escape being made a priest, went so far as to cut off one of his ears. 20. Missionaries should rejoice to be considered poor in talent, birth, and virtue, the dregs and offscouring of the world. They should be glad whenever there arises any opportunity for objection and contempt, even though it be not for themselves alone, but also extending to the congregation. And by this test they will be able to know what progress they are making in humility. St. Vincent de Paul. This saint, who knew well the great value of humiliations, was so fond of them that the worthy ecclesiastic, who knew him thoroughly, said that he had never been acquainted with any man in the world who was so ambitious to rise and to be esteemed and honored as this humble servant of God was desirous to lower and abase himself, and to receive humiliation, confusion, and contempt, so that he seemed to have chosen them as his treasure even in this life. For this cause he used every effort to take advantage of all occasions of the kind that might offer themselves, and from everything he derived motives for humiliation. And with the same earnestness that he sought it for himself, he desired it also for his congregation, which he was eager to have despised and held in low estimation. And whenever this happened, he rejoiced not a little. St. Jane Frances de Chantal once undertook an affair of much importance, and then instantly abandoned it, on considering that success would reflect great credit upon herself. To those who wondered how she had been able to wind up and dispose of so important a matter so readily, she answered: "As soon as the splendor of the Sovereign's majesty revealed itself to my eyes, I was so dazzled and blinded that I could no longer see anything. Ah!" She repeated many times, the splendor of the Daughters of the Visitation is to be without splendor, and all their glory lies in humility and abjection. 21. To bear abasement and reproach is the touchstone of humility, and, at the same time, of true virtue. For in this one becomes conformed to Jesus Christ, who is the true model of all solid virtues. St. Francis de Sales. The Blessed Serafino, a Capuchin lay brother, being gatekeeper, was accustomed to pass much time in prayer in a little chapel in the garden, opposite to the gate. One day the Father Guardian, passing that way with a visiting Father, said to his companion, "Would you like to see a saint?" Then, approaching the chapel, he reproved Serafino severely, saying, "What are you doing here, hypocrite? The Lord teaches us to pray in a room with closed doors, and do you pray in public to be seen? Get up, rascal, and be ashamed of deceiving poor strangers in such a way." Delighted with these reproofs, Brother Serafino kissed the ground, and then went away with a countenance as full of satisfaction as if he had just heard some news which was much to his pleasure or advantage. Another day he was asked by a companion for a needle and a little thread. He replied that he had a needle but no thread. When the other said angrily, "It is plain that you are a fool, and were never good for anything. What can the Order do with such an incapable man as you are? Go away, for I cannot bear to look at you." Then, without any anger or discomposure, he turned away from the monk who had reproached him, and after a little while came back with his usual serenity of countenance, to the great edification of his fellow religious. In the Lives of the Fathers we read that St. Ammonius had arrived at such great perfection that he was as insensible to insults as a stone, and no matter how many were inflicted upon him, he never considered that any injury had been done him. In the same Lives it is related that the Abbot John, one day, told his disciples the story of a youth who, for having grievously insulted his master, was condemned to remain for 3 years in menial employment, and to receive all the insults that might be inflicted upon him, without ever avenging himself at all. Returning to his master after this time had expired, he was told that for the next 3 years he must reward whoever did him an injury. Having faithfully done this, he was sent to Athens to study philosophy. He entered the school of an old master who was accustomed to ill treat all his scholars at their entrance. He did the same in this case, but the newcomer only laughed, and on being asked the reason of his conduct, he answered: "How can I help laughing, when I have so long paid for ill usage, and now I find it without paying anything?" "My children," added the holy abbot when he had finished his story, "submission to injuries is the road by which our fathers have passed to go to the Lord, and difficult as it appears at first, you see that by habit it becomes not only easy, but even pleasant." 22. He who is truly humble must desire in truth to be despised, mocked, persecuted, and blamed, although wrongfully. If he wishes to imitate Christ, how can he do it better than in this way? Oh, how wise will he, one day, be seen to be, who rejoiced in being accounted vile and even a fool! For such was wisdom itself esteemed. St. Teresa. Cassian narrates of the Abbot Paphnutius that, being superior of a monastery and much revered and esteemed by his monks on account of his venerable age and admirable life, he disliked so much honor, and preferring to see himself humiliated, forgotten, and despised, he left the monastery secretly by night, in the dress of a secular. He then went to the monastery of St. Pachomius, which was at a great distance from his own, and remained many days at the gate, humbly asking for the habit. He prostrated himself before the monks, who scornfully reproached him with having spent his life in the enjoyment of the world, and then coming at last to serve God, urged by necessity because he had no means of living. Finally, moved by his urgent entreaties, they gave him the habit, with the charge of the garden, assigning to him another monk as his superior, to whom he was to look for everything. Now, not content with performing his duties with great exactness and humility, he, consequently, took pains to do all that the rest avoided, all the lowest and most disagreeable tasks in the house, and would often rise secretly in the night and do many things that the others were to perform, so that, in the morning, they would wonder, not knowing how their work came to be done. He continued to live in this manner for 3 years, much pleased with the good opportunity he had to labor and be despised, which was the thing he had so greatly desired. Meanwhile his monks, feeling grievously the loss of such a father, had gone out in different bands to seek him. They finally found him as he was manuring the ground, and threw themselves at his feet. The bystanders were amazed, but still more so when they heard that this was Paphnutius, whose name was so celebrated among them, and they immediately asked his pardon. The holy old man wept at his misfortune in having been discovered through the envy of the demon, and at having lost a treasure which he had seemed to find. Even by force he was carried back to his monastery, where he was received with indescribable gladness, and watched and guarded with the utmost diligence, that he might not again escape. 23. If we should well consider all that is human and imperfect in us, we should find but too much cause to humiliate ourselves before God and men, even before our inferiors. St. Vincent de Paul. A holy woman, once having asked light of the Lord that she might know herself well, saw so much ugliness and so many miseries in her own heart, that, not being able to bear the sight, she prayed to God to relieve her from such distress, for she said if it had lasted longer she would have sunk under it. The venerable Mother Seraphina de Dio once had a very clear supernatural illumination, which made her see her soul full of so many and such abominable faults, that it seemed like a receptacle of all that was foul, and she judged it might be even worse in reality, for she said, "If I had more light I should see more. It has often come into my mind," she added, "to retire to some cave, when I think how little I exercise myself in virtue. As to humility, in particular, I seem to myself a Lucifer. Religion is beautiful for those who practice virtue, but not for me, who cultivate only vices." Therefore, when she received insults and contempt, she was never disturbed, nor complained, but said, "They speak well, they do well, that suits me well." Nor was any adversity or trial in her whole life ever sufficient to make her change her sentiments. 24. In my opinion, we shall never acquire true humility unless we raise our eyes to behold God. Looking upon His greatness, the soul sees better his own littleness. Beholding His purity, she is the more aware of her own uncleanness. Considering His patience, she feels how far she is from being patient. In fine, turning her glance upon the divine perfections, she discovers in herself so many imperfections that she would gladly close her eyes to them. St. Teresa. This was, in truth, one of the principal fountains from which St. Vincent de Paul drew that humble opinion which he had of himself, as well as his great desire for humiliations. That is to say, he derived them from the profound knowledge which he had of the infinite perfections of God, and of the extreme weakness and misery of creatures. So he thought it a manifest injustice not to humiliate himself always and in all things. In a conference one day with his priests, he spoke thus: "In truth, if each of us will give his attention to knowing himself well before God, he will find it to be the most just and reasonable thing to despise and humble himself. For if we seriously consider the nature and continual inclination we have to evil, our natural incapacity for good, and the experience we all have had that even when we think we have succeeded well in something, and that our plans are wise, the matter often turns out quite different from our anticipations, and God permits us to be considered wanting in judgment, and that, finally, in all we think, say, or do, both in substance and circumstances, we are always filled and encompassed with motives for humiliation and confusion. How shall we not consider ourselves worthy to be repulsed and despised in reflecting upon such things, and in seeing ourselves so far from the holiness and sublime perfections of God, and from the marvellous operations of His grace, and from the life of Christ our Lord? 26. One who wishes to become truly holy ought not, except in a few unusual cases, to excuse himself, although that for which he is blamed be not true. Jesus Christ acted thus. He heard Himself charged with evil which He had not done, but said not a word to free Himself from the disgrace. St. Philip Neri. The Empress Leonora was treated by her mother always with harshness and without any appearance of affection. For the smallest things that were observed by no one else, her mother reproved her sharply at every turn, and frequently struck her. The good child remained always in silence, with her eyes cast down, uttering not a word in her defence, still less complaining or weeping. Often when the tempest had passed, she would kneel and kiss her mother's feet, asking her pardon and promising amendment. St. Vincent de Paul never justified himself against the complaints and calumnies brought against him and his congregation, whatever trouble or loss they might cause. Once when he had used his influence to prevent a bishopric from being conferred on one of his subjects, whom he considered unworthy of it, the disappointed candidate invented an enormous calumny against him, which came to the ears of the queen. One day, meeting the Saint, she told him laughingly that he had been accused of such and such a thing. He calmly replied, "Madam, I am a great sinner." When Her Majesty said that he ought to assert his innocence, he answered, "Quite as much was said against Christ our Lord, and He never justified Himself." It happened that, one time, in a public hall, a nobleman said that the missionary zeal of St. Vincent's followers had greatly cooled. When the Saint heard this, he would not say a word in defence, though he could easily have proved the contrary of the assertion, for in that year and the preceding more missions had been given than ever before. To one who urged him to take notice of the affair by telling him that this gentleman, though not knowing the truth, was continuing to speak evil of the congregation, he answered, "We will let him talk. For my part, I will never justify myself except by my works." It chanced, one day, that a prelate, having summoned the Saint to an assembly where many people of rank were present, reproved him publicly for a thing for which he was not at all to blame. But he, without a word of complaint or excuse, immediately knelt and asked pardon, to the great admiration of those present, to whom his innocence was known. One of them, a man of much piety and learning, after the assembly was over and the Saint was gone, said that he was a man of extraordinary virtue and of supernatural and divine spirit. The venerable Mother Seraphina never excused herself even to her confessors, though they might blame her wrongfully, nor did she explain how matters really stood unless obliged by obedience. Once, in particular, when she was sharply reproved by her director, though the thing laid to her charge was not true, she replied only, "You are right." Afterwards he commanded her to tell him the truth, and on hearing it he was sorry for his wrongful accusations. 26. Sometimes the soul rises more towards perfection by not excusing herself than by 10 sermons, since by this means one begins to acquire freedom and indifference as to what good or evil may be said. Nay, more, by a habit of not replying one arrives at such a point that when he hears anything said of himself it does not seem as if it related to him, but rather like an affair belonging to someone else. St. Teresa. Father Alvarez, the confessor of St. Teresa, having been falsely accused of a grave fault in a provincial assembly and seriously reproved for it in public, said nothing, either in public or private, in his own defense. Afterwards God rewarded this heroic silence with extraordinary favors. Among the ancient monks there was one, named Eulogius, very humble and patient. Wherefore the lax and negligent threw all their faults upon him, and he, being corrected and reproved for them, humbly accepted without any denial or excuse the penances which were given for them, and performed them with great patience. The older Fathers, seeing him every day under reprehension, were displeased with him, and told the abbot that he ought to apply some remedy, for they could not bear this state of things any longer. The abbot took time, and, in prayer, entreated the Lord to enlighten him, and teach him what he ought to do with this brother. Then God revealed to him his innocence and great sanctity. Being extremely astonished at this, he called together all the monks and said to them, "Believe me, I would prefer the faults of Eulogius with his patience and humility to all the good works and virtues of many others who murmur against him and think they are doing well themselves. And that you may see how great is the virtue of a companion, let each of you bring here the mat on which he sleeps." When all the mats were brought, he had a good fire lit and threw them all into it. Every one was instantly burned except that of Brother Eulogius, which remained. Then, prostrate upon the ground, they all asked pardon of God, and conceived the highest opinion of their brother. But he was grieved at being discovered, and the next night fled to the desert, where he would be unknown, for he knew very well that no one can be honored in this world and in the next. 27. Here is one of the best means to acquire humility. Fix well in mind this maxim: one is as much as he is in the sight of God, and no more. St. Thomas à Kempis. St. Francis made a beginning of sanctity by trampling underfoot human respect, for he had thoroughly penetrated the truth of this holy maxim, which he often revolved in his mind. In this solid maxim St. Francis de Sales was equally well founded and established. Therefore he had his own reputation very little at heart, and did not care at all how others might feel in regard to him. In conversation he once said, "Oh, that it were God's pleasure that my innocence should never be recognized, even in the day of universal judgment, but that it should remain always hidden and eternally concealed in the secret recesses of the eternal wisdom." And again, "If the grace of God had caused me to perform any work of righteousness, or had wrought any good by my means, I should be content that in the day of judgment, when the secrets of hearts are manifested, God alone should know of my righteousness, and my unrighteousness, on the contrary, should be seen by every creature." 28. All those who have truly wished to arrive at the possession of humility have applied themselves with all their power to the practice of humiliations, because they know that this is the quickest and shortest road thereto. St. Bernard. The Blessed Alessandro Soli, Bishop of Valeria, a man of learning and esteemed in his order, willingly occupied himself, even when he was superior, in humble employments, such as sweeping the house, washing the dishes, drawing water, bringing wood to the kitchen, working in the garden, serving the old and the sick, carrying heavy burdens on his back, taking charge of the door, ringing the bells, or helping the sacristan. When, on account of preaching or other spiritual works, he was at any time prevented from performing these daily exercises, he was accustomed to supply the omission by doing double work on the next day. St. Camillus de Leglis was also remarkable in this way. When he was superior general of his order, he was often seen serving in the refectory, washing dishes in the kitchen, carrying the cross, and sometimes even the coffin, at funerals, and going about Rome with a wallet on his shoulders, begging bread, though he was blamed for it by some great nobles and cardinals who were his friends, and happened to meet him in the street in this guise. The venerable Mother Seraphina often employed herself in humble tasks. She was also seen many times rubbing her face with an old shoe. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi of her own accord adopted practices that might bring her into contempt, such as having her eyes bandaged, her hands tied behind her back, being trampled upon, struck, or rudely addressed. We read of St. Polychronius that he wore a wretched habit, ate poor and very scanty food, and passed almost all night in prayer, with an oak log on his shoulders, so heavy that Theodoret, the author of his life, who had seen the log, found by experiment that he could scarcely lift it from the ground with both hands. St. Rose of Lima, besides occupying herself as a servant in the lowest offices every day, invented a strange method of lowering herself still more. Having in the house a woman servant of harsh temper and exceedingly coarse nature, she induced her by urgent entreaties to maltreat her both in words and acts. Retiring with her into a lonely part of the house, and throwing herself upon the floor, the Saint would cause this person to spit in her face, trample her under foot, strike her with her fist, kick and beat her, as teamsters sometimes do a horse, nor would she rise to her feet until she had obtained as much of this treatment as she desired. St. John Climacus tells of a monk who had a great love for humility, that he devised this plan to overcome the thoughts of pride with which the devil inspired him. He wrote upon the wall of his cell these memorable words: "Perfect charity, loftiest contemplation, total mortification, unalterable sweetness, unconquerable patience, angelic chastity, profoundest humility, filial confidence, promptest diligence, utter resignation." So, when the devil began to urge him to pride, he answered within himself, "Let us try the test." Then approaching the wall, he read these headings: "Perfect charity." Charity, yes, but how perfect, if I speak evil of others? Profoundest humility. This I have not. It is quite enough if I claim the profound. Angelic chastity. How can this be mine, when I allow admittance to unchaste thoughts? Loftiest contemplation. No, I have many distractions. Total mortification. No, for I seek my own gratification. Unalterable sweetness. No, for at the least vexation I lose my self-control. And so with all the rest. In this way he banished the temptation to vanity. 29. Humility, to be true, must be always accompanied by charity, that is, loving, seeking, and accepting humiliations to please God and to become more like Jesus Christ. To do otherwise would be to practice it in the manner of the heathen. St. Francis de Sales. It cannot be said that St. Vincent de Paul was wanting in true humility. However much he did to conceal, abase, humiliate, and render himself despicable in the eyes of the world, allowing no opportunity for humbling himself to pass without accepting it with all willingness and joy, he yet did it all because it expressed the sentiments of his own heart in regard to himself and his nothingness, as well as to act out and imitate the humiliations of the Son of God, who, as he said one day in a conference, being the brightness of his Father's glory and the image of his substance, not content with having led a life which might be called a continual humiliation, willed even after his death to remain before our eyes in a state of extreme ignominy, when he hung upon the cross. Thus the humility of this servant of God was from his heart, and so sincere that it could be read on his brow, in his eyes, and in his whole exterior. St. Jerome relates of St. Paula, that when she heard it said that she had become a fool through too much spiritual fervor, and that it would be well if a hole were made in her head to give air to her brain, she answered modestly, in the words of the Apostle, "Nos stulti propter Christum," "We are fools for Christ's sake." She added also that the same thing had happened to Jesus Christ, when his relations wished to confine him as a madman. St. Jerome also says that when she received insults, contempt, or ignominy, she never allowed the slightest word of resentment to escape from her lips, but was accustomed, in such cases, to repeat to herself the words of the Psalm, Ego autem quasi cerdit non audibum et quasi mutus non apparens aus suum. But I as a deaf man heard not, and as a dumb man who opens not his mouth. End of section 4. Section 7 of A Year with the Saints, translated by a member of the Order of Mercy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. April. Patience. Whoever taketh not up his cross and followeth me is not worthy of me. Matthew 10:38. 1. The cross is the true gate through which to enter into the temple of holiness, and by any other way it is not possible to come into it. Therefore we ought more than once to immolate our hearts to the love of Jesus, upon that same altar of the cross, on which He sacrificed His for love for us. Father Alvarez made this resolution: I will consider all aridity, disquiet, and every trial which shall come to me in prayer as a martyrdom, and as such I will bear them with constancy. He pursued this course faithfully for 16 years, after which he had so many consolations and celestial lights as were an abundant recompense for all the sufferings he had previously endured. St. Teresa bore the greatest aridity for 18 years, and then to what heights was she not exalted! St. Bernard said of himself: all those things that the world loves, such as pleasure, honors, praise, and riches, are to me crosses, and all things which the world counts as crosses I seek and embrace with the greatest affection. 2. If you see that you have not yet suffered tribulations, consider it certain that you have not begun to be a true servant of God. For the Apostle says plainly that all who choose to live piously in Christ shall suffer persecutions. St. Augustine. St. Athanasius, St. Basil, St. John Chrysostom, St. Jerome, and St. Cyril were all charged with 1,000 crimes, and in that way were greatly afflicted. St. Romualdo was slanderously accused by one of his monks of the commission of a shameful crime, was condemned in a public assembly to be burnt at the stake as a punishment, and in the meantime was suspended from his function as a priest. But, though he was then a centenarian, he bore all with the greatest tranquillity. St. Francis Xavier was grieved when he saw everything going on successfully with him in Lisbon, and if such favorable circumstances had continued to exist, he would have thought that he was not serving God well. 3. By working out our salvation through sufferings, the Son of God has wished to teach us that there is nothing in us so fitted to glorify God and to sanctify our souls as suffering. Yes, yes, to suffer for love of the Lord is the way of truth. Therefore, the more one can suffer, the more let him suffer, for he will be the most fortunate of all, and whoever does not resolve upon this will never make much progress. St. Teresa. St. Mary Magdalene de Pazzi was so much enamored of suffering that she said, I do not desire to die soon, because in heaven there is nothing to suffer, but I desire to live a long time, because I wish to suffer long for love of my Spouse. Nor would I have a brief martyrdom only, but an accumulation of pains, calumnies, misfortunes, and all adversities that can possibly happen to me. And when she went through a long and painful illness, this not only failed to extinguish in her this great thirst for suffering, but, after tasting it in such a way, she longed for it the more, so that while the Superior endeavored to lessen her hardships for the preservation of her health, she was at the same time seeking in every way to invent new kinds of sufferings, that no one would perceive. It happened one day, in the course of her last illness, that having received a marked affront, she not only bore it patiently, but showed signs of particular friendship for the offender. When one of the sisters manifested astonishment, she told her that she was glad she had not died before it occurred, that she might not lose such an excellent opportunity for suffering. 4. The way is narrow. Whoever expects to walk in it with ease must go detached from all things, leaning on the staff of the cross, that is, firmly resolved to be willing to suffer in all things for love of God. St. John of the Cross. Tullius relates that he knew a great servant of God, who had many visions and revelations, and was acquainted with the interpretation of Scripture and the secrets of hearts, but becoming afraid that gifts of one sort might prove a hindrance to favors of another kind, and so to prevent him from being loved by God, he earnestly besought the Lord to be pleased to take away from him every consolation, and he was heard. For 5 years in succession he never had the slightest spiritual joy, nor any celestial inspiration or illumination, but always led a life full of affliction, temptations, and spiritual aridity. Finally the Lord was moved with pity at so much suffering, and one day sent 2 angels to console him a little. But he, contented in his sorrows, refused this consolation, and turning his heart to God, said: "O Lord, I do not desire any pleasure in this world, nor do I wish that any one should enter my heart save Thyself, O my Beloved, for it is enough consolation for me if Thy holy will be done in me." This beautiful act of detachment pleased God so much that the Eternal Father proclaimed him His beloved child in these words: Tu es filius meus, in quo mihi bene complacui. Thou art my Son, in whom I am well pleased. 5. If any one, O Lord, does Thee a service, Thou repayest him by some trial. Oh, what an inestimable reward is this for those who truly love Thee, if it might be given them to know its value. St. Teresa. When the Venerable Marco de Palafox saw that after he had done a good work some tribulation, reproach, or calumny came upon him, he considered this as a special favor from the Lord. "For," he said, "as I receive no reward in this world, it is a sign that God means to reward me fully in heaven." The Lord once appeared to the Blessed Clare de Montefalco, and offered her for a gift a cross which hung from his neck. The Saint received the present with the greatest consolation, and there was then impressed upon her heart an image of the crucifix, of the size of a finger. She preserved this so well that, in her last agony, when one of the nuns was looking for a cross upon the bed, she said to her: "Take my heart, for you will find the crucifix there." In fact, it was found there after her death. 6. O ye souls, who wish to go on with so much safety and consolation, if you knew how pleasing to God is suffering, and how much it helps in acquiring other good things, you would never seek consolation in anything, but you would rather look upon it as a great happiness to bear the cross after the Lord. St. John of the Cross. Blessed William the Abbot saw, one night, in a dream, some angels who were weaving a crown of marvellous richness and beauty, and when he asked them for whom they were making it, they said that it was for him, and would be finished when he had suffered enough. St. Gertrude once prayed the Lord at the time of the Carnival to show her some special service pleasing to Him, that she might perform on those 3 days on which she had to suffer so many insults from the world. The Lord made her this reply: "My daughter, you will never be able to do me a greater service at any time than bearing patiently, in honor of my Passion, whatever tribulation may come to you, whether it be interior or exterior, always forcing yourself to do all those things that are the most contrary to your desires." The Lord appeared one day to St. Teresa and addressed her thus: "Know that those souls are most pleasing to my Heavenly Father that are tried by the very greatest afflictions and sufferings." From that time the Saint conceived such a love for suffering that she found no consolation but in bearing it, and when she was without any trouble she was disquieted, and even said that she would not have exchanged her trials for all the treasures in the world, and she often had upon her lips those beautiful words, "To suffer or to die." After her death she appeared to one of the sisters, and revealed to her that she was rewarded in heaven for nothing so much as for the contradiction that she had suffered in life, and that if she could wish to return to earth for any reason, the only one would be that she might suffer something. 7. 1 ounce of the cross is worth more than 1,000,000 of prayer. 1 day of crucifixion is worth more than 100 years of all other exercises. It is worth more to remain a moment upon the cross than to taste the delights of Paradise. The Venerable Sister Maria Victoria Angelini. St. Bridget once received and bore patiently a succession of trials from various persons. One of them made an insulting remark to her, another praised her in her presence, but complained of her in her absence, another calumniated her, another spoke ill of a servant of God in her presence to her great displeasure. One did her a grievous wrong, and she blessed her. One caused her a loss, and she prayed for her, and a seventh gave her false information of the death of her son, which she received with tranquillity and resignation. After all this, St. Agnes the martyr appeared to her, bringing in her hand a most beautiful crown, adorned with 7 precious stones, telling her that they had been placed there by these 7 persons. Then she put it upon her head and disappeared. How could so much have been gained by any other exercise? The Blessed Angela de Foligno, when asked how she was able to receive and endure sufferings with so much cheerfulness, replied: "Believe me, the grandeur and value of sufferings are not known to us, for, if we knew the worth of our trials, they would become for us objects of plunder, and we should go about trying to snatch from one another opportunities to suffer." 8. One "Thanks be to God," or one "Blessed be God," in adversity is worth more than 1,000 thanksgivings in prosperity. Father M. de Avila. When St. Francis was suffering much bodily pain and illness, one of his monks told him that he would pray to God to grant him some relief. The saint reproved him, and bowing his head to the ground, said: "O Lord, I give Thee thanks for this pain which I am suffering, and I pray Thee to be pleased to increase it. What can or should be more acceptable to me than this, that Thou shouldst inflict me without mercy? For this is the very thing that I desire above all." 9. If the Lord should give you power to raise the dead, He would give much less than He does when He bestows suffering. By miracles you would make yourself debtor to Him, while by suffering He may become debtor to you. And even if suffering had no other reward than being able to bear something for that God who loves you, is not this a great reward and a sufficient remuneration? Whoever loves understands what I say. St. John Chrysostom. This saint set so high a value on suffering that he even said: "I venerate St. Paul not so much for having been raised to the 3rd heaven as for the imprisonment he suffered." And so, if I were asked whether I would be placed